precise measurements on the crowd for those 2 reasons is very difficult. We would say 5'10", 5'11". Some people said that's too tall, but they have found the remains of first-century Jews that are over 6 feet. So, there is no description of Jesus in the Gospel. Interestingly enough, nothing at all that the biblical scholars have been able to find. So, as far as I'm concerned, he was tall, but he wasn't so extraordinarily tall that they felt the need to mention it somewhere in the Gospel. Does it show where the wound was in his side? Absolutely. Not only does it show the side wound, but using ultraviolet fluorescence photography, what's not visible to the eye, but is visible to UV fluorescence, is a serum stain surrounding the spear wound in the side, the blood stains from that. And we can see that serum stain around some of the other blood stains on the cloth as well. And this is something that you think a medieval forger would have thought of that? I don't think probably not. What about the thorns on the head? Well, that's the other thing. We've seen Christian artists throughout the centuries depicting the crown of thorns as a beautiful woven little crown, a circlet around the head. If you go back to first century artistic endeavors, you'll see that whenever they depicted a Roman emperor, they used a laurel wreath around his head. And I think that the Christian artists adopted that motif of the wreath, but just changed it from laurels to thorns. The man of the shroud has wounds on his head covering his entire scalp. And let's face it, they didn't probably ask a Roman soldier to weave a pretty thorn thing to put on his head. They just smashed the thorn bush down on his head. We've got blood stains covering his scalp, indicating that it was far more than just a circlet as has been depicted by Christian artists. Eyes open or closed? Closed as far as we can tell on the shroud. I don't believe that they're open, and some people believe there's coins or something lying on the eyes. There might be, historically, Jews did not do that with Jewish burial, but it's possible that pot shards might have been placed on the eyes that would keep the eyes closed during the preparation. But as far as we can tell,
Barry, we're going to take a short break and come back and take phone calls with you. The lines are open. Barry Schwartz with us as we talk about the product.
Always on your phone? Then you'll be happy to know the Coast website is now optimized for mobile users. Just point your iPhone or Android browser to coasttocoastam.com and enjoy.
You were supposed to get the mail from the airdrop, and the one who made it was supposed to be the female, but he changed the shit around. Yeah, I noticed he changed. And I think they did it on purpose, so that people won't ignore them before the reveal, because if you ignore it right now, you don't know if you're letting go of your viewer. Right. So this is one of those that I think, honestly, will be worth more after reveal instead of before. I think so too, but I don't want to lose my right. I don't sell it. I want to sell my future buyer. That's kind of where I'm at too. I don't want to let them go too low and then find out, oh, you had a few details that you could have made 5 times for your time.
No matter what their age, we've got the
Maybe you would have just waited and figured it out. And before I put the mail, delicious wine in the future.
flowers.
I don't think I can get something for it. Yep. So I'm just gonna wait. And if I don't like the floor price, when the reveal happens, I'll hold on to it until I do.
Learning the lingo.
GOAT, G-O-A-T, acronym, stands for greatest of all time, as in spaghetti sandwiches for dinner. They're my favorite. Dad, you're the GOAT.
You're going to teach him to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care love and gift to them. Visit adoptuskids.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt US Kids, and Ad Council.
When you're taking a business, every person trust them, every one pays. It's an opportunity. What will you do? Make something better? Or learn something new? Our Gel Technologies advisors provide you with tools and expertise to do incredible things. Because we believe This is innovator in all vital smart PCs powered by the selfie Pro that's built for business. Call the Dell Technologies Advisor at 877-ASK-DELL. KMI AM 640. KMI AM 640. Phone, car radio, smart speaker, we don't care how you listen, just what you do.
Los Angeles, Orange County, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. A long time coming. I'm Amy King in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Manhattan Beach has formally apologized to several black families for racism dating back to the 1920s.
It tried to do this 2 years ago, but now a different council, different time. It's long overdue. Manhattan Beach Mayor Richard Montgomery says the resolution apologizes to 5 black families, including the Bruces, who bought what is now Bruce's Beach, but had it snatched away from eminent domain to run black people out of the city. We also offer our apology because Manhattan Beach today is nothing like the Manhattan Beach in 1920. The resolution approved this week also apologizes to the black community for using police to terrorize, intimidate, and exclude black people from the beach. LA County recently returned Bruce's Beach to the Bruces and then sold it back to the county for about $20 million. Corbin Carson, KFI News.
12 of the 17 major reservoirs, including Folsom Lake and Lake Oroville, have been filled above their historical averages for the start of spring. California Department of Water Resources Carla Nemeth says the state went from the 3 driest years on record to the 3 wettest weeks on record during the rainy season in January. Lake Oroville rose to 859 feet above sea level last month. Nemeth says hydrologically California is no longer in a drought, except for a few very small areas of the state. China says the U.S. is on a wrong and dangerous road and has vowed reprisals against Taiwan for its meeting with House Speaker Kevin McCarthy. McCarthy met with Taiwan's president at the Reagan Library in Simi Valley in a show of U.S. support for the self-governed island, which China claims as its own.
China has warned Mr. McCarthy to avoid repeating what Chinese officials called disastrous tactics. That's a clear reference to Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan last year.
ABC's Martha Raddatz says China conducted numerous live-fire exercises when then-House Speaker Pelosi visited Taiwan. McCarthy yesterday called the friendship between the U.S. and Taiwan a matter of profound importance to the free world. The Super Mario Brothers movie is off to a strong start. It made $32
Certainly, you take care, silly girl.
and is expected to rack up about $140 million before the weekend is out. Mario could break the 3-day opening record for a video game-turned-movie, which is held by Sonic the Hedgehog 2. It earned $72 million in its first 3 days in movie theaters. Southland weather from KFI, clearing to sunny skies tomorrow and highs in the upper 60s to mid-70s. About the same for Saturday, warming up for Easter Sunday with mostly sunny skies and highs in the 70s to mid-80s. It'll stay warm Monday and Tuesday, then cool down by midweek. It's 59 in Orange, 56 Manhattan Beach, 59 in Cerritos, 53 in Canyon Country. We leave local in the KFI 24-hour newsroom on AET.
In Montebello, there is a work zone. This is on the 50 south from Finley to Rosemead Boulevard. 3 great lanes are going to be shut down for road area. West Covina, this is on the Denny South end. Yeah, there it is. We have a stalled big rig taking up for 2 great lanes. Your drive is busting out that approach. Hills, there is a work zone, 71 southbound from Butterfield Ranch Road to the 91. Great lanes going to be shut down for road work. KFI, the sky helps get you there faster by van. You can choose your air purifier, but your life depends on it because, well, it's just fine. The recent Ohio chemical disaster showed us toxic air threatens BioFlames is the next generation in home air purification, specifically designed to wipe out airborne viruses, germs, and chemicals known to cause allergies, illness, and difficulty breathing. Even toxic fumes from a recent train derailment were no match for a ViralRabbi. A single ViralRabbi unit removed 99% of the dangerous compounds that were found in the home near the chemical disaster. If it can clean air after a toxic spill, imagine how it can help keep your family healthy. Only ViralRabbi comes with a free air quality monitor. Visit eCasePure.com and use the promo code Conway for 10% off your ViralRabbi home purification unit. Plus, you get the free air quality monitor and fast free shipping. That's $150 savings. Visit eCasePure.com, promo code Conway. eCasePure.com, promo code Conway.
Imagine getting ahead of your irritable bowel syndrome with constipation or IBS by treating it with Linzak. Then you could start proactively managing your constipation with Belgium and get ahead of your symptoms. Talk to your doctor about Linzak or Accutide. Linzak is a prescription medicine that treats IBS in adults. It's not a myth. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually.
Do not give Lozad to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Lozad to give a bowel blockage. Getting easy helps you develop unequal or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Lozad and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling.
Imagine what could relief from IBS mean for you. Talk to your doctor and say yes. Learn more at lenzeth.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Don't be impressed when you hear someone settle their case for what may seem like lots of money. $500,000 seems like lots of money until you learn they lost a leg, a brain injury, or were paralyzed and can never work again. All law firms are not the same. To see what your case may be worth, go to photooftheday.com and look at our verdict and settlement for cases just like yours. Look before you leave. Hire the right lawyer. More and more. Visit photooftheday.com.
The House Money Podcast helps you live a richer life by teaching you how to handle the money you have in a more thoughtful, purposeful way. Join hosts Joel and Matt for personal finance nuggets that actually make a difference in your life.
Well, the number one rule to travel is to let the deal drive the destination. Bali, it might not be on your radar, but if the price was right, it should be. Right, yeah. Where you take a package that allows you to travel more because you're doing it for so much less money.
Listen to How to Money on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Rosetta Stone, where language is learned. RosettaStone.com. KFI, AM 640.
That's the beauty of a 3. You don't know who's who, what's who, Like, when they met me, I heard events, I'm like, oh shit, dude, I thought you were a white dude. I'm like, no, I'm not.
Orientation.
You see my, outspoken crowd, like, I'm Filipino, but I don't think I'm Filipino. Yeah, they confuse me for like Japanese or Korean. Yeah, I do speak it, but not as great as
Yeah.
It's always more than one language. It's just cool, like emergency situations, you can communicate even better.
To talk to George Norrie, call the wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll-free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. From the city of Angels, this is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
This hour we'll take your phone calls with Very Sports as we talk about the Shroud of Turin. His book is, by the way, Turin Shroud, the illustrated book. It is available for you. They were wrote in the year 2000. So you're ready to make a call and jump aboard. When banks fail, when bonds are devalued, when the stock market is in turmoil, you would be glad you own gold because it's something you can hold physically when you're safe at your house, and now you can hold it as a retirement. That's right. In fact, if you have an old IRA or 401k that's tied to a risky stock market, you can roll that over without spending an additional penny to a physical IRA investment. Birch Gold can help you own physical gold in a tax sheltered account. We've known Birch Gold for a long time. They've been on the show several times. Simply text the word COAST to 9898 to get a free info kit on gold. There's no obligation to educate yourself on how to diversify in this highly volatile market. With an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, thousands of happy customers and countless 5-star reviews, you can trust Birch Gold to give you honest advice in protecting your savings with gold. Text COAST
Yeah,
So
since
98,
that's Twitter, yeah.
98, you find peace of mind in gold.
So I think I was in.
Real people, real stories.
So I had an appointment with the surgeon, and he was told me what all he was going to do, and it was just absolutely horrendous. I came home, I started up carnivora, and I called and canceled my surgery, and she said, "Are you going someplace else?" I said, "No, I'm taking care of it myself." She said, "Okay," and my problem on my skin went away. I had bruises that go over my arms. 3 weeks after I was on the carnivore, I noticed, I was looking at my arms, and I said, "Gee, I don't have any bruises on my arms, and I'm always full of bruises." I can't put my finger on it, but I know something's happening. I have to tell you, that has to be the carnivore.
866-836-8735. That's 866-836-8735. Or visit carnivore.com. That's CARNIVORA.com. Use coupon code GEORGE to get 15% off your order.
Have you been thinking about it for a while?
Yeah, I was thinking that I looked in the options here to hopefully first.
And welcome back to Coast, George Doyle with Barry Schwartz. We're going to take your calls in a second here on Coast to Coast. Barry, so what's the next step, technically, for the Shroud of Turin? What will happen next?
The next thing is kind of on the horizon is the next public exhibition of the Shroud, which is tentatively set for 2025, which is the next holy year of the Catholic Church. That was suggested by Pope John Paul II, and so everyone believes that his successor here, Pope Francis, will honor his wishes, and there will be hopefully another public exhibition of the Shroud in 2025. They don't usually announce it until about 18 months beforehand, so we're expecting to hear something official, hopefully by the end of this year, early next year.
And as you were saying earlier, with the new science technology that we have, far greater than 1978, who knows what we can come up with?
That's true. And you know, George, I'd like to add one thing to what we said before the break. I want to share a quote from Dr. Alan Adler, the Jewish blood chemist on our team. He summed it up beautifully when he said, "There is no scientific test for Christ." And I believe he was right, that there's some things that science cannot answer, and those are things that people have to look within themselves and their faith. I don't believe the answer to faith is on that shroud. I believe it's in the eyes and hearts of those who look upon it.
Enjoy the call show. Let's go to Jeff in Durango, Colorado to get things started. Hey, Jeffrey, go ahead.
Hey, how you doing? I trust you had a fourth grader, and I hope I can make some salient, couple salient comments, okay? I'm an American, the soldiers by this, I'm 5 foot physicist, and have worked amongst the highly compartmentalized at Los Alamos National Lab. Right. And I am a believer, and I am a Russian
Hey,
Jew,
so Rabbi, what's up, man?
and
Kicking ass, taking names. How are things going for you, baby?
well, meditated and prayed long and hard about this issue, which has fascinated me with the shroud.
No, that's definitely me, baby. I'm the first person, first Orthodox Jew to wear a black hat in their driver's license.
My best salient take
How are things going in Las Vegas?
describing the shroud and also applicable dates is, as I said, in the story of the Galilean rabbi, his birth, death, and resurrection, I'm an absolute believer. And I've seen much miraculous.
Well, hell yeah, Las Vegas Psych Hospital. I bet that's interesting.
And I'm decorated with the combat infantryman badge and my early service and air medal.
Yeah, literally.
And these are my credits that make my comment really fast. I've been fascinated with heroic radiation with the Russians that study heroic photography.
I agree. I have aunts and uncles who live there, cousins. It's not necessarily a place that perhaps if you would think at first glance you might want to live because of all the glitz and glamour, and you might not want to have a busy lifestyle. But get off of Las Vegas Boulevard, Fremont Street, and it's basically any other city.
A lot of that goes over my head. I'm not a physicist. I'm a professional photographer with a lot of experience in scientific, medical, and technical photography. But the quantum arena is far beyond my scope. And I'm one of those few people that comes on your show, George, who's smart enough to say, I don't know. Just as well, if it's not me, if it's not a hope, and if it's not the resurrection discharge from Jesus, what else could it be?
You know, honestly, I think that more than you may say, at least from what I understand, I mean, well, I've been there quite a few times. I actually lived there for a summer, so I got a little bit of a taste for it. And at the time, it wasn't someplace where I'd necessarily want to raise children. But those things are perhaps going to be changing in the future. They have a lot of really nice green spaces that they're developing in Las Vegas, and really like a cross-city bike path was certainly an option at one point. With the new Uber taxis and things like that, it makes it easier to get around. So really, it's really a diversified place.
That even if it reforms naturally, I mean, does God need to go outside the universe and create it to make an image on a piece of cloth? I guess that's the question. And so I firmly believe that whether we know the answer or not, whether we find the answer or not, maybe the value of the shroud isn't so much to answer our questions, but instead to make us
Right. It's much more like a suburb of California, I would say, or it's becoming more that. I mean, wow, I would say half the population of Las Vegas is probably from California, and because of that, there's still a huge tie to the Southern California area.
Not one of them has come close to duplicating an image with the same properties that have been documented scientifically on that piece of cloth. So I just don't think that.
Definitely true. I could even see, especially they have this perhaps train proposal, like a high-speed rail to Las Vegas, if they could really lower the amount of time that would take, so that you don't have to spend, basically a whole day on the 15th. It might definitely improve things. I would say as well, one thing that I think of when I think of Las Vegas and things is definitely the gambling and all of that. And if you can get people there faster, then that's just going to improve things as well. So I really see Las Vegas itself basically becoming more part of Southern California than we perhaps once imagined.
My involvement comes from the sciences because I was a member of the only scientific team that could examine it. My gut tells me that we don't have enough data to answer that question.
Working on it right now, I think.
Let's go to Walt, Ellen Collins, Pennsylvania. Hey, Walt, hi, George. Hey, Walt, George. The Project 14 analysis of the God fixed at the late 13th to early 14th century. George, that is exactly...
Agreed. And I mean, that there is just absolutely nothing on that drive. So if you can, increase the speed of that, it would help everyone. I'm interested too. I think this is kind of a limitation as well. A lot of people in Southern California either have or are getting or thinking about electric vehicles. And really, because of the range of electric vehicles, you can't necessarily get to Las Vegas safely on one charge. So a lot of people have to go to like Baker and recharge, which really can increase the travel time, what you anticipate. Once perhaps batteries are better or have longer ranges, you may see a lot more people increase to Las Vegas as well. I've done that drive down like the Grapevine and such from San Francisco to Las Vegas. It's a beautiful drive with all the Chumash grass and things. But yeah, then you get to the desert and there's just absolutely nothing. It really makes you realize how big a state, though. I mean, both Nevada and Las Vegas and California are, when there's so much space out there that perhaps could be developed if we could develop it. And especially that area between Las Vegas and and Southern California, I feel, will be really a key place. I mean, right now you have a certain number of cities like Baker, Barstow, but that's about it. And then like from the other side, like Needles. Another thing that I think is going to be really big actually is Laughlin. Are you familiar with Laughlin? I'm sure you are a little bit.
And we had I've heard about characteristics of every page taken around. As far as it being blood,
so as I understand, it's like a little Las Vegas. And you have Prim as well. I think Prim might be something that might have an increase in size. And the reason why is because there's some California legislation that will basically make some types of trucking within the state of California illegal, like diesel trucks and things. You won't be able to like register a diesel semi, but you might be able to in Nevada, which might create little outskirts right near the border, like you have in Lake Tahoe, like you have in Prim, so that people may actually, instead of seeing those as just kind of like fly through cities, there may be more of an industry there that might get built up because of that.
And I have become a spokesman for that science, so I'm going to stay within that realm, and I leave the supernatural to those who want to go there. Certainly, I understand that. I certainly respect that, but I do not believe that we yet have enough data to answer that question. And
gambling gone down since other states have opened up their gambling? Correct, and sports books?
Talk about that particular Maillard reaction is what it's called. And I still think that has not yet been excluded as a possibility. But today's technology, they will test it again. What kind of conclusions could we come up with? Well, I think we could certainly answer the question about the blood and determine whether it is in fact type AB to a scientific certainty.
Have you seen the return since COVID of like, I mean, when I was there, I went to spring break there a few times. I mean, the strip was packed. Every single sidewalk was packed. Then COVID hit and it was empty. Did it ever recover?
More data. But I think that basically the fundamental question is this something manufactured or is this something that occurred naturally or supernaturally, if you will? And I don't think we can answer that question 100% right now.
And what techniques could you use back then to create a negative looking effect?
Sure, Irvine, California. This is on my biography, 3921 Claremont Street, Irvine, California, 92614. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. So really I have no fear. You can always watch my life 24/7 on YouTube. Welcome back, Queenie. How are things?
If you compare his results, and by the way, there's a paper on our website that I wrote that does compare his results to the crowd, you can see that his has a clearly defined edge. You can see the directionality of the light in his photographically made image. None of that exists on the shroud. The shroud image is dramatically different than an image made photographically. And if, according to this gentleman, his technique was what was used, we would find silver permeating that cloth everywhere. We didn't find any. So I think that he excluded these things to a scientific certainty, and the science is there, it's published for everybody to see.
Let's go to Gina Maria, west of the Rockies, the state of Washington. Hey, Gina, go ahead.
Hello, love and peace and healing, and God bless everyone. There's 3 points to make. I'll be quick. And the third one is one speech control. So the shroud of Turin apparently was, I heard that it was repaired by nuns. I believe about in that time that you spoke of, when it was burned, when it was burned, it was folded, and so kind of all the 4 edges burned. And, you know, when it was repaired, and I believe that's the part that might have been kept because it said the thread of the repair.
It was near one of the repairs, but not actually one of the repaired areas.
Thing was, there is a girl, her name is Tatiana, and it's a primary. She's a famous artist. She started painting when she was 6. She started having visions of heaven when she was 4. And when she was 8, she came to see adults, and was told the things called, the
or like the northern end where we found an air is because there's a tropical place, but if you're at the middle, it's pretty good. And I've been stuck with
And when he was showing that one that little girl painted,
and the difference I would say is that
that's it. So you can take a look at that
I mean,
painting principle of
language would be
resurrection.
an initial barrier, like adjusting
Beautiful, beautiful as
and
eyes.
Philippines actually
Yeah.
they're really good at
And then
English.
the third
You'd be
thing is,
surprised.
is I had once been shown a piece of paper, and on a piece of paper was a negative Jesus, you know, that was somebody was
going to
saying.
the
You can
area
look this up on the internet and find it and print it out, whatever, and do that. But when you look at it for, about 25
it's
seconds,
already
and then you close your eyes, you see the inverse of the negative, or a perfect image of Jesus in your third eye. That's correct. That's called persistence of vision. It's something that the human eye and perhaps other animals, but the human eye, it's why watching a film with 24 frames going by per second, because of the persistence of vision, you don't see the separate frames, you just see continuous motion. So we studied that, we're familiar with that, and what that does, and I have seen this many times, if you stare at it for, like you said, for a good half minute or so, and then look even at a blank wall and blink your eyes, you'll see the inverse.
The image shows the depiction of what we have been told Jesus probably looked like. Would you agree, Barry?
Yeah, I think that there's a reason for that, and we can look at certain coinage from the 4th and 5th centuries and other artwork. It looks to me, and to many other art experts, that the shroud was the basis for the depiction of Jesus over the centuries. If you look at the first image of Jesus looking like the man of the shroud with the split beard, longer hair, is in the Pompeii catacombs in Rome. It's about 35 AD, if I remember correctly. And before that, Jesus was always depicted either bald-headed or with a laurel wreath or crown of thorns, if you will, around his head. And so I think that the shroud, they couldn't come running out of the tomb of the shroud and say, look what we found. It violates the Jewish laws. It must be buried with the body because it contains blood. And secondly, it contains an image which to this day both Jews and Muslims don't submit. So they couldn't come out and go, look, we found this. It had to be hidden away. And where was it for 250 years? We really don't know where it was. Apparently hidden away, but by about 285 AD, we start seeing depictions of Jesus looking like the man of the shroud. And many art historians believe that the shroud served as a model for those depictions.
I was going to say, what came first, pictures of Jesus or the shroud, which showed us pictures of what could be Jesus?
Yeah, I think I would have to answer the shroud.
Well, that's pretty fascinating all by itself. What happened to the shroud? Assuming it was a resurrection, the body's gone. The robe or the shroud is left in the tomb. Who gets it? Who takes it?
Well, you would think that the disciples who already understood that they were sort of outlaws and had broken many of the laws and sort of become outcasts from the Jewish tradition, they would have taken it and hidden it. And there's a couple of papers written by Aldo Duretti, an Italian photographer who lived in Turin, from Turin, and he made a replica shroud, and he took it and rolled it up and put it into a tall clay jar and allowed some moisture to accumulate in the bottom of it. And when he was done and he pulled that out, there were water stains on his replica matching almost identically the water stains on the Shroud of Turin. And his theory is that at some point in its history, it was rolled up and hidden in a clay jar, perhaps in a whole room full of clay jars, that and perhaps even got forgotten about for a while. And so there is evidence that at some point in its history it was stored that way, and some of the water stains on that cloth came from the condensation of moisture within those olive jars, within that olive jar. And I think if you go to our website and find his paper and read it, you'll see he makes a very good case that those particular stains on the shroud are an indication of it being stored that way at some point in history.
Barry, we're going to come back and make final calls with you in a moment on Coast to Coast AM.
Coast Insiders, the new version of the Coast to Coast AM app is now available for iPhone and now Android 4.0 and above. Listen live or on demand anywhere, anytime. Go to coasttocoastam.com and download it today.
stuff. Right, correct. We were even talking about like, we come from the British gallery use saffron a lot. And they use the saffron in the cooking a lot. And it's so freaking expensive. And like in our cooking, other spices like
I'm
cardamom.
Amy King in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The city of LA has unveiled a plan to ramp up pothole repairs and reimburse qualified people whose vehicles were damaged by potholes that have opened up during the months of heavy rain. Nearly 3,000 potholes were reported in LA in January alone. A federal regulatory group has voted to officially close king salmon fishing season along much of the West Coast after near record low numbers of the fish, also known as Chinook, returned to California rivers this year. Biologists say the Chinook salmon population has declined dramatically after years of drought. Foreign actor Stormy Daniels says she would absolutely testify against former President Trump if the criminal case tied to hush money payments made to her goes to trial. Daniels says she's the only one telling the truth. Trump pleaded not guilty earlier this week to 34 felony counts of falsifying business records. Southland Weather from KFI clearing the sunny skies tomorrow with highs in the upper 60s to mid 70s, about the same for Saturday. It's 54 in Mission Viejo, 57 in Tustin. We lead local in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Amy King.
Yeah, so it sounds
In
interesting.
Montebello, there is a work zone. This is on the 60 eastbound from Finley to Rose
Like
Beach
your
Boulevard.
product seems like
Freeway
it's
lanes
like
you could
some of
check
your
out for
NFTs
road
for
work.
IP
You're seeing
set
delays
it or
throughout that
trying to
area.
come up with your own
Hawthorne, this
stuff.
is on the 105 westbound connected to
I
405 southbound.
have
We
enough
have unit crews from an earlier fact blocking that transition road. You're seeing delays back to the road. In Florence, there is a work zone that's on the Woodhead southbound from Sepulveda to 68. Two right lanes are going to be shut down for road work.
Makes sense.
KFI, this guy helps get you there faster. Brian Van.
This report is sponsored by Insperity, providing scalable HR services, access to better benefits, payroll, and HR technology for over 35 years. Insperity's mission is to help businesses succeed so communities prosper. Insperity, HR that makes a difference. Visit Insperity.com. The How to Money podcast helps you live a richer life by teaching you how to thoughtful, purposeful way. Join hosts Joel and Matt for personal fun nuggets that actually
I
make a
mean, for
difference
me,
in your
though,
life.
because I've kind of
Well, the number one rule to
have
travel
like
is to
this
let the
system,
deal
so I
drive the
can't really have
destination.
every day.
Bali, it might not be on your
Yeah,
radar,
I love
but
it,
it's
especially
right
the
right. It should be.
superiority.
Yeah, when you take this tactic, it allows you to travel more. You're doing it for so much less money.
Listen to How to Money on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
News live from the Hayes bedroom. It's another eventful night for us. The curious Ron Steve has been struggling with his feedback. His wife Michelle is trying to get Steve to raise. Michelle throws an elbow. He's aiming for the couch. Steve should get inspired. Absolutely, Bruce inspires a sleep apnea treatment that gives you comfortable, restful sleep with the click of a remote. There's no mask and no hose. Just learn more at inspiresleep.com.
Inspire is not for everyone. Talk to your doctor to see if it's right for you. Review important information at inspiresleep.com. Free of law.
AM 640. More stimulating talk. We are here to spread love and tolerance. What? Just lock everyone's balls. Preaching on diversity. This is just a random conversation they take among these LA City councilors. Done again. There's phonies, there's frauds, there's fakes. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
The woman next to me was probably in her 70s, sitting there all calm and proper and quietly talking to her husband and lots of work to do, and then all of a sudden she comes on the stage and she's freaking 24, like she just popped comes on, she's throwing a baby to the stage, and I'm like, who are you, Gary? And she's like, it's very good to see people reclaim their youth at a show. Live, video app.
There's no way to make, taste all the same and, improved without all the spices. That'd be great. I think to let a lot of customers just love it.
Follow my lead.
Yeah, a lot of the people don't know. Or they don't realize that, like the things were just like stories you hear, how smiley is the one that how hard you work
Waiting for me.
it almost seems like they would give up for their joy. And all they have to do is yogurt dressing comes in the salad, yogurt and kind of like a dressing thing. If you use that or stuff. We have like buttermilk. Your heart is gone. We have plain buttermilk, and then they have like buttermilk and more yogurt, plain yogurt, or coconut yogurt. If you're like intolerant
Dancing
to milk
in
and
the
milk
dark
products, even though the yogurt
with you
with the protein
between my
it's
arms.
not the same.
Spend
Lactose
out,
intolerant, you can still get
listen to our favorite song. And baby, the man
I add
I will put
I
underneath
add
my breath.
coconut
You
yogurt or coconut milk or coconut. Yeah, no, it's homemade for plant in it.
97313. Send
Pretty
George a
much
text
everyone
message
that wants to
anytime.
improve their health, they keep saying that. And actually, the ingredients
This
used
is Coast to Coast AM with
help
George Story.
improve.
Next
But
hour,
your
Bill
health
Phillips joins us.
is
Soul
going to be a good
searching.
thing for
Tune
people.
into spirit and awaken your inner wisdom. Get ready for that on
Like
Coast to
certain
Coast. We'll come back in a
practices,
moment with
like
Gary Schwartz and
originally
take
the
final
way I
calls as
learned
we
my
talk about the
cooking from my
filling
dad,
as well.
and we cooked
Have you
the
signed
hell
up yet to
out of
become a Coast Insider?
sauteed
Lots
the
of
hell out
people
of
are doing.
brown
I'm a Coast
garlic
Insider
and
because
ginger and
now
onions and stuff.
I
But
have
the way I
24/7
use it
access
now
to
is
the
better
best show ever,
when it's
Coast
fresh
to
and
Coast
stuff. You
AM.
don't even have
Hi,
to use
it's
it now
Teresa. I
to
love being
make
an
it for the
insider
taste to
because
brown
the
the hell
shows
out
I
of it.
listen
Then I'm
to,
putting enough
I
of
always
the
appreciate
stuff
the
that is
diversity
healthy
that
in it
thoughtful
that you're
insights
getting
that
the
brings me
you're still
on a
getting the
variety of
taste, but then
topics
you're
that
still
Coast to
getting the
Coast.
benefits of
The show has challenged me to think
But yeah, as soon
deeper
as you open that
and to
restaurant,
broaden my
wherever it
horizons.
may
Give it a
be,
try.
those
It's
first
15
about
cents
30
a day. A couple
customers
ways to
count me
sign
in.
up. Our website, coasttocoastam.com. Right there at the homepage, right at the top. You
packages
see where
enough
it says
to
Insider. Sign up that
the
way.
dry packages
Download
of
our free
the
Coast to
protein.
Coast AM app to your phone, and you can sign up that way as well by clicking profiles and subscriptions. And if you live in Canada and worldwide, you now can become a Coast Insider. So take advantage of it. Now here's something for you. HealthyLooking.com has a combination of products to help with everyday stress, fatigue, and mood, while increasing energy to fall asleep easier and more soundly while losing weight. Take Elevate in the morning for energy and focus. Then Accelerate with management and sleep combo before bed for a great full night's sleep.
I've maybe gotten 4 to 5 hours sleep max a night. I'm sleeping between 6 and 7. I wake up, use the bathroom, but I go right back to sleep for 6. Never happened before, which is pretty awesome.
I noticed a higher level of happiness. I also noticed that I wasn't taking that and had more energy. I was more in the moment with my kids. Like we were laughing more, we were more excited. Every single person needs to feel this.
I lost 10 pounds and 5.5 inches off my waist, and I'm so proud of myself. It gives you energy, it helps you sleep better, it just works. I stand by it 100%.
I was adding a handful of medications to help me sleep, to help me be happy, tons of therapy. When I'm ready to go to sleep, I'm doing 7 to 9 hours a day every night. Lost some pounds, inches mainly. My family has made it back.
Get George's Power Pack. Accelerate and Elevate, including free gifts for daytime weight maintenance. Plus, free shipping with promo code
So
George.
I know you're
Accelerate,
opening a
Elevate,
restaurant, but
free
have you
gifts
thought of the name
and
yet?
now
You
free
must have
shipping
been playing
for
around
one
with words yet.
exclusive special price with George's Power Pack. Order now at healthylooking.com or toll free 800-394-9930. That's 800-394-9930. Jump on board now for better focus, less stress, a great full night's sleep, and weight loss with George's Power Pack. Exclusively at healthylooking.com. That's healthylooking.com. If you want to improve your marksmanship, you need a mental sex. The mental sex can improve your abilities dramatically and is a must-have for every
Always have those
responsible gun
options,
owner.
and
Mental sex
whichever
is
you
a
decide
high-tech
at
but
the end
easy-to-use
is
system
all
used
is meant to be
extensively by
pretty
the
much.
military
And don't
to
forget to buy
improve their
the
aim, quickly
ENS,
giving them the confidence
because
in
you
their
never know, you
ability
can
to protect.
accept crypto
You
payment,
attach the
right?
mental sex to your firearm and connect it with an app on your tablet via
Did you
Bluetooth.
actually
It
launch
gives
your
you
project?
instant feedback on what you're doing
Oh, for
right,
me, no.
what
I
you're
mean,
doing
I
wrong,
don't
and
think
how
I
to
was ever
connect
going to
and
launch a
correct your
project.
technique.
Probably a different
Mental sex is like a firearms instructor in your pocket. 94% improving
I'm
within
not
20
sure. I mean,
minutes
I
using
probably
the
thought
mental
about it,
sex.
but
And
you
the
know,
best part is,
all things considered, I
the
just try to be a
best
DJ.
in the world who drive
I've got
fire
so much
practice at
IRL
home,
stuff
and mental sex
to
is the
handle.
best way to train at home.
Yeah, I
No
think it
driving
was
to
like
the range,
before
spending money
all
on
the
range fees and
events
ammo.
went
You save a
crazy
ton
and
of money
stuff.
and improve.
But then I think after the market went crazy from all the payments, we probably got discouraged.
Definitely, I don't think I could handle the community, trash talking me like, hey,
On
what
an
the hell's
adventure
going
has
on?
returned comics and graphic novels from
I'm
Marvelous
not
Entertainment,
up for that.
based on the
I'd rather
thrilling
be part
sci-fi
of it,
masterpieces by Marvin
behind the
Sundler.
scenes.
Acclaimed comic creator Andy Fisher and team are bringing that sense of wonder and thrills in straight-on action adventures like those great old comic book stories you remember.
I know you're also
I Went, Haunted Planet, Space Ranger, codenamed Adam Bomb, Tales of Singularity, and the kid-oriented Wagon Genius. Join them at iWagon.com. That's iWagon.com.
It feels like a lifetime away. You get to know pretty much everyone nowadays.
Therefore, incapable of being a kid.
I mean, you definitely get back what you put out. So you put out great energy. You're always contributing. I know you're very careful in your selection too. You don't jump into everything and anything.
Yeah, definitely. Like I said, we do learn along the way. We try to, we learn from, ruggers and non-ruggers pretty much. And, without being rug, you never learn. But we probably learned by now.
And welcome back to Coast, George Norrie with you, very short with us. Barry, we still don't know how the Egyptians made the
I
pyramids.
see
Will we ever figure out how the shot of Turin was made?
Well, George, it's a tough question to answer. If further testing is allowed, perhaps we might get a little closer to an answer. But perhaps the best thing about the shroud is that it remains a mystery. It's what attracts people to it.
And she's an
Not just
awesome
people of
rapper.
faith, but people of science, people interested in history, or people just interested in something that's like a mystery. So whether or not we ever get the answer,
Awesome ballerina.
I'm not sure that I'll be around to see the answer, George.
I sure hope you will. We need you, Barry.
Well, thank you, George. I appreciate that.
Let's go to Jason in Olympia, Washington. Welcome to the show. Hi, Jason. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for taking my call, George. And
He's been busy
God
nowadays.
bless you and your team. And yeah, 100%. And thank you so much, Barry, for all your research. For a layman here, up here in Olympia, Washington, I'm 100% behind you. What you've done as far as your research and the work is just such a blessing for us who are really looking for the truth. And my question for you is the Shroud of Turin another representation of Jesus' presence on this planet? It's just such a fascinating topic, and we, as believers, I'm one, and we do so much work trying to really find the truth, and I'm a believer and a big faith guy, and God, at some point, things break at a point, and then you look at the data, and the data supports everything of what you're saying. Science breaks through at some point, and everything that you're talking about is deep. It's really hard for folks that just go on stage be like, hey, it's just safe. No, the data is behind it. That there's hard facts there. It is. It's representative of what you're saying there with the DNA, the time factor, the PowerPoint. It's just good Lord, So I really appreciate all your work, and I just, it's mind blowing that some people can't grab onto this. So I really believe what you're saying there is the truth.
Want to react to some of that, Barry?
Well, I just want to say that, people question why me, a Jewish guy, is involved with the crowd, even though it's a Jewish burial crowd of a Jewish man. And I can tell people, because I'm not a Messianic Jew, nor have I converted to anything, but I always tell people that I can accept the existence of the historical Jesus of Nazareth, and considering that his life, his influence is felt more today than it was when he was alive, I can look at that and I can accept that we have an artifact that makes sense that someone of that stature, that his burial shroud would be preserved. And so I can accept that. But whether or not Jesus was the Messiah or the prophesied Messiah, as it says in the Old Testament, that's a separate question. And my involvement is about a piece of cloth and not so much what it means to people as to what we know about it. As it says on the front page of shroud.com, that we believe that given the facts, you have to make up your own mind. But
Just about everybody there is convinced that Jesus lived. They just don't know whether he was son of God or not.
Exactly. That's the Jewish position, basically. Is, and look, I asked the rabbi, I said, well, why is it that the Jews don't accept Jesus as the Messiah? And they said, well, if you read the prophecies, it says that he comes to be world peace. And obviously, there was not world peace 2,000 years ago. And Christians believe in the second coming, and that's when world peace will arrive. And so the Jews are still waiting while the Christians are waiting for the second coming. Jews are still waiting for the first.
A lot of the Bible is pretty accurate, I would say, if not most of it. If that's the case, why fudge about the resurrection?
Well, I don't know if it's being touched about. I just think that because I've approached this, and remember what my background is, I've approached this purely from a scientific point of view. That's an issue, as I said earlier, that we really can't address. But as we said, there's no scientific test for Christ, and he was right about that. So,
was kid, I love clouds so much. So when I saw the clouds team,
that's interested in it.
so I always joined those places. I really liked them so much.
And the answer to the faith that it represents is within each person who looked at it,
so nice, and
not
they
on
used
the
to make
cloth,
the
in
music
our
like a
own heart.
circus, you
I
know.
believe Jesus is the one who said that, or words to the effect that the kingdom of God is within us. So I think it's incumbent upon each of us to sort of reach that conclusion for ourselves. And it's different for different people.
This piece,
So to John
when
and
I drew it, I
Lexington,
didn't even
Kentucky,
do a
welcome to
clouds.
the program.
I think
John,
next
go ahead.
George, Tina Airways, not President, Tina Airways. Tina, you're a beautiful person if you're listening. Thank you so much. Thank you for taking my call. Very, it's a wonderful thing to be able to look at the image of the crowd. That was Bob Joseph.
You know what? I thought it wouldn't do because I like the community, but for some reson they disappeared.
With
Like
beyond
the cloud,
recognition,
but whatever, you know.
still by tribes and through his holy blood.
Like a ghost, they're ghosting us like a clown.
My question is, I really
Oh, but
think
just, okay.
that it is possible, you know, I'm looking at the trout now on Google at a vertical position, and it looks like that those nails were driven right through those powerful
But you
bones,
have to,
above the radius and the ulna, and below, it is driven through the metacarpals that was put
I
on
know
through by the way.
she says
That's
she
it.
misses this, but she never joins space.
This
You
is
know,
clusters of bones. There's my opinion that six iron nails could have been in that area. What is your answer on that? And thank you, George, and glad you're in. Cornelius, with you on the register. And God bless you all.
you're a busy
Well,
person.
this
You know, you party a lot.
and here's the thing, and again, we're on radio, I can't demonstrate visually, but I can tell you this. Take your thumb and your little finger and put them together and look at your hand, and you'll see that the two fleshy parts of your palm are divided by kind of a groove that runs from the wrist up into the center of the palm. That's called the pinner furrow, and that would be a logical place to put to drive a nail at an angle where we only see on the trout the exit wound of the crucifixion nail in the hand, and that's where it shows you. So it's still in the palm. Some people have objected to the idea of saying, well, that goes against what it says in the doctrine. It's still in the palm of the hand. It's about an inch towards the wrist from the center of the palm, but it's still in the palm. And that is, as you pointed out, that would be a place where the nail would be driven in, and it would be very difficult to pull your hand loose. Where if it were in the center of the palm, there wouldn't be much there to stop the hand from somebody being strong enough to whip the hand loose from the nail. So I agree with the color, and I think that that's the correct answer.
Norman just saying, Lord, take it away. Norman, go ahead.
Hey, great show again. Yeah, appreciate all your efforts there. So I was curious, I was going to ask that question if that converted you or changed your faith or anything, but I see it doesn't. But
No big deal. I'm a Christian, but I was raised in a half Christian, half Jewish home. My father was Jewish, my mother was Catholic, but I guess it's the old argument. You want to argue with the woman, you want to argue, or you want to be right, or you want to be happy. So, yeah, for that one. But at this point, you guys happy fans are over it. Thank you so much. On Jesus, though, something I wanted to say was, of all the humans in the history of mankind, I would have to conclude that Jesus probably the most popular, or I would say, if you asked 1,000 people if they'd heard of Jesus, 990 would know they've heard of him. It's not all of them. It's not. Jesus is mentioned in the Quran, Allah, and Prophet Muhammad are mentioned in the Bible, but that's as far as the resurrection goes, I'd be willing to bet the national debt that one thing no one's ever going to find is the bones of Jesus.
Well, I couldn't argue with that, and I understand your point. I agree.
Didn't they find the bones of one of Jesus's friends?
Well, they have found that the remains now of two crucifixion victims. Jehohanan, I think, 1963, and more recently in England, they found the remains of crucifixion victims. They showed the nails that were driven through the side of the ankles into the center of the psyches of the cross. And so, you know, most people look at the crowd and say, well, it looks like it might have been 3 nails, maybe it was 4 nails. There's a still a debate amongst crowd scholars as to how many nails. And my question has always been, does it really matter? Look what they did to them.
Will we ever find the Ark of the Covenant?
Well, I always say Stephen Spielberg said, I think he's the one that stacks it away somewhere.
But if someone buys it at 0.55,
Next up, let's go to Jim.
I'll
Delaware.
probably buy
Hey,
one of
here
the
you go.
other things that
Hey, George, you know the first show is Good Friday here on East Coast.
Yes, it is.
Anyway, I don't know why nobody saw this program in the 90s. They were touching the blood from the shroud, came back with the verdict that it is female proving us believers virgin shall conceive and bear a son. That's a miracle, because a virgin can only bear a daughter. It's good. Now, I'm not familiar with that study, so I'm not really sure what to say about it. But according to the one DNA analysis, which, by the way, was never published in a scientific journal, so it's only anecdotal at best, they determined masculine and normal chromosomes. There was a gentleman who claimed that Jesus would only have half the normal chromosomes. Sorry, I'm forgetting his name at the moment. But he also said he found the Ark of the Covenant, but I have seen no evidence of that. So the way I see it, there's some questions that the crowd just can't answer. And, you know, some of these deeper questions, really, I think you have to kind of look within yourself, or perhaps speak to a priest or a minister or a rabbi and discuss it with them.
And
My position on this comes from examining a piece of cloth. So I'm limited to what knowledge I've gained from that cloth, and I understand the Christian viewpoint, how significant this is to my Christian brothers and sisters, and so I try to be as respectful as I can, but I've also set my own position, and I'm very open about that, as I have shared in this program of where I stand, that, you know, my beliefs are that this is a kind of an important signpost for people. But the answer to faith is more within us than it is on that cloth.
Let's get first-time caller Catherine in Los Angeles. Hi, Catherine.
Hello, how are you? I'm really grateful to be on the show. I thought about calling you sometime, and I never got through.
Well, you made it. We only got a minute and a half, but go for it.
Okay, well, let me tell you real quickly. I actually did see this. The crowd, it was on display in California. It's just instituted in about 1980.
With the reference, it wasn't the actual crowd.
Roughly. That's the reference.
pretty much when you see
Okay,
what
well, if
food
it's
goes,
okay,
everything like
baby,
the
but
Cheetos,
I
I like
have
chili
your
Doritos,
preliminary results of the
there's some M&Ms,
1978
that's pretty much it.
investigation. I have
But
that.
he's able to
So, and
breastfeed
I
manage
wanted
himself
to
because
say
he's
that
able
I
to like
wanted
pick
to
up
ask
the
if you
our
heard of a man
ingredients, so
called
was able to
Paul
make
C.
and it don't
Ronaldo DeVille.
I did notice that.
Not ringing a bell.
Yeah,
Who was he?
he would text me.
Okay, well, he claimed to have examined the crowd
he
and
doesn't
said it was not a double negative, but a triple negative. And he also, he painted a picture from the crowd.
but he
He
pays
painted
enough
with
from
his
you that
fingers,
he doesn't.
and it
I
was,
still have those on my
I
phone.
mean, it was just breathtaking. It was just fabulous. It's something you thought you'd never forget. And I understand when he died, he left all his belongings to the archdiocese of Los Angeles, and of course that was a rabbit hole, and nobody, I don't know, I wasn't able to find out what happened to that kingdom, but I thought it should have been displayed somewhere in a church or something. That,
Good point. They're very well out of time. I want you to give up the website. Okay, the website is www.browse.com.
What is the
And let me quickly take this opportunity to wish all of your listeners either a blessed Easter or a joyous Passover. Mary, I have enjoyed talking to you over the years. You've just done a remarkable job with this process for me. I just think. Well, thank you, George. Thanks for having me back on the program. And do me a favor, when you see Tom tomorrow, tell him I said hi. You got it. Jerry Schwartz, the Curling Shroud is the name of the book. Up next, Bill Phillips joins us, Soul Search, Coast to Coast.
Coast Insiders, the new version of the Coast to Coast AM app is now available for iPhone and now Android 4.0 and above. Listen live or on demand, anywhere, anytime. Go to coasttocoastam.com and download it today.
That's different. They're not the same as they do. Yeah, I mean, people might accept offers or, join the spaces, like I said, and, get people in the community.
That's
There's a
what
lot of
doctors
people
call
that
many of those
be on
fruit and
spaces
vegetable
every day,
supplements.
pretty much.
Jump science because they use extracts of common produce department fruits and vegetables for few health benefits. I take Feel the Green because it's a whole organic fruit and vegetable, not some watered down supplement. Makes sense, right? And it's backed by a better health promise. Each ingredient in Feel the Green was scientifically chosen to support vital organs like heart, lungs, and kidneys. Others support my immune system, blood pressure, metabolism, and healthy weight loss. I don't eat as healthy as I should. I know, but that's why I take Feel the Green. Like me, you'll probably look and feel healthier fast and have way more energy. But your best proof will be at your next checkup when your doctor says, wow, whatever you're doing, keep doing it. Let me get you started with 15% off. Visit feelthegreens.com and use promo code KFI. That's promo code KFI at feelthegreens.com.
Looking to sell your valuable coins, high-end jewelry, collectibles, or fine art? Meet Cindy. She's been around the block when it comes to buying and selling jewelry.
I buy jewelry to resell. I've been going to tangible for about 6-7 years.
Tangible just pays more.
Here's a great example of the tangible difference. I bought a gold and sapphire bracelet. I shopped it around. They offered me 50. They offered me 100. I bought it to tangible and gave me $475 for it.
More cash, more respect.
Tangible treats me as well as it is a person coming in with, $10,000 worth of gold.
Tangible Investments owner Sylvie Genova has become America's top dealer in coins, precious metals, jewelry, and fine art. Still guarantees you'll get more.
Everything I've heard about them on the radio is true.
Call now for a no obligation free professional appraisal. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800. Portions of the following program will be recorded. Critical. Makers. Wallet.
But it's a deal for you just got an offer. And I just don't know whatever's offered right now.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Trouble at the train station. I'm Amy King in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Two people have been stabbed at or near LA Metro Red Line station. The first person was stabbed just before 5 last night at the Metro Hollywood Western station. Another person was stabbed several times in the neck and back about 3 hours later on Alvarado Street while on the way to the Westlake MacArthur Park station. Police say the stabber was last seen on the Red Line train headed toward North Hollywood. It's not known whether the same person stabbed both people. Another person was stabbed 2 days earlier at the North Hollywood Metro station. Officials in LA are asking people across the city to report potholes.
The city has sold more than 32,000 potholes since late December. That says people can make the weather for hacking up the roads.
As all of you know, we have seen one intense rainstorm after another this year.
City workers have been driving roads throughout the city looking for potholes. Officials say the time to repair potholes has gone from about 1 day to up to 10 days because of huge demand and ongoing rain that slows repairs from previous storms. The city says people whose cars have been damaged can apply for financial help from the city. Blake Trolley, KFI News.
The new commissioner of the IRS says there's no reason for the average taxpayer to worry about an increase in audits. Andy Werfel says thousands of new agents being funded by the Inflation Reduction Act will help the IRS crack down on tax fraud and provide better service to taxpayers. He says the possibility of a new wave of audits is off the table for those who get W-2, Social Security payments, or have a small business. The nation's stated bicentennial birthday message on Prado Dam near Corona shooting a fresh environmentally safe paint job.
Like seeing a flag with all shredded, you want to go give that person a new flag. Nonprofit member Jim McCabe says drivers on the 91 freeway will once again soon see the bright red, white, and blue mural between 200 years of freedom, 1776 to 1976. It still sparks that patriotism when you're driving down and it starts those conversations in the car. Member Peter Usley says the old mural was removed because of lead paint. It was created by 20 girls and 10 boys from Toronto High School. They found a job with something that's 6 times bigger than Mount Rushmore. Painting started yesterday and just begun next month at Prado Dam near Corona or Big Carson, KFI News.
Southland weather from KFI, morning low clouds, turning to sunny skies, highs in the upper 60s to mid 70s. Not the same for Saturday, warming up for Easter Sunday with mostly sunny skies and highs in the 70s and 80s. It's 53 in Dana Point, 58 Long Beach, 53 in Madera Ranch, 58 in Baldwin Park. We lead local in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Amy King.
After the indictment, the big media spin is all against President Trump.
Well, there is one cable news channel that says they lead the way in the real news.
That's Newsmax. Watch Newsmax for perspective that doesn't fit fake media narrative.
Now, the Newsmax poll is asking Americans if the Trump indictment is for a real crime or is it just politics?
And the Newsmax poll asks if you support Trump for president in 24.
You can vote right now.
Just text the word TURN to 39747. That's TURN to 39747. And tune into Newsmax with great hosts like Rob Schmidt, Greta Van Susteren, Eric Wallen, and a lot more.
Newsmax is on all major cable systems and streaming TV. So vote now on the Newsmax poll about the Trump indictment and his run for president. Text TURN to 39747. Make sure your voice is heard.
Hello, Miranda.
National Tuesday is coming, so I'd like to book a room for Monday, and Tuesday, and Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday too. Now your top reason to visit the room.
You have freedom of town and profit buying, April 9th.
Number 2.
The legendary wedding mission, live this Friday.
And the number 1 reason.
You can flip hundreds and add a chance to operate your Ray-Ban when you earn 500 points on your reward card, the 10th or 11th.
Miranda, good job.
The House Money Podcast helps you live a richer life by teaching you how to handle the money you have in a more thoughtful, purposeful way. Join hosts Joel and Matt for personal finance nuggets that actually make a difference in your life.
Well, the number 1 rule of cheap travel is to let the deal drive the destination. Bali, it might not be on your radar, but if the price is right, it should be. Right, yeah, when you take a tactic, it allows you to travel more because you're doing it for so much less money.
Listen to How to Money on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Traditional investments aren't so great right now. So how about investing in assets that not only hold their value, but are just outright fun to own? Have you ever wanted a Rolex but never thought you could afford one? Well, let me suggest Bob's watches. Rolex, Omega, Cartier, Tudor, and a whole lot more. They have them all. Buy, sell, or trade. There's a huge inventory of luxury watches, free overnight shipping on all orders, and a great selection of vintage Rolex watches, too. Bob's watches, the
Those things with the
online
line in
store
there.
to buy or sell modern and vintage luxury pre-owned watches. All watches are 100% authentic and independently certified. And now you get $200 off Google Bob's watches and my name, Bill Handle. Click the link at the top to get your discount automatically applied to your order. Looking to sell your luxury watch? It's fast and easy. Quote online from the watch experts Google Bob's watches and Bill Handle.
Golden Boy Christmas flowers drip. Guns N'
Tickets for the entire power trip with the VIP camping at the Safari Base Campground. All thanks to Golden Boy. Tickets are on sale now. KFI AM 640, more stimulating talk. KFI live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM 640. This is Jacob and Ron. If you've been involved in a motorcycle accident, call 844-24-JACOB. KFI AM 640.
It's just like 5,000, but isn't their project though? Was it just like derivative?
No, I think they wrote on their shoulder, and then a lot of the other ones are getting behind it, and they're offering the pregnant to the
This like this one.
From the City of Angels, Premier Networks presents Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
And welcome back to Coast. Up next, Bill Phillips joins us. His latest work is called Soul Searching. Tune into spirit and awaken your inner wisdom on Coast AM. Our cell phones are something we rely on all day, every day. And whether it's staying connected to family and friends, doing business, shopping online, it's an important part of your life, isn't it? It's just too bad the wireless companies know that too, because their charges are through the roof. This is why we're happy to tell you about Consumer Cellular. Remember that name. Where you can still get great coverage and even keep your same phone and number while saving up to half on your wireless bill. Consumer Cellular makes switching easy. Their most awarded customer service team is 100% U.S. based, and they'll bring you the highest quality of customer support. They'll tell you about flexible monthly plans that you can change up or down anytime you want, and with Consumer Cellular, you'll never be tied to a contract. Go to consumercellular.com/Nori, and for a limited time, get 25 off your wireless bill when you use promo code Nori. That's right. consumercellular.com/Nori. Use promo code Nori for $25 off.
What up, Prowl?
Fun and Adventure has returned comics and graphic novels from Marvelous Entertainment, based on the thrilling sci-fi masterpieces by Marvin Sunderland. Acclaimed comic creator Andy Fish and his team are bringing that sense of wonder and thrills in straight-on action adventures like those great old comic book stories you remember in their line.
I do. I usually pull all-nighters and sleep during the day.
Space Ranger, codename Atom Bomb, Tales of Singularity, and the kid-oriented Waggett Jr. Join them at iWaggett.com. That's iWaggett.com.
Well, I've been gifted two. So one is an angry ape, and the other is a BTFD rabbit. And I just learned. Okay, so BTFD stands for Bored to Fucking Death Rabbits, but I thought it was buy the fucking dip, like buy the dip in stock or crypto or something. So I just learned that today. So to say I'm very involved in BTFD rabbits is definitely an overstatement. I'm angry apes all the way.
I mean, I never heard about the PTFD rabbits, but I'll check it out. Yeah, I've got
And welcome back to Coast to Coast. George Story with you, back with Bill Phillips. Bill was with us 4 years ago, the psychic medium and author.
Well, it's a wonderful community, I can tell you that. And the people are really genuine and kind, and are willing to help you with really whatever you want, either online or offline. So it's definitely a good community if you want to invest in one.
He conducts individual, small and large group readings, has appeared on television and radio programs as well. Dr. Bill, Access Hollywood. Bill, welcome back. How have you done? Thanks for having me. I'm doing great. Thank you. Looking forward to this. Let's go back to the beginning. How did you become a psychic medium? That's a great question. I definitely did not seek it out. So my earlier years were very trying, and I find that with most mediums or most healers, there's usually some kind of event that happens that sort of shakes their world. For me, that happened when I was just 5 years old. My parents both struggling with their own issues, me being kidnapped back and forth, and long story short, my mom passed away when I was 14, and she came to me a few nights later, and my life was forever changed in that moment. Did it scare you when she came to you or told you? It actually didn't. It was more of a beautiful experience for me, but I didn't want to really share that with anybody because not really booked in the right way. So I kept it to myself for a while actually. I think that was the biggest obstacle for me, was just sharing my truth. When you go public in those days about these strange things, people go, what? Exactly. I actually was going, afterwards, I was in high school, I was trained to be an office singer actually, so my whole life kind of went and derailed into this work, which I'm so grateful for, but it was something that definitely chose me. I did not choose it. Do you still sing as a hobby?
Yeah.
I actually do, yeah. For the past year or so, I've been taking lessons again. And I'm loving it. I find that singing is also very grounding, and it also connects me as well. So they both go hand in hand together. Are you like Bocelli? I love Bocelli, I love Pavarotti, I love singing, all of them. Tell me about Soul Searching. Yeah, so Soul Searching really birthed during, 3 years ago when basically the world shut down, and I was guided to help people rise above the fear. And during that time, I was using meditations and just really feeling guided to help put the power back in people's hands, to show them that they are their energy first, and how that really is the threshold for the creation of their life. And so that's where soul searching came from.
And the subtitle is important too. Experience your spirit and awaken your inner vision.
Exactly. Yeah. So basically, we're all in kind of walking around on this earth, receiving data, receiving information, and connecting. Many don't know that that's happening. It's subconscious for many people, and so this book really does go deeper into the different practices to show them how to tap into that inner knowing. But beyond that, though, to tap into the other side, to find their own guidance system, to stop looking for the answers outside of themselves, and to really just go within.
Where is it within the body that we pick up this knowledge? Is it through the subconscious state or the conscious?
That's a great question, actually. I believe that it really is subconscious, and it's really a matter of tuning out the ego mind, the conscious self, the rational mind, because that's always going to want to interfere with our divine guidance. It's going to always want to be doubtful and fearful. So when we're able to really go within and quiet down that part of ourselves, that's when the magic begins to happen.
that's when the impressions start to happen. And the more that we utilize that and sort of build our own language with our higher self, with our own knowing self, then we can make better informed decisions. And we basically know that we're here for a short time to create our own version of heaven on earth.
Do we all have spirit guides, Bill, that help us out?
Oh, of course, we do. And a lot of the time, they can be people in our families as well. Like my mother is one of my biggest spirit guides. She's my biggest cheerleader. So it's not always just a random soul that you didn't know through birth. They absolutely can be those that are part of your soul group.
Well, Bill Phillips' book is called Soul Searching. His website is linked up at coasttocoastfans.com, but he's also on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube. You're all over the place.
Yeah, I'm very grateful. I am, this is something that really took storm and word of mouth happened and back in the day, and it just led me into some really incredible opportunities and moments, and it's just grateful to be of service.
You start your book with the chapter, The Child Within. Is that because of your influence?
Absolutely, yes. And I really do feel that, from our early age, regardless of what we're going through, that's when we're the most impressionable, right? And so that's when someone outside of ourselves is programming us. They're telling us what we should think and what we should feel and what we should believe. And it's not until we are, aware enough to understand what our belief is and what our opinion is, what our mind is. So the inner child, I believe, is a part of our essence, it's a part of our soul, and it all goes back down to programming. So if we're able to access that part of ourselves, we can heal, we can make different decisions, we can build a dialogue within ourselves that's a loving dialogue, that is a limitless dialogue. Many people are told when they're 4, 5, and 6 that their imaginary friend is just imaginary. So what happens is that they accept that command, and that's what becomes their reality, even though it's still dormant within them.
I had a call once many years ago of a mother who would talk about her daughter. They moved into a house, and the daughter always used to talk about her playmate, her friend, her imaginable friend. And one day she came in and said, we'll call her Louise, the friend. She said, Louise has told me that she died here. And the mother went, now this is getting a little weird, right? And she said, what do you mean she died here? He said, yes, she died here, and they buried her under the floor. And she pointed to the floor. And now the mother's really weirded out. And somehow they ended up calling a contractor to tear up the floor. I don't know why they did it, but they did. And they found the bones of the girl.
Wow. Absolutely. That happens. It happens more so than we realize, actually. So that's a great example about how we come into this world being very open to the other side and to that true part of ourselves.
Letting go, what does that mean?
Letting go is basically about surrendering, letting go of the past, not dwelling upon it. We are sort of designed in a way to have this ego mind, which does serve us as well, but it also can make us suffer too if we give it too much power. So in letting go, we're letting go of that control that it has over us.
Forgiveness. Why is that important?
Same reason, actually. Forgiveness is what allows us to let go and to be neutral within ourselves. And we carry so much pain on our hearts for acts that haven't been forgiven. And so when we're able to forgive, we're able to release the burden and release the person who hurt us or who may have damaged us.
And what do you mean by the thought transformation?
Yeah, again, going back to how we're all creating our own life right now, just subconsciously, I really do, and I live my life this way every day, but I really do believe that the dialogue that we're telling ourselves, even the words that we're speaking as well, are creating an energy around us, an orbit around us, and pulling more of that energy towards us. So it's really interesting. Even down to the music that you listen to as well. You know, you have to be very cognizant of what you're thinking, what you're feeling. And when you're able to change the dialogue within, that's when you see the changes around you take place.
If your words are negative, will that affect this?
Yeah, it does. But here's the thing, though. I find that acceptance of that is, paramount. Actually, one of the exercises in this new book is about showing you what the ego self and the spirit self looks like. So I think it's important to document, to write it out. You know, what are these negative thoughts? What are these negative voices in your head? Acknowledge them, put them out on paper, and then take a moment to flip it around, to flip the negative. When you're able to do that, you're able energy, you're able to raise yourself up to a higher level. And that level, that's just the place that when we're there, that's when our success happens. That's when our confidence is activated. That's when our connection happens. So we all have access to it, but it does take a little bit of effort to get out of the thinking.
But some people are better than others.
You know, it's for some it's just natural, you know, or for others maybe they didn't have as much trauma, you know, growing up or in their childhood. Maybe they had a really good support system around them that was positive in their environment. That makes a big difference, you know. For many people though, they didn't have that. They had the parents, you know, that were not giving them the validation, you know, or the love, or they were abandoned. Those things stick with us.
They sure do. The universe will help.
Yeah, so just going back within, you know, to understanding that we're energy first, and we're vibrating, right? And so when we allow our mind to conjure up in our imagination how limitless we actually are, how we are part of the fabric of the universe, there's an empowerment that happens there. It happens on a cellular level. And when we're able to go to that place, that's when we're able to really imprint around us the energy that we want to set forth in our lives. That's important too.
What is the gratitude frequency?
Some of my favorite ones actually in the book, I go throughout my day, I must give my gratitude or my thank you probably 1,000 times a day. And so what I wanted to do was create a visualization for this, something that would really inspire the reader to show them how that looks on the inside. Because I live my life energetically, I thought how beautiful than to put gold energy into this, to infuse that part of ourselves. So for every deposit of our gratitude, we're making that deposit. And those deposits add up over time. They change our frequency. And of course, brain. It absolutely is. You know, we all have access to that too. And I love to begin my day with prayer, you know, praying it forward. How can I positively affect someone throughout my day? So my intention and my prayer is always, please help me leave people better than they were before. You know, it's all about just going back within your dialogue. And we're all here to be of service. You know, if you're a dentist, if you're a doctor, if you're a medium or a musician, we're all here to inspire people and to heal them with our unique gifts and abilities.
Life sometimes takes strange twists. Yet you believe that loving life's challenges is important.
I do, yeah, I do, because it all goes back to such a negative, you know, and see, when we're able to see life from a higher spiritual perspective, then we're able to see that nothing is being done to us. We're here in this earth school right now. We're here to learn lessons. We're here to evolve. And so if we're able to look at our challenges in that way, it just definitely flips our awareness of it. And it allows us to operate more so from our higher self, from our all-knowing intuitive self, versus that wants to kind of stay safe in the ego space. That's what our
I want our pictures to be done this way.
So it's always just a different and a higher perspective.
So what is the soul?
Okay, kid.
What is it?
This is what bitches want to see when they see you.
Our soul
Alright,
is our
then,
essence, it's our light in this world, it's in this universe.
Retard
And
himself with those
I also
glasses.
believe that we're all connected as one on a soul level.
The spiritual web. What is that?
Great. The spiritual web is basically taking it one step further. So, just having everyone understand that they have the system around them. I thought what came to me actually from spirit was this web concept of how we're all interconnected together, and that interconnectedness is, with the living as well, but also the karmic with our loved ones, our angels, our guides, our ascended masters, everyone that makes up the committee around us, and we are tied into that here. They're influencing us here. And so when we're able to feel that connection to that web, it takes away the illusion that we're alone, because we're never alone.
Setting the intention. That's important, isn't it?
I believe that our life is a big intention, and I believe that our intention is one of our biggest superpowers as well. It's very underutilized, so it just takes a minute or less than that actually to go within and to just see what you want to achieve, to feel the feeling that you want to feel in those moments, and kind of throwing them out like breadcrumbs in front of you to have that inspiration to experience that energy vibration.
So why are mantras so important?
I love mantras. This goes back to my music background as well, but I believe that there's something really, really powerful with vibration. I learned about this when I was at the conservatory as well, and utilizing the chakra system with different vowels and different sounds. And when we're able to focus on a mantra, whether it be in Sanskrit, whether it just be a spoken word, we're giving all of our energy and all of our intention to that sound vibration. And within that vibration, we're able to manipulate the energy around us. So let's just say someone's having a bad day, they're going through a breakup or something like that. They're able to utilize the mantra to change the energy around them. And it is really powerful. I do it every day. I wish everyone would do it, actually. It's super, super, super powerful.
Absolutely. Interesting. It's a lesson and a lesson in trust.
Again, we're all designed to be intuitive. We're all intuitive. I like to actually refer to the word of channel, even versus the word psychic or medium. We're all channels, basically, for energy. And when we trust it, it's like riding the bike, trusting with language. We're able to lean into that feeling more, and we're able to utilize it for ourselves. And one of the stories that I give actually in that chapter is back, this was probably 7 years or so ago. I was selling a house, buying another one, and I sort of freaked my realtor out because I told him who was going to buy our previous house.
Is that just her face?
I had said, yeah, I'm seeing a red-haired girl who's single, her dad's going to help her buy the house. It all ended up, and then after that happened, I was able to go with him and ask Spirit, okay, please show me what I need to secure this house. And there was a bidding war with 10 other people for the property. And the number that I gave secured us the house down to the dollar. So it all goes down to trusting in the moment what you're receiving, not doubting it, not allowing that rational part of yourself to interfere.
When we come back into the bill, we'll talk about why cutting cords is important, and then grief, where does that fit into this? We're with Bill Phillips. His book is called Soul Searching. His website is his name, linked up at coasttocoastband.com. And if you're on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube, as many of you are, he's all over the place as well. We'll have post some links for you there as well. So we'll come back in a moment with Bill Phillips on Coast to Coast Day.
Get daily show updates right to your inbox for free with the Coast Zone newsletter. Sign up today at coasttocoastam.com.
I make a collection of repost figured out the way. I make a collection of around the globe. And it shows that the ones that are black, those people can still accept my offer to that right. Because anyway, accept my offer that. Yeah, and it's red.
That's ridiculous. I remember I bought a poster last job last year, and I tried to use it on OpenSea, and it wouldn't let me because there was a flag on
In the
OpenSea.
KFI 24-hour newsroom, a stabbing on the metro heading to MacArthur Park. According to police, the victim was stabbed multiple times in the back, neck, and torso. He was conscious and breathing when officers arrived. The suspect got away. This was the second stabbing on a metro train yesterday and the third so far this week. An antibiotic bacteria has been found in LA County. Health officials say the super bacteria was found by a USC professor and his team at 2 wastewater facilities in LA County. They say antibiotics are completely ineffective against it. Nearly 3,000 potholes reported in LA in January alone. Now there's a task force to get them identified and filled. Mayor Karen Bass's team driving around the city searching for potholes and getting them fixed. You can also dial up 311 from your cell phone to report potholes. Stop by weather from KFI. Sunny warm today, highs in the low to mid 70s. Right now it's 58 in Irvine, 56 for Costa Mesa, 57 in Studio City, and 53 in New Hall. Really local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennis.
In Costa Mesa, there is a full freeway closure, 5 northbound from the 73 to Fairview. All lanes are going to be shut down for road work until 5. In Sherman Oaks, this is on the 101 northbound at Sepulveda Boulevard. We have a car on fire. That's out of lanes and on the right shoulder. You're seeing some looky-loo delays as you approach. Montebello, there's a work zone 60 eastbound from Finley to Rosemead Boulevard. 3 right lanes are going to be shut down for road work. KFI, the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Brian Van.
The House Money Podcast helps you live a richer life. They teach you how to handle the money you have in a more thoughtful, purposeful way. Join hosts Joel and Matt for personal finance nuggets that actually make a difference in your life.
The number one rule of cheap travel is to let the deal drive the destination. Bali, it might not be on your radar, but if the price is right, it should be. Right, where you take the time ticket allows you to travel doing it for much money.
Listen to How to Money on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, it's Steve. Here's what you can always wanted from your home. Safe and delicious drinking water from every tap. A light source whole house water system removes 99% of chlorine and other contaminants for delicious water and softer skin and hair. No maintenance, no salt. And now on approved credit, own a light source system for as low as $75 a month. Call Light Source today at 800-803-2696. 800-803-2696 or visit lightsourcewater.com. Games live from the Hayes bedroom. It's another eventful night for us. It sure is. Ron Speed has been struggling with his defense. His wife Michelle is trying to save the rain. Michelle throws an elbow. He's leaning on the couch. Speed should get inspired. Absolutely, Bruce. Inspires a sleep apnea treatment that gives comfortable, restful sleep with the click of a remote. There's no mask and no help. Just learn more at inspiresleep.com.
Inspire is not for everyone. Talk to your doctor to see if it's right for you and review important safety information at inspiresleep.com.
Are you feeling the stress of a car accident? Let Jacoby and Myers take the wheel and steer you towards the compensation you deserve. 93% of crash victims who used a lawyer said they'd do it again. And with Jacoby and Myers, you'll get the best of both worlds. Our legal expertise and a hassle-free experience. Don't just take our word for it. See for yourself what over 50 years of experience can do for you. Call Jacoby and Myers. Justice for you since 1972. KFI AM 640. More stimulating talk. KFI AM 640. KFI AM 640. KFI AM 640. More stimulating talk. KFI live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Hey Jude, don't make it take us back home and make it better. We have to let it be our fault. And we can start to make it better. Hey Jude, don't be afraid. You were made to go out and get her.
You're listening to Coast AM with George Norrie.
Our special guest, Bill Phillips. We're going to take calls with Bill next hour. He will take questions about his psychic work, and also he will do somewhat of readings in a limited way. All you need from you is a specific question about your job, and things like that, and he'll run with it. He prefers not to do mediumship questions, so make sure you are well aware of that. Gina Salvati and for Tom Danheiser, who's getting things ready for our Beyond Belief tapings this weekend. Gina, you head up the Whole Life Times digital magazine.
I sure do, George, and we'd love to give the listeners a free digital copy.
Let's do it. How do you do it?
Very easy. Anyone can email me at Gina, Gina, at wholelifemagazine.com.
And of course, you also will take a text message to send it to people.
We sure do. You just text the word Whole Life, that's all one word with the W, Whole Life, to 42828.
Simple as that. And what's the website again?
Well, the email is Gina, Gina, at wholelifemagazine.com.
Can we see it online at all?
They'd have to email me first.
Okay, very good. Thanks, Gina.
Thank you, George.
ParanormalDay.com keeps cruising along. 728 people to go. They get 159,000 signed up members. At ParanormalDay.com. At ParanormalDay.com. You meet the most fantastic people. I'm Tom.
Hi. How so?
Well, I'm into UFOs, ghosts, aliens, Bigfoot, conspiracy theories, the paranormal, just that kind of stuff. But you seem to find anyone who fits.
Nice to meet you, Tom. I gotta go.
Okay, guess that's not your cup of tea. Are you sure?
Very. Good luck with that.
Can't meet anyone when I'm out. I really can't find a website for my unique interest. What is there to do? Have you thought about ParanormalDay.com? What? Who are you? I'm a paranormal matchmaker, and it's ParanormalDay.com. It's a website for people looking for people like them. Stuff you like, remember? I'll give it a try. Well, let's try this again. I'm Tom.
Hey, I'm Deb. Your profile on paranormal.com was very interesting. So you really saw a UFO?
Well, yeah. It was so intense. But not as intense as me and you.
Alien taking for it, but I kind of like it.
Wow, this ParanormalDay.com thing really works. Maybe ParanormalDay.com is for you. People with an interest in things they hear on George's show find their match daily. So if you're looking for that special someone with an interest in UFOs, ghosts, aliens, Bigfoot, conspiracy theories, and of course the paranormal, come to the dating site inspired by George Norrie. It's always free to search. And if you decide to upgrade to our amazing new features, use promo code George for a great discount. ParanormalDay.com. You are not alone. If you want to improve your abilities, you need a Mattress X. The Mattress X can improve your marksmanship dramatically, must have for every responsible gun owner. And the Mattress X is a high-tech, easy-to-use system used extensively, for example, by the military to improve their aim quickly, giving them the confidence to protect. You attach the Mattress X to your firearm, remove connection, and connect it with an app on your smartphone or tablet via Bluetooth. What it does is it gives you instant feedback on what you're doing right, what you're doing wrong, and how to correct that technique. The Mattress X is like a firearms instructor in your pocket. 94% of them improve within 20 minutes using Mattress X, and the best part is you can use this at home. People in the best in the world do what is called dry fire practice at home. And the Mattress X is the best way to train them. No driving to the range, spending money on range fees and ammo. You save a lot of money and improve yourself. Start improving by getting your mattress at mattressx.com. Mattress, MANTISX.com. Tax season can be taxing on your identity because all your personal information is all in one place, getting emailed, shared, and possibly exposed to identity thieves. Tax forms can be like one-stop shops for ID thieves, which means it can be dangerous and easy to steal your identity. Protection against identity theft is easier with LifeLock by Norton. LifeLock by Norton helps monitor your info and alerts you to potential identity threats. But if you do become a victim, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it during tax season and beyond. No one can prevent all identity theft and monitor all transactions at all businesses. But you can make sure your identity theft protection starts here. Join LifeLock today. Save up to 25% off your first year. Call 1-800-LifeLock or go to lifelock.com and use promo code George. That's lifelock.com. Use promo code George to save 25% off. lifelock.com.
Yeah, pretty good. Queen kind of stuck me into this space because they were
Hey,
talking
welcome
about
back. George Noy on with Bill Phillips. We're talking about his latest work called Soul Searching. Bill, what do you mean by cutting cords?
Yeah, it's a great question. You know, we're all connected energetically, down to the increment of even over the phone lines as well. So, you know, we've all experienced moments before where we've either been at the grocery store on the phone with somebody and had a really just bad feeling afterwards, you know, energetically. That's how those cords work, and they exist throughout the whole world and also, you know, the whole universe. So we have to be aware of those cords, and we have to realize that sometimes when we're feeling a certain way, and that's not, you know, who we actually are, we're feeling low or we're feeling depressed or something, it's not always us. We're feeling other people around us. So going back to having that awareness and being able to actually cut the cords, visualizing them being destroyed basically, that goes a long way. And it all goes back again to the intention, to the visualization. That those cords can connect to even, you know, tables and cars and anything that has energy that's vibrating around us. So it's super important to daily clear those cords so you're not basically taking everyone's stuff with you throughout your life.
And what do you mean by grief is love?
Yeah, this is a good one. So I believe that grief is one of those energies that connects us all. We all go through it at some point in our life. And I believe that it's the price of love. It's what we feel. It's an accumulation of so much love together in our hearts that it's overwhelming. So that grief is something that I believe is just a form of love that is supposed to break free from us.
Sometimes grief still hurts so much, though. It's very difficult to move on. What do you do about it?
That's a great question as well. You know, I think that the best thing to do is to be patient with yourself through that process. Also, connect with people around as well. You know, we all go through our own hibernation period when we're grieving. That's just a normal cycle that. At the end of the day, though, to know that that grief is what connects every single one of us, it helps take away that feeling of being alone or knowing that, you know, there's someone else that has been through what I have been through. And that's what connects us. And that's also what makes people want to help as well. There's always so much assistance and so much help available. When someone sees someone grieving, what do they want to do? They want to be of service. They want to console them. They want to give them that love because intuitively they know that to be their truest nature.
Now you have a set of tactics that you offer in the book called Cutting Cords to protect your energy boundaries. What is that?
Yeah, so that's one of the exercises. And basically what it is going into meditation, calling upon Archangel Michael, but this can be different for anyone who does the exercise, though. And visualizing those cords coming from the solar plexus, and just asking for assistance in severing the cords that do not serve us for our highest good around us. So this could have been also from a, you know, abusive partner from 5 years ago that's still lingering in her energy core. So just to kind of be aware of it and to
know that when you call upon that assistance, it's available to all of us. When we cut the cord, that's when we're also able to liberate our souls and to liberate ourselves.
Still, should we run away from toxic people?
You know, it really depends on the situation. I believe in boundaries, of course, and throughout my life, I've had to create a lot of strong boundaries with people that were not of, you know, the most positive intentions. So, running away is, I believe, sometimes imperative when the person is not wanting to save themselves or get the help that they need. If they're continuing the pattern and there's a cycle of that, there is a point where the door will close, and we have to accept that.
You're a psychic, but you also come across as a counselor. Tell me about it.
Really, a lot of people actually, express this comment to me, that this compassionate part of myself, and I believe, because of what I've been through throughout my life and the struggles that I've been through, the trauma, that I am the perfect person to be a messenger, because I know firsthand what it's like to grieve and to hurt and to suffer, but to also how to transform that energy.
Tell me more about it.
Yeah. So, growing up, right, I was basically homeless and all over the place, and I had a lot of,
really homeless?
I was really homeless, yeah. So when I was sick, my mom, we were escaping a bad situation, took me to New York. We were in hiding there for a while, and there was definitely chunks of time there where I went to the church to get food. I didn't have a home to call my own. We were
6 years old?
yeah, yeah. Exactly. So the fact that I survived that, I believe in itself is a testament that if I could survive that, anyone could survive that.
You must be internally tough. My God.
I always go back to this. I was protected by the light of spirit. And that's something that for me was, I didn't know what to label it as a 6-year-old or as a 7-year-old, but as the years went on, whenever I was going through something traumatic like that, I just sort of envisioned myself and felt the comfort of that light around me. And lo and behold, that light is spirit.
Tell us more about spirit, by the way. What do you think spirit is?
Mm-hmm. I believe that spirit is who you are, who I am. It's the essence of our soul, basically. And we come here to learn these lessons in physical form. So we're here basically in a school, or playing a role, for lack of a better word, for a very short time, and we're here to transcend. We're here to evolve. And how do we do that? We have to learn how to forgive when we're here. We have to learn how to let go. We have to learn how to love ourselves unconditionally. That's why we're here in the first place, is to learn how that love to connect us soul to soul, spirit to spirit, throughout eternity.
Do you see a difference between meditation and prayer?
Absolutely. I mean, they're both very, very, very useful, but I believe that prayer is basically talking and meditation is receiving, and those two, go hand in hand together. So we're built to use both of those methods, actually. So when we're tuned in and we're inspired, or we're in prayer, we're in our prayer voice, for lack of a better word, we're able to go to a different place within ourselves, our all-knowing self. And then when we're able to kind of quiet it down and just be in that loving space of energy, we're able to receive the energy that we need to fill us up. We're also able to receive the guidance that we need as well.
Give us an example of someone who may have come to you with an issue and how you got them happy again.
A lot of people come to me to connect with those that have crossed over, but I also work with people that are, business executives and very successful people around the world as well. So I treat everyone equally when I work with them, but a lot of times it's coming to me wanting to know the answers, what's coming up for them. Can I give them some kind of input or energy sort of forecast ahead of what to expect? So a lot of times people will come in, they will either, take notes or record their sessions, and that will stay with them for a while actually. And it's reminding me, I had a client that I saw a few weeks ago that I saw 12 years ago actually, and when I had read for her, one of the messages was about her having unfinished business in Hawaii. At the time, she thought it was crazy. There was nothing on the radar with Hawaii at all. But lo and behold, about 2 years later, she moved to Hawaii and bought a property there. And she was there for about 5 years, and she came back and she told me, you know what, Bill, you were so right. I did have unfinished business there. I had no idea at the time, but it all made sense a couple of years later. So there's no time or space within this world, in my opinion. Nothing is linked that way. Nothing is linear that way. So when someone goes in for a reading, they have to sort of be open to that process of knowing that these puzzle pieces or these shards, so to speak, are being given in the moment to basically lead to a bigger picture in time.
What do you recommend people do to start getting into this? What are some of the first things they should do?
You getting into their own connection?
Yeah.
Yeah, so the first thing I would do, I know it sounds so cliche, but it's just a matter of sitting in stillness, sitting in prayer, sitting in meditation, going beyond your chatterbox of thoughts in your head. Once you're able to transcend above that and sort of view it as the observer, then you're into this awareness. And that awareness is paramount for connecting to spirit, for connecting to your higher self, and for getting that guidance. But it just requires you to kind of vibrate a little bit higher than what you're experiencing in the physical sense.
And it works?
Absolutely, yes. I've been very blessed to teach around the country as well to show people how to tap into this themselves. And a lot of times when they have that initial aha moment, it's so simple to them. It's something that in their minds they're like, oh, I thought I was just making that up. It was so easy. But that's how it works. So at first, when you're learning to trust it, because your connection comes through your imagination. That's the threshold for spirit, for everything. And so when you're able to give your focus to that and trust it, that's when that guidance shines through. And it really, really, really deeply changes people when they accept that as their truth.
Well, if Joe Phillips is going to take calls next hour with him, he'll do some psychic readings for you, or if you have just a general question about the psychic world, fire away as you know. Lots of people are interested in the psychic realm.
Oh, yeah. I think the reason is because everyone feels a pull to it because they know that they themselves have a connection as well. And I think that right now, too, people are awakening to this. They have been for a while, but through, even social media and just different ways of communication, they're seeing different people out in the world, too, and that's inspiring as well. And so there sort of intuitive knowing going on right now on the planet.
So once you read the book, Soul Searching, what do you expect them to get out?
I expect them to basically, first and foremost, to live a life of peace, first and foremost, because when we're in that peaceful state, that's when we're able to recognize these synchronicities, these miracles. That's when we're able to connect with people. But, each chapter is designed in a way through these different practices to take them deeper within themselves. And when they go deeper within themselves, they're able to rise above that pattern. They're able to see the reality of what is.
Have you seen people like emotionally break down after some of these things that have happened for them?
Well, definitely in readings for sure, especially when I'm, channeling in front of audiences or things like that. Absolutely. When there's this concrete, validation and information being given that just speaks to their heart, that in itself shows them that they're not crazy, first of all, because a lot of times they need to be validated that what they're experiencing is true and real. And once they accept that, then they're not a prisoner in their heads any longer. They know that they're channeling basically. That is the first step in your empowerment, is accepting what is.
Still, of the many chapters that we buzzed through, is there any one that you think is particularly more important than the others?
Yeah, that's a really great question, George. I'm going to say that, again, going back to my favorite chapter in the book, or one of them actually, the gratitude frequency. The reason that I believe it's so important is because most people already have access to how to live life that way. We all have something to be grateful for. It's very simplistic. And when you're able to think of life in terms that way, simply, and just in the moment, presently, when you're grateful, just for right now, the air that you're breathing, for example, that also in itself brings you to that place of awareness. So something as simple as gratitude can be life-changing.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It's remarkable, wasn't it?
Oh, what? It really is, and it really shows you the more that we're aware of how powerful that is, then we don't want to go back to the other way that we once were. You can't go back. You can only go forward. And what I find is that, once people have these awakenings too, and they see this to be true and real, they want to share that wisdom as well with people around them. So my intention is that this will sort of be something that will be spread around, and because it will inspire someone, that person themselves will want to pay it forward and inspire somebody else.
We're going to take a short break and then come back with Bill Phillips and take phone calls for one who'll do quick psychic readings for you, asking a specific question, or if you have a question about the psychic realm, jump aboard with that too.
Find out more about tonight's guest. Log on to picoftheday.com.
That was my entrance section. They're actually displaying the characters from DC, from Warner Bros. And from Disney, DC, and Warner Bros. So I'm working on those characters, which are lovers, and I'm putting, like animations for whatever the purpose is. Like they run like 20 seconds, 15 seconds, etc. So
You locked your cat up the street?
Why? Right up there. He's scared to come down.
Hang on, I'll get him for you.
Be careful, mister.
Thanks, kid. Here you go.
Where did you come from? And where's your knife and tape?
What? Oh, no, your mom and dad called us to clean out your cellar drain.
What?
They were up a tree, too.
Really?
Your tree was really clogged, backing up, and we have to stop that nasty stuff from invading your bathroom.
So you're a hero?
Try to be, every day. We're rooter heroes.
Wow.
We make sure you live in a safe, clean house. So long.
Thanks for asking, George.
It's what a hero does.
If you have a project, call your hero plumbing and air. Go online at riverheroes.com.
I've been asked 1,000 times, you plan on becoming the largest injury law firm in the world, and the answer is no. When I started, there were just 2 of us. Today, Morgan & Morgan has almost 300 lawyers alone. No injury firm in the country is anywhere close to that. We set out to be focused on our clients and to have a commitment to trying cases and winning. And when you have those results in file, you're able to settle most of your cases quickly and fairly. Reputation matters. We grew like this because we worked hard, and so many former clients referred family and friends. And what I believe is the main reason is we deliver for our clients a lot. Hard work and client satisfaction was our plan. It worked. Hope is not a plan. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
KFI, AM 640. Spring is here, and we get so excited we wet our plants. Catch up. First of the season.
Los Angeles, Orange County, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Stolen insulin in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A porch pirate in Lake Elsinore has stolen a 7-year-old girl's insulin. The family's ring video doorbell caught the thief in action. Police are on it. The latest threat map of California shows more of the state. Threat monitor says reservoirs are filling up. The snowpack is high. Current snowpack depth in Northern California is 189% of normal. Now officials are watching melting snow and runoff. They say flooding will be an issue as the warmer weather sets in. A former Motel 6 in Whittier will be turned into homeless housing. LA County bought the property in 2020. They used it as emergency shelter during the pandemic. The building is now being refurbished and will be ready for tenants by the end of next year. 4 ducklings have been rescued from a storm drain in Riverside. The mama and her 10 babies were crossing the street when one fell into the storm drain. 3 more also fell in. Animal Control rescued the ducklings, reunited them with mama. The new IRS commissioner says they're reducing audits. Mark Mayfield has more.
Danny Werfel unveiled the agency's plan to use $80 billion in funding from the Inflation Reduction Act over the next decade. The Democrats' legislation aims to support the IRS with stricter rules on tax fraud, as well as boosting good service to taxpayers. He said the agency is taking a new wave of audits off the table for those who get W-2s, Social Security payments, or have a small business.
LA County is recruiting mental health workers. The workers will be part of a response team designed to help with the homeless. They're offering incentives like signing bonuses, student loan forgiveness, and flexible scheduling. Happy Passover, happy Good Friday, and happy National Beer Day. Down hit 70. Right now it's 55 in Fountain Valley. Mission Viejo has 52. It's 55 in San Dimas and 55 in Northridge. We lead local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennis.
It puts the Mid South. There is a full freeway closure, 405 North Mountain with 73 to Fairview. All lanes are shut down for road work until 5. In Sherman Oaks, this is on the 101 northbound at the 405. Plan approved for taking up the right lane, your traffic flow from Van Nuys Boulevard. Montebello, there is a south from Finley to Rosemead Boulevard. 3 right lanes are going to be shut down for road work until 6. KFI and the Sky Hope get you there fast for a Friday. The big media spin is all against President Trump. Well, there's one cable news channel that says they lead the way in the real news. That's Newsmax. Watch Newsmax for perspective that doesn't fit fake media's narrative. Now, the Newsmax poll is asking Americans if the Trump indictment is for a real crime or is it just politics. And the Newsmax poll asks if you support Trump for president in 24. You can vote right now. Just text the word turn to 39747. Next turn to 39747. It takes just a minute. And tune into Newsmax with great hosts like Rob Schmidt, Greta Van Susteren, Eric Bolling, and a lot more. Newsmax is on all major cable systems and streaming TV. So vote now on the Newsmax poll about the Trump indictment and his run for president. Text turn to 39747. Make sure your voice is heard. Hello, Rolando. National Tuesday is coming, so I'd like to book a room for Monday, and Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, or Sunday too. Now I just can't wait to visit the room. Number 2,
The legendary William Mickey live this Friday.
and the number 1 reason.
It's a quick fundraiser and a chance to help Mr. Raven. You will earn 500 on your award cup September 11th.
Rolando, good time.
The House Money Podcast helps you live a richer life by teaching you how to handle the money you have in a more thoughtful, purposeful way. Join hosts Joel and Matt for personal finance nuggets that actually make a difference in your life.
Well, the number 1 rule to travel is to let the deal drive the destination. Bali, it might not be on your radar, but if the price is right, it should be. Right, so take a tactic that allows you to travel more and you're doing it for so much less money.
Listen to How to Money on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast.
Your traditional investments aren't so great right now. So how about investing in assets that not only hold their value, but are just outright fun to own? Have you ever wanted a Rolex and never thought you could afford one? Well, let me suggest watches. Rolex, Omega, Cartier, Tudor, and a whole lot more. They have them all. buy, sell, or trade. They have a huge inventory of luxury watches, free overnight shipping on all orders, and a great selection of vintage Rolex watches too. Bob's Watches, the trusted online store to buy or sell modern and vintage luxury pre-owned watches, and all watches are 100% authentic and independently certified. And now you get $200 off Google Bob's Watches and my name, Bill Handle. Click the link at the top to get discounts automatically applied to your order. Looking to sell your luxury watch? It's fast and easy. Go online to the watch experts, Google Bob's Watches and Bill Handle. A minimum of 5 years in a lock-up, secure location where you are guaranteed to be sodomized 19 times a day. That is what should be given to people who vandalize national parks. Okay, maybe we're going to rethink this one. What do you think, huh, George? Bill Handle. Hey, if you know the name of the guy, why haven't you reported it? Live 6 to 9 a.m. on 4 o'clock and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. This is Jacob and Ronnie. If you've been in an accident, call 844-24-JACOB. KFI, AM 640.
Just start this lady so you can see all the
He's swimming.
yes, big stuff coming. Just as they do. Probably angry might be in that podcast or whichever PFP in his lair. Dion can make it happen. He's got the magic.
To talk to George Miller, call the wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from each of the lines, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies toll-free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George 97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
All right, this is the Magical Hour. We'll take your calls with Bill Phillips. He will do a psychic reading on you if you want. Ask questions about your career, your relationship, whatever you want there. Or if you have a specific question about the psychic realm, do that as well. Have you ever wondered if we're alone in the vastness of the universe? Marvelous Entertainment has released the newest in science fiction that specifically deals with this incredible question. Marvin Sunderland is the certified film director, science fiction genius, Army veteran, mechanic, video game developer, and web developer, and author of the sci-fi novels that include a 7-novel masterpiece, bringing out the best of your imagination. Simply journey with Sergeant Waggett in search of a crashed alien spaceship. Embrace yourself because there's a war underway. Be careful. Sergeant Waggett promises to take your imagination to simply marvelous heights. Get 20% off the entire 7-novel series and all future graphic novels when you enter coupon code Coast to Coast, all lowercase, at marvelous.com. That's marvelous.com. marvelous.com.
What if you could build a 6-figure retirement income with almost half the money saved? You heard that right. Get a discount on your retirement, saving a 6-figure income with 40% less than traditional 401ks and mutual funds. Hi, I'm Greg Kitchen, best-selling author and star in a new Hollywood documentary called The Baby Boomer Lunch. In this film, economists and Nobel Prize-winning PhDs from Wharton, MIT, and Stanford share a strange concept I call the retirement discount. It gives you more retirement income with the same dollars saved, and your money is never at risk if the market crashes. That's right. If the market crashes 30%, you lose nothing. Even people who are off track have shifted money to this new strategy because it increases their retirement income, or can allow them to stop working years sooner. So if you're over 50 and want a bigger, better retirement with less money, call to get a free copy of this brand new movie, The Baby Boomer Dilemma, at 1-800-506-2020. This is a $30 value, but when you call today, you'll get it completely free, plus 2 hours of bonus behind-the-scenes footage. I'll even cover shipping and handling, no credit card required. So don't delay, call right now, 1-800-506-2020. That's 1-800-506-2020, 1-800-506-2020.
And welcome back, George Norrie, along with Bill Phillips. Bill, can a human be born without a soul?
I don't believe so.
That would be an interesting story, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would, absolutely.
The soul is one, but they're always attached. What do you think of reincarnation?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I believe we've been here many times before, and like that story that you were sharing earlier, it's a true testament actually to how that works, you know. So I believe that many of the lessons that we're learning now are lessons that we didn't fully learn in the past, actually, too, and that we're just traveling together in these soul groups, lifetime to lifetime.
Does it take time to learn these techniques that we've been talking about tonight?
Not too long. Perfect, and daily repetition is really what it comes down to. It's like brushing your teeth, you know?
It's important.
Yeah.
We can do it. We're like a dentist.
You might say so.
Where do you take this next for yourself?
You mean with my teachings and with what I'm doing?
Yeah.
You know, right now, I'm super busy. I have a really beautiful life of basically working with people every day. And the word has spread a lot, actually, that my wait list now is well over 2 years in advance working with people. So I do readings daily, I travel, I do audience readings, I do teaching. My whole purpose here is to really put the power back into people's hands, that they too have their own way of connecting.
Did you say you have a 2-year waiting list?
Yeah, it's well over 2 years right now, yeah.
How long do your sessions last?
They're about an hour.
So you've got people waiting for 2 years for this?
Yeah.
Can you speed things up a little bit, Norm?
I'm trying my best, you know, but honestly, it's a wonderful responsibility, and I take it very seriously.
How many do you do a day?
It really depends. As I'm getting a little bit older now, I tend to do, 3 to 4 a day, depending on how I'm feeling.
That's remarkable.
Yeah.
Well, let's take some calls. Lining up here for you.
Yeah.
Next up, let's go to Cheryl in Washington, Missouri. Take it away. Hi, Cheryl.
Hey, Sarah.
Hi, Cheryl.
Hi, Sarah. Hi.
Okay, well, I tell you what, this is amazing. I think that that's a lot of the time that we come and go to the house. I wanted to ask you, what are the affirmations of the location? What's the practice? How's the person define that? Spirituality.
What do you do, the affirmation?
That's something huge.
Let's have a hearing, my love. You want to know about affirmations?
Just saying,
Okay, so basically an affirmation, this is a great question actually. On your path, you have to sort of put a wrench in the things within your subconscious mind to vibrate it at a different frequency. So the affirmations are super important, but I would encourage you to do things that were shorter in duration. So you don't have to have a whole, novel as an affirmation. It could be something as simple as the word success, or as simple as the word, love. It doesn't have to be this humongous, long-winded type of situation.
Next up, let's go to Randy, truck driving in Florida. Welcome to the show. Hey, Randy, go ahead.
Hey, thanks for the call. Hello, Bill. Hi, Randy.
So my question is,
Do you see anybody coming into my life as far as a relationship? I ain't got to be lonely all the time.
You know, that's a great question. I did immediately that the past 2 years have been a very big up and down situation within that of having to let go of the past, actually. And I also feel too that that relationship comes with your mood. And I definitely see that the mood is on the horizon for you. I'm not sure if you were discussing this recently, but they're wanting you to talk about telling you to kind of open the door for this. So I definitely get a connection with the move happening for you, bringing in the opportunity to have that meaningful relationship.
Is his profession sometimes be tough because of the fact that he's driving all over the country?
You know, I don't think there's any limits to it, to be honest. When people are meant to meet, they will meet. And, this could be anywhere. But I feel like right now this has to do with him, with reading the past relationship to make a space for a new one.
He's got to do that first.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Good luck. Thanks, Randy. Lisa in Astoria, New York is with us next. Hi, Lisa. Go ahead.
Hi, George. Hi, Bill.
Hi, Lisa.
Hi. So my dad passed 20 years ago. It'll be 20 years later this month. And we were very close. And I never felt him around me. I always wanted to. And I never did it except for one time when I was very, very distraught, crying my heart out. And I felt him there telling me, don't give up, just over and over again. I kept, hearing that. But then last year, I met someone and knew him for a very short time, just like 3 months, and he passed. And I feel him around me every day. And I'm just wondering, am I starting to get more and that's starting to develop for me? And is it something that I should, try to get more in touch with?
Absolutely. The fact that you're having this sensation is a very positive sign. Who has an addiction connected to you?
Addiction?
Yeah. Who has some addiction? Who either was the heavy drinker, the heavy smoker, who did not take care of himself?
Well, my brother drank a lot. He had a bad accident that he needed a blood transfusion and he got hepatitis because of that.
Okay.
So he didn't really die of an addiction. He did drink quite a bit.
Yeah, I definitely have a male around you who's wanting you to say he's a healthier version of himself too. He's like throwing the bottle of Jack at me. Whenever they do that, it's their way of trying to say they've kicked the habit, they're the healthier version. He's also showing me, thank you, the month of August as being significant. He's showing me my mom's death anniversary, August the 14th. So I think there's something either August related that he's wanting you to validate to you. That could be like a birthday anniversary or passing, something along those lines. But to answer your question though, about the signs too, they're wanting you to talk about your smoke detectors in your house actually. So the next time you hear them beeping and there's no smoke around, say hi to them.
Change those batteries, right?
Absolutely.
All right. Thanks, Lisa. Appreciate you being part of the program. What has been one of the most gut-wrenching calls you've ever gotten when you do this?
Oh, I had someone actually during an audience reading. It wasn't over the phone, but it was a situation where her son was unfortunately murdered by his father, and it was a murder-suicide. Whenever I am in that space when I'm connecting with someone who has lost someone tragically like that, it really is top on my heart because talk about the grief. There's just so much pain on the living. So a lot of times it's when souls pass, when it's through murder or something along those lines.
You appeared on the Dr. Phil show. What was that like for you?
Oh, it was exhilarating. It was fast-paced. It was truly amazing to spread the message as far as possible. And actually, the person that I had read for on the show, she kept in touch with me over the years, and she got she actually improved her life, and her life situation changed for the positive, and that was the guidance that I had given to her actually at the time. So I was very happy to see her progress after we were done.
I did a television program called Beyond Belief, and the head producer of the show was a former producer of Dr. Phil.
Oh, really?
Small world, huh?
Oh, it totally is. Yes.
Indeed, indeed. Next up, let's go to Joe, Long Island, New York. Hey, Joseph, go ahead.
Hey, Bill, great presentation. It's interesting this week. I'm listening to a book, Boundaries, 4 years old by Cook and Bella. Really enjoying the book.
You like it? That's good.
Yeah. On your book, Soul Searching, you had mentioned earlier about people making different decisions. And, there's that mantra that people just keep, circling and going in circles, but where you're kind of appraising maybe how you spend your time and things like that? Or is it sometimes people just want to know the outcome and the chance and then they just don't make the move? And even with gratitude you were mentioning, do you think sometimes do you keep that simple, or do you fill in with more descriptions of that gratitude, more adjectives on that gratitude? And one strange thing too is, like I was thinking of in terms of psychic, is one of my friends went to Paris with his wife, and he met somebody new, from here, that he had no idea, like on the streets of Paris. That to me is strange.
Well, it all goes back to free will. And so when you're asking about gratitude and just, how to structure that, I always think that less is more. Simplistic is better. But it's always going to be unique to each person. And I really feel, to answer your question, that nothing is set in stone in this world. We are truly, completely co-creating. So everything comes down to our actions and our intentions, and it all comes down to our free choice.
And in the book, Bill, where do people get it?
They can get it on Amazon, Barnes & Noble. It should be pretty much around at any major bookseller right now.
Scott is with us in Costa Mesa, California, west of the Rockies. Hey, Scotty, go ahead.
Hey, guys. Yeah, well, I'm having a little bit of a hard day tonight because my father just passed at 9 o'clock California time.
Tonight?
Well, yeah.
Oh, my gosh, Scott. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, he's 95 and a half, and he had a little bit of dementia, and but I've always lived in gratitude, and I'm swimming in love and all that, but I'm also grateful to be sad, because of being sad means you're missing what was good, and I'm just wondering if you can have a from someone who has passed so recently.
That's a really good question. I that have transitioned, usually under 2 years newbies to the process. But the fact that it happened like today, that's really, really fresh. So I would imagine that he is doing his orientation right now. But I just want you to know that I heard right now in my head, I was ready. And so I also feel guided to tell you as well that he was already out of his body leading up to this. He didn't want an audience around him. He wanted to have his peace and his privacy. So I feel like he had all that, and I definitely feel that he's absolutely in the beginning right now of his transition.
The journey, right?
Absolutely, yeah.
Do souls know that they've passed on immediately when it happens?
I believe that they do, but there's something about an acceptance to it. They have to be able to accept that in the moment. That's where things can go in different directions depending on how someone transitions. If someone was really attached to something, or they felt a little bit longer, that's where we get the term the earthbound spirits from. But the majority of them, though, do know, and they do go through the light right away. This depends on the scenario.
Let's go to DeLand, Florida. Robert's with us. Robert, take it away, sir.
Thank you for taking my call. I was just wondering, I've been like 92. I
pulled up Latoya Jackson's psychic hotline back then. Okay. It was all landline. There was no cell phones, computers yet, or anything. And everything she told me was spot on except for one thing. Will I ever own my own business?
Okay. This is a great question because it goes back to the free will aspect of this, right? And so that business for you is a little bit of an Achilles heel in the sense of you needing to accept and basically have the confidence to manifest it. So I'm assuming that there was some kind of block that kind of got in the way of that. Probably to do with what happened in your childhood as well. So I'm gonna say never say never. It reminds me of the story about KFC and the man that created KFC. I think he was in his 60s actually.
Colonel Sanders.
Yes, when he brought them together. So I want to say to you, never say never. But it's always going to be your choice and what you feel. So I want to encourage you to go into that feeling.
You don't channel spirits, do you, Bill?
Oh, absolutely, I do.
Oh, you do that too?
Yes. Oh, absolutely. That's what I do primarily. Yes.
Do they ever bother you to the point where you can't even get any sleep?
When I was younger and before I had boundaries with spirits, it was a little bit maddening because I couldn't sleep. I kept hearing them call my name out the whole night. And so it wasn't until I had more of an understanding and more of an awareness of it that I was able to have boundaries with them because, early back in the day, I didn't understand what that meant, and so they kind of dictated a lot more than they do now. So I have told them over the years, you will have to send your loved ones to me. I'm not going to go out to them. I'm not going to solicit them. You'll have to guide them to me. And that's basically what has happened over the years, over the world. And some of them don't even know how they heard of me, but they just knew that they were supposed to come. And that is a true testament to how spirit works.
Have you ever had a bad spirit try to trick you or anything like that?
Years ago, when I was first understanding this, I had someone come through, and this was the telltale sign for me. I kept hearing all of his cursing and language, and he was in a very dark place. And the person that I was reading for, I had explained to her what I was experiencing. And I said, my throat is burning, and I know that he took his life. And she revealed to me that it was her ex-father-in-law that had drank battery acid and hung himself. And he was not in the right place when I was doing it back then. It was a very dark energy. So I had to really understand that and understand how to protect myself at that time.
He drank battery acid?
Yes, he drank battery acid and hung himself.
That alone would you didn't have to
If you had to be a chick name, what would you be?
Yeah, exactly.
I would have done it. Tell us about your website.
Did you actually
Yeah, my website is just my name, BillPhillips.com. 1 L and 2 T,
Make it
or you'll
go
get somebody else. And there
You've got the link way at coast to coast.
Yeah. There you can find who I am, what I've done, the books that I've written, and if someone wants to see me somewhere at an event or if they want to get a reading, everything's on the website.
Then you're on Facebook too.
I'm on Facebook too. I do something called Daily Inspiration every day actually for my community. I was guided through this many, many years ago, and it really spread. So every day I go on and I think of a message, and I'll share it with my audience actually, and I know it helps a lot of people. And it's free, so it keeps people connected and together. And it's all on Facebook and Instagram.
All right, Bill, we're going to come back in just a moment and take five
it's pretty obvious.
right here on Coast to Coast AM. Those of you on hold, just hang there. We'll do our best to get to all of you.
Coast Insiders. The new version of the Coast to Coast AM app is now available for iPhone and now Android 4.0 and above. Listen live or on demand, anywhere, anytime. Go to coasttocoastam.com and download it today.
Cell phone, that is a sort of thing.
tenants. In the KFI 24-hour newsroom, red tags are expected to be removed soon from 3 oceanfront apartment buildings in San Clemente. A landslide last month sent parts of concrete patios down the slope. A new geology report says the 3 structures are indeed safe and residents can move back in soon. A stabbing on the metro headed to MacArthur Park. According to police, the victim was stabbed multiple times in the back, neck, and torso. He was conscious and breathing. Officers arrived. The suspect got away. This was the second stabbing on a metro train yesterday and the third so far this week. LA County Vector Control says mosquitoes are going to be the next problem for SoCal. Standing water from the recent rains offers prime breeding areas. The CDC says check your property for standing water and get rid of it. South Island KFI, mostly sunny and warm today. Highs in the low to mid 70s. Right now it's 52 in Mission Viejo. Tustin is 54, 53 for Ventura, and 55 in San Dimas. Wheeling local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Kenneth.
In Costa Mesa, there is a full 3-way closure, 405 northbound from the 73 to Fair Road. All lanes are going to be shut down for road work until 5. Paramount, this is on the 74 Road Branch. Cleanup crews from an earlier crash taken to the right lane. You're seeing delays from the 105. Montebello, there is a work zone. This is on the 60 eastbound from Finley to Rosemary Boulevard. 3 right lanes are going to be shut down for road work until 6. KFI and the Sky hopes to get you there faster on Brian Van. You should choose your air purifier like your life depends on it because, well, it just might. The recent Ohio chemical disaster showed us toxic air threatens our health. EnviroCleanse is the next generation in home air purification. It's specifically designed to wipe out airborne viruses, germs, and chemicals known to cause allergies, illness, and difficulty breathing. Even toxic fumes from the recent train derailment were no match for EnviroCleanse. A single EnviroCleanse unit removed 99% of the dangerous compounds that were found in the homes near the chemical disaster. If it can clean the air after a toxic spill, imagine how it can help keep your family healthy. Only EnviroCleanse comes with a free air quality monitor. Visit ekpure.com and use the promo code Conway for 10% off your EnviroCleanse home purification unit. Plus, you get the free air quality monitor and fast free shipping. That's $150 savings. Visit ekpure.com, promo code Conway. ekpure.com, promo code Conway.
The How to Money podcast helps you live a richer life by teaching you how to handle the money you have in a more thoughtful, purposeful way. Join hosts Joel and Matt for personal finance nuggets that actually make a difference in your life.
Well, the number one rule to travel is to let the deal drive the destination. Bali, it might not be on your radar, but if the price is right, it should be. Right, yeah. When you take this tactic, it allows you to travel more. You're doing it for so much less money.
Listen to How to Money on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Are you feeling the stress of a car accident? Let Jacoby and Myers get the wheel and steer you towards the compensation you deserve. 93% of crash victims who use the lawyer said they'd do it again. And with Jacoby and Myers, you'll get the best of both worlds. Our legal expertise and a hassle-free experience. Don't just take our word for it. See for yourself what over 50 years of experience can do for you. Call Jacoby and Myers. Justice for you since 1972. KFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk. Again, remember, a 1-year subscription comes out to only 15 cents a day. Sign up today at coasttocoastam.com. 97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. From the City of Angels, this is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
And of course, our television program is called Beyond Belief, and you can watch the episodes when you sign up at beyondbelief.com. Take advantage of that. Couple free programs available to you right now at beyondbelief.com. And our YouTube channel, free to subscribe. Go ahead and do it. Just type in Coast to Coast AM in the YouTube search bar, or click the YouTube icon at the top of coasttocoastam.com. 550,000 of you have done it already, and you love it. So do that. There's something for you to build up your immune system.
HealthyLooking.com and Dr. Alan Millay brings 4 decades of experience in natural products for the exclusive stem cell wellness kit that works with your body's stem cells to assist your immune system. Here's Dr. Millay with more.
Whether it's physical activity, obesity, diet, smoking, low on hormones, stress, sleep disorders, or your age, can be supported by reducing inflammation and leading the body to heal itself appropriately. A stem cell is a cell waiting to be told what it needs to be. If there is inflammation, that inflammation needs to be stopped. High blood pressure, high cholesterol, kidney disease, various types of cancer, depression, Alzheimer's disease, autoimmune disorders, osteoporosis, even fatty liver are chronic signs of inflammation and can be relieved by supporting the body's ability to protect those cells that it needs. And that is the purpose of ImmuStem and AdaptoStem together, supporting the body to do the best it can do.
Dr. Millay, how will I feel after taking AdaptoStem and ImmuStem?
The ImmuStem is going to have an immediate effect, but I tell you, your immune system is starting to function better after 24 hours. You put AdaptoStem on with it, and most will feel it within 30 minutes.
Order now at HealthyLooking.com. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit from Dr. Millay protects your body's stem cells and will make you feel better faster. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit with AdaptoStem and ImmuStem and your free gift Relaxol is only available at HealthyLooking.com or toll free at 800-563-3980. That's 800-563-3980. Don't forget to enter promo code George for free shipping. George's Stem Cell Wellness Kit at HealthyLooking.com. That's HealthyLooking.com.
Our cell phones are something we rely on every day, and whether it's staying connected to family and friends, doing business, shopping online, it's an important part of your life. It's just too bad the wireless companies know that as well, because their charges are through the roof. Which is why we're happy to tell you about Consumer Cellular, a way that you can still get great coverage, even keep your same phone and number while saving up to half on your wireless bill. Consumer Cellular makes switching very easy. Their most awarded customer service team is 100% US based, and they'll bring you the highest quality of customer support. And they'll tell you about flexible monthly plans that you can change up or down anytime you want. Plus, with Consumer Cellular, you never are tied to a contract. Go to consumercellular.com/Nori, have my name in there for a limited time, and get 25 off the wireless bill when you use promo code Nori. That's consumercellular.com/Nori, and use promo code Nori, $25 off.
That all I did was remove. That's crazy. I mean,
When banks fail, when bonds are devalued, and the stock market is in turmoil, you'd be glad you own gold, and now you can own gold in a retirement account. That's right. First Gold will help you convert an old IRA or 401k into an IRA of physical gold. Just text the word COAST to 989898 and get a free info kit on gold. There's no obligation, just valuable insight. Protect your savings with gold from First Gold. Text COAST to 989898. Execution's 11 p.m., but he's trying to convince us he's gone insane, therefore incapable of being executed. Edward, one of the
I joined Twitter like years back, and I had like this old icon of Katana Sword, and I replaced that with a very thing. But
And welcome back to Coast, George Miller with you along with Phillips. The book we're talking about is called Soul Searching.
myself,
Have you ever seen a soul you didn't want to search for, Bill? Back in the day, yeah, but that was a long time ago.
AI tools to see if I
Interesting,
can
but let
turn
me ask you
this
about
animated
evil
character
and the devil. What does that fit
into a
in?
very realistic
You know,
character.
that's a great question. I believe there's a yin and yang to everything. There's a light and a dark. And so, do I believe that evil exists? I do. I also believe too that hell, in essence, is just the earth plane, and we're here right now at this time in history, basically, to make better decisions. Not to vibrate that way, to choose differently. Again, to create our own version of heaven while we're here. So I don't believe in hell in the biblical sense of hell. I believe that we are here right now to make decisions, and we all have the ability to experience that energy if we want to. But who wants to experience that? So we all have the ability to choose differently.
All right, let's go back to the phone. Let's see who's up first. Let's go to Janelle in Stockton, California. Hi, Janelle.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep, sure can.
Awesome. I love you so much. I just want to know what you can tell me about my future.
Future. All right.
What about my future?
Hi, Janelle. Nice to meet you.
Hello, how are you?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Wonderful.
Yeah, so that's a really broad question. Do you have more of a specific question?
Well, as far as work and home, over the past few years, there's been a lot of death. I've lost grandparents, great-grandparents. Thank God I still have my parents. With management and healthcare, and I just want to know how right now.
I'm going to tell you for sure that over the next year, so I'm looking more towards March or so of next year. I do feel a change coming for you, and there definitely is a grandmother behind you who's showing me the nursing. The nursing hat for me is the sign of a healer. It's not literally a nurse, but I feel like her message to you is to know that you're here to be the healer for everyone around you. So you probably have a lot of people coming to you for advice and for life guidance that you didn't sign up for, did you? But you're here for that reason, though. So I wouldn't worry about too much. I would kind of surrender to it. Things will line up for you more next year.
Okay, next up, Colleen's with us in Brunswick, Georgia. Hello, Colleen, go ahead.
Oh, hi, George. What about out there? I'm doing all right. I just got done giving out cancer, taking out the lot. Yeah, what I need to know is the landlord would like to sell him duplexes. Okay, do you see any government to New York or staying here in Georgia or maybe Tennessee? Check on my finances, please. It's things are being cut and I'm in and out of the hospital.
I definitely get more of a southern connection with you. I'm still more towards Florida, actually, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
And I'm also getting a lot of something with the legs of the feet as well. So keep an eye on the feet, the legs, the bones. Something you're going to be spending time having to address that coming up.
So do you guys see a move coming?
Yeah.
Florida it is, Colleen. Next up, Fairfield, California, we go. Andrea. Hi, Andrea.
Hi, George and Bill. Thank you so much for taking my call. I'm an avid listener every night.
Thank you very much. How can we help you?
I wanted to find out, my brother passed away traumatically 5.5 years ago, and I still have complicated grief surrounding the circumstances of his passing, and I feel a lot of guilt, even because I couldn't save him somehow. And I just want to know how you feel and kind of move on and experience joy in your life again after. a traumatic death. And we were very close. I mean, I was older sister.
It's really about tuning into the signs around you as well. And I definitely get a connection with him not being able to say goodbye. I'm also seeing like writing and cards and things like that. So I don't know if you have anything in his day where you have like a card of his day with his writing on it. But I do feel better to talk about something with the writing on the card, and also as well to keep your eyes open for the bird, more specifically the red cardinal or the red hummingbird.
Yeah, I have there's a hummingbird that I feed the birds where I live, and there is a hummingbird with a red on him that comes and feeds at my feeder frequently. Okay, thank you. You're so welcome.
When you get these impressions, how does it come to you?
It comes to me very quickly. It comes through visions and also the feelings simultaneously. So it's sort of like an energy source flowing through me.
We're going to Sterling, Illinois. Next for Maria. Hello, Maria. Welcome. Maria? Yes, there, but she's not listening. Costa Mesa, California again. Dave, listen. Hey, Dave, go ahead. Hi, Bill. Bill, I forget to just mention that here because you talking about earlier once to the coffee thing on the beach. But listen to tapping to your listen here a little bit. I was writing a note to a friend of mine about my current situation. I feel like it's hitting rock bottom, like kind of career-wise, and feeling like kind of like I'm in a dark kind of soul. Definitely just on the right, and I use the term, I guess, maybe spirit or feels like I'm ready to exciting rock bottom. I mean, this is more like it, like I'm on the bottom, but kind of goes in the hole. But I just have been unemployed or employment challenged for the last couple of years, causing my financial difficulties and so the family. I've had the relationships in my life die, unexpectedly regularly, so kind of former, friends and family. I don't know if that's any change from that, but not that I think any of it's good for. I just have a hard time trying to put it in my next step forward. Which path should I follow here? Unless you get any thoughts on that.
Yeah, well, first I want to say it's interesting that we've had two callers from Costa Mesa. Yeah, that's where my office is located, actually. Yeah, so that's synchronicity. Yeah, but Dave, to answer your question, though, I feel like right now this is a time for you to it has to do with letting go of image or, the sort of image that you kept for yourself. I actually keep getting you more inland. So I don't know if you've been, if you were traveling recently or going to like Arizona or Nevada on the coast of California. So I keep feeling you there for some reason. So I'm getting you more inland. And if that wasn't recently, I would say that's probably going to be on the agenda for you not long from now. Of course, it'll always be your free will, but right now, everything is kind of crumbling down. I'm seeing the tarot card, the tower right now. So you're in the middle of it at the moment, and you're holding on tight. But I do feel like there is going to be an imminent move for you as well that goes more inland.
Bill, you're on YouTube. Tell me what you're having.
YouTube is something new for me. I'm trying to go on there and start this kind of educational videos for my following to kind of inspire them and show them how different techniques and how they can connect themselves.
All right, next up, we go to William in Amarillo, Texas, east of the Rockies. Hey, William, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, if you're enjoying the show, since 2000.
Long time.
I've got some problem going on with my ear. It's been going on for about 2 years. It comes and goes with ringing and pressure. Lately, a pressure that comes and goes. I don't know what's going on.
Tonight is
It's bothering me.
It's interesting because there are times that it could be medical tinnitus, and also William too. I feel a lot of times when spirit comes near us, you can have a really strong ringing in the ear as well, or a pleasant sound. It's almost like the equivalent of having too much sugar. You have that kind of hum in your head. And I definitely feel for you that that's going to be linked to a father figure to pass for you as well, trying to get your attention, trying to be
just near you that way energetically. So I would encourage you in the meantime to meditation as well. Whenever you have that, just tell him to like back up, that you know that he's there and to kind of pull away from you. See if that helps.
William, when Doc Wallach is on in another week or so, check in with him. I'm sure he will be able to tell you something about
Psychology, biology, there's biopsychology, and then between
osteoporosis of the skull.
or sorry,
Did you ever hear of that, Bill?
sorry,
I know, I have it.
just between like
Unbelievable. And you seem to be spot on with a lot of people.
physics,
Wow, that's incredible.
Next up, let's go to Ewan, North Bend, Oregon. Welcome to the program.
geology and chemistry, but there's a field between the two. Geochemistry, right? And then no one might really
425th Avenue.
map out all the different
Hilarious.
fields you could cross connect.
The Rockefeller Foundation.
Kind
Yeah.
of unlikely, but there could be a field of like geopsychology, but in our current society, we don't have a field of geopsychology. No one has really delved into what are the implications of where you live and how that physiologically impacts you. Not just the environment that you live in, but the geography
Youth
is
Foundation, good thing.
so this thing, this tool creates new fields of science between existing fields, and then creates the explanation of what that field is, how what science we can extract from it. Like, it built upon our framework of understanding of like science and reality.
Let's academic.
This is how the human species has evolved. This is how things progress. These are what rises to rains, first
I've
fields.
also
I created this tool,
healing
which just
hands with you
creates a
as
new
well.
field every
So
time you click it.
you would be great just to
This
kind
is
of
insane.
transmitting that energy.
Like I said,
Which you do. You set the
just
intention,
space,
you
just
kind of
store all the
send that ball of light out as often as you can with the hope that it's going to accumulate that energy, around the planet. So I would encourage you to keep your intention going right now. That intention is what's going to eventually become physical for you.
Awesome.
Next up, we've got Donald in Oregon. Welcome to the program. Don, go ahead.
Hi, thanks, George and Bill, for taking my call. About a year and a half ago to COVID, and I've just been breathing
It's nuts that a tool is able of doing that.
ever since. And I'm kind of lost, and I'm just not sure
This
where to turn.
inspires people to
Grief is tough.
realize that they don't have
It
to
really is. Say your name again one more time for me.
be a genius to get a lot of
Donald.
value out of this.
Yeah, immediately as you were saying that, I felt a constriction in my chest actually, so that's how you would transition it. I also feel, for some reason, that Christmas is significant, which could be the month of December or the holiday season. So there's going to be something that I would imagine thinking back as either a birthday anniversary during the holiday season as well. Did you have dogs together?
Our birthday, yeah, December 22nd, January 24th. Our marriage was December 27th. And so, yeah.
He's wanting you to know still celebrate the holidays, even though it has that element of grief to it, that I absolutely know he's there with you celebrating that. And also, this might sound kind of strange right now, but there's something very significant about the owl that I'm seeing too. So I want you to keep that in a safe place. If you hear the owl hooting around you or see symbols of the owl, it's going to be the guidance for you to kind of trust what you're getting in the moment.
Bill, we've only got a couple minutes left. Maybe we have time for one more quick call, and then we'll wrap things up. We'll go to Maria in Ontario, Canada. Maria, take it away.
Actually, what I'm really seeing in a couple weeks, I think is going to be even better, because the thing that I just described is how I used it to make one thing.
They have a great opportunity to talk to Bill when they're not there.
Creating and releasing his
So
video.
skinny.
Honey, you have some other books out there too. As a matter of
All
fact,
that
we
stuff I
talked
just
about it
did
when you were on the
takes
show
high
a couple
technology and
years ago.
skill.
Yeah, actually, yeah. So
Wait,
my
first,
first
first,
book is Expecting Unexpected.
What's
It
that
really
score?
highlights my journey through my self-discovery. It's more about my childhood and really what I went through. And it also highlights how the readings work as well, and kind of what transpired from the readings afterwards that were really life-changing for people. That's one of my, that's my first one. My second book is Science on the Other Side. And this one goes into the rest of it, how you yourself can find your own way of communicating with spirit and how to recognize those signs through different stories. So every book has its purpose, and I feel like this book, Soul Searching, is taking it one step further at going into these different acts of spirit that I really think are going to help empower.
I think that's all.
And of course, Soul Searching is available all over
They
the
don't all
place.
Yeah.
What's your favorite venue? Amazon or bookstores?
You know, Amazon is something that I feel like is so easy to use, and you get it like the next day. So I do a lot of my shopping on Amazon.
And then you just walk up right there on your porch and it's there, ready to go. Keep in touch with us, all right? Be safe.
Thank you so much, George. I really appreciate it.
Bill Phillips, the name of his book, Soul Searching. It's an amazing book, and as he mentioned, there's other ones that are called Expected and Expected, and Signs from the Other Side. For Dan Galante, Gina Salvati, Tom Dan Iger, Lisa Lyon, Lex Longwood, Sean Radasaur, Stephanie Smith, Chris Burrows, Tim Denall, George Knapp, and Ian Hunter. I'm George Norrie, somewhere out there on Coast to Coast AM. We'll see you on the next edition. Till then.
It's going to change things in a way I don't think people thought could be changed. I don't want to give it up too much. If it was just a small little space, I think more people would probably talk about it, which I would think is arts. With a space of this size, I get a little bit nervous. With the team, we're kind of a little bit in stealth, want to launch it, and maybe not first to market, but early to market if we are first to market. I personally would prefer if anybody finds any of this stuff interesting, join the team, help us out. There's our community, we're just trying to build awesome shit that people can use, in which case you get to hear all about it and get involved helping to develop it. Some of the stuff we're doing is, man, it's just mind-blowing. Just for scale, I made a thing that creates conventions and papers and news scientific fields that no one prizes, and I consider that the free stuff that we just give away because it's not that impressive.
Your pronunciation is, so you can really nail your accent. Learn almost any language you want, like Spanish, Italian, Chinese, and Korean. Or get access to all 25 languages for life with Rosetta Stone's lifetime unlimited subscription. Check it out at rosettastone.com.
Hello, Morongo. National Beer Day is coming, so I'd like to book a room for Monday and Tuesday, and Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Now I'll give you top reasons to visit the room.
Get free and chocolate bunny April 9th.
Number 2,
The legendary
Those of you who didn't get a chance to speak,
and the number 1
this is your shot. Otherwise, you would have to wait till another night to do these. Times are weak.
Morongo, good time. Your
I am still trying to raise some capital for this space.
So
Within
how
this
about
space, with your
investing
tipping,
in
bring
Have
on
you ever
1 or 2
wanted a
people
Rolex
so that we
never
can
thought you
figure
could
out a way to
afford
get
one?
these spaces
One
running
could get
24/7
watches,
so that
Rolex,
somebody can
Omega,
be
Cartier,
running your
Tudor,
car,
and a
sleeping.
whole lot more.
Again,
They have them all.
it's just because we
Buy,
provide so
sell,
much
or
time in
trade.
spaces that
They have
it's hard to
huge
also do a
inventory
day
of
job,
luxury
so you
watches,
kind of have to
free
make these
overnight shipping on all
choices.
orders, and a
Honestly,
great
I think
selection
my
of
own
vintage
bootstrapping
Rolex
is going to
watches
cover
too.
what we need.
Bob's Watches, the trusted online store to buy or sell modern and vintage luxury pre-owned watches, and all watches are 100% authentic and independently certified. And now you get $200 off Google Bob's Watches and my name, Bill Handel. Click the link at the top for discounts automatically applied to your order. Looking to sell your luxury watch? Get a fast and easy quote online
This
from
isn't
watch
even as
expert
any
Google Bob's Watches
Listen,
and
it's
Bill
crazy.
Handel.
This is going to be the best spring in a while. Concerts are back, masks are gone. Just get out there in nature and enjoy it, quick before somebody goes to water and everything.
I've talked about a lot of projects tonight.
Los Angeles, Orange County, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Pet adoption. I Bring Pets is a KFI 24-hour newsroom. 23 national organizations are inviting you to adopt an animal this month with their Open Arms Challenge. They try to increase adoptions and gain foster volunteers.
They're offering grants and goodies to people who adopt a pet. They check your local animal shelter. The latest drought map in California says more of the state is now drought-free. The U.S. Drought Monitor says reservoirs are filling up and the snowpack is high. They say flooding will be an issue as warmer weather sets in. Months of heavy rain hit a number on California roadways, creating potholes and in some cases sinkholes. But we're responding to these acute storms. City workers are putting out all the stuff, but not just to clear up every pothole that's reported, but also to be proactive. That was TRILLIONAIRE turned down. In January alone, nearly 3,000 potholes were reported in Los Angeles. You can report potholes on the 311 app or by dialing 311 from your cell phone. Vector control says mosquitoes will be our next problem for SoCal. Standing water with recent rains offers fine breeding areas.
Even a teaspoon of water caught somewhere under a bush or rain gutter or something like that can provide habitat. Yes.
LA County is now recruiting mental health workers. The workers will be part of a response team designed to help the homeless. They're offering incentives, funding bonuses, student loan forgiveness, and flexible schedules. And how about a party? Captain Crunch is celebrating their 60th birthday with a Palm Springs pool bash. It's for the 21 and older crowd on April 15th. That's the first weekend of Coachella. It's at the Margarita Resort in Palm Springs from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. with Captain Crunch inspired brunch items, the DJ and live music. You need to register online to gain access. Southline weather from KFI. Mostly sunny later today and warm with highs in the low to mid 70s. Right now it's 55 in Buena Park, Downton Valley is 55, 53 for Pomona, and 54 in Malibu. We make local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennant.
In Westminster, there is a full freeway closure. This is on the 405 southbound from both of these boulevards. No lanes are going to be shut down for road work until 6. Eagle Rock. This is on the 134 westbound at Figueroa. Little fender bender there. Out of lanes and on the right shoulder. Watch for the late exit road. Montebello. There is a Portone down from Finley to Rosemead Boulevard. 3 right lanes are going to be shut down for road work until 6. KFI, I hope this is faster and bright. They always start. For emergency backup power, there is only one name. Duffy Power. Since 1965, Southern California has relied on Duffy for powering the most critical situations. Hospitals and high-rises, data centers and school districts, every form of business, big or small, even homes and RVs. Whether it's a new generator or Duffy's legendary repair and maintenance service, or an emergency rental, Duffy Power has you covered 24/7, 365. If you live or do business in Southern California, you know it's no longer a question of if the power is going to go down. It's only a question of whether you're just going to let it happen or take control. Taking control means it's time to call Duffy Power. To learn how to protect yourself from the next outage and all the ones after that, go to DuffyPower.com. DuffyPower.com. That's DuffyPower.com.
The How to Money podcast helps you live a richer life by teaching you how to handle the money you have in a more thoughtful, purposeful way. Join hosts Joel and Matt for personal finance nuggets.
Travel is to let the deal drive a destination. Bali, it might not be on your radar, but if the price is right, it should be. When you take a tactic, it allows you to travel more. You do get some of that money.
Listen to How to Money on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Eli is here for the hard workers, for the ones rolling up their sleeves, working around the clock, and getting the job done. You're dedicated to doing what it takes to keep a business growing. Eli is dedicated to helping you make that happen. Working 7 days a week, staying fully stocked and ready to ship any of our 41,000 items any day. Eli, your shipping and industrial supply specialist. Visit Uline.com. I've been a small business person my entire adult life, and over the years, several HR issues I got negative. I could never afford an HR person. But there's an answer, Bambi.com. And with Bambi, you get an HR person starting at just $99 per month. I thought this was too good to be true. This is real. Bambi helps you deal with your HR problems, like writing HR policies, sexual harassment training, hostile work environment, terminations. That was my problem. People complaining about other employees, all putting you and your business at risk. With Bambi, you get access to your own dedicated HR manager available by phone,
email real-time chat. Go to Bambi.com, type in KFI under the radio drop-down when you sign up. Bambi.com, that's KFI under the radio drop-down. I want the credit, please. Spelled BAM, B-E-E, that's BAM, B-E-E, that's Bambi.com. This is Jacob M. If you've been in a car accident, call 844-24 Jacob. Golden Boy Christine Howard.
Do a search for the first thing that comes up. Don't lead you. I open your phone.
Safari Campground. All thanks to Golden Boy. Tickets are on sale now at OurTrip.live. Enter for your chance to win now. iHeartRadio.com/PowerTrip. KFI AM 640.
Thank you. Yeah, Dream by Wolf. That's an app as well. I think they also have a website, but there's an app for it too.
From the City of Angels near the Pacific Ocean. Good morning, good evening, wherever you may be across the nation, around the world. I'm George Norrie. This is Coast to Coast AM. Later tonight, Soul Searching. Full pink moon tonight. You got its name because of the pink flowers of spring. Here's what's happening. Small businesses across the United States are experiencing a surge in bankruptcies, surpassing levels not seen since 2020. Conditions could become even worse as the effects from the recent banking crisis begin to manifest. Addiction to your phone and its apps is one that is given when using your phone, and people can become seriously hooked. On you, people are spending more time than ever on their phones, which has now become a vicious cycle, according to the study. To build a better brain, just simply exercise. That's the message of two important new studies of how physical activity changes our minds. In one, scientists delved into the lives, DNA, cognition of thousands of people to show that regular exercise leads to much sharper thinking. Another study helps explain why exercise is good for the brain. Researchers found that just 6 minutes of strenuous exertion increased the production of brain health. Here's Kristen Wild from iHeartBook.com to elaborate a little further on this study. Pretty good study, Kristen.
Pretty good, George. You come up with them. I swear, I don't know how you do it, but of all the benefits that have been studied for our health, being involved in regular physical exercise appears to still be one of the very best methods that we can do to reduce the risk of developing dementia or other forms of cognitive decline, such as memory loss and forgetfulness. Of all the lifestyle changes that have been studied by many world experts, you or I being involved in regular physical exercise as minimally as 20 minutes 3 times a week to begin with appears to be one of the very best things we can do to reduce our risk either now or later in life of developing cognitive decline to negatively affect our lives and our families. And as the population is surviving longer, the concern is growing and becoming more and more obvious every year that mental health is being challenged, and even limited exercise can be life-saving. Of all the hundreds of millions of dollars spent, George, trying to develop a pharmaceutical or academic solution for brain diseases, nothing has been found or developed, at least to this time, that has shown to be more effective than simple blood flow carried oxygen to the brain and to our muscles as simple exercise. Encouraging our parents to exercise is also important. Here are just a few of the reasons why. Lowering inflammation and neutralizing clotting factors. Reducing arterial plaque from forming in the heart tissue. Removing blood sugar levels and depression. Strengthening bones. and no doubt in supporting better sleep. So several studies looking at the effects of aerobic exercise to increase one's heart rate and blood flow have also been reported as improvements.
Exercise crowd of touring website, and the largest and most expensive crowd which is linked up at coasttocoaststadium.com. Barry Schwartz back with us. Barry, welcome back. How have you been?
I've been well, George. Thanks for having me back on the show.
I'm still getting comments about your Beyond Belief appearance with that large mural of the shroud. Remember that one?
Right, yeah. So it was a life-size replica that we took up and hung it up on the stage. And during the program, we lowered it down, and I was able to actually point out some of the features of the shroud on that replica.
This is one of the greatest mysteries of human time. Tell us a little bit about the shroud of Turin and what we know.
Well, let's see. Let's start by just describing it. It's a 14.5-foot long, 3.5-foot wide sheet of herringbone woven linen. It bears a lot of markings on it, including burns and scorches from the fire in 1532. But most importantly, it bears the front and back ventral and dorsal image of a scourged, beaten, crucified, spears in the side, crowned with a cap of thorns man that many people believe is the birth of God of the historical Jesus.
Now, when they took Jesus down from the cross, he was wrapped in a shroud. We've heard that.
Well, when they brought him off the cross, they would have covered his face. And, you know, we still do that in the modern society today when somebody passes. First thing we do is cover their face. In the case of Jesus, there was a cross placed over his face, from which I think from the cross to the tomb, which was on his head, wrapped around his head. That cloth still exists. It has bloodstains and fluid stains on it. It's called the Sudarium of Oviedo, and it's in Oviedo, Spain. And of course, it's also mentioned in the New Testament as a separate cloth, a face cloth, folded and separate from the others. But it was in the tomb, which told me when I first read that passage, this is an authentic Jewish burial. Because the Jewish tradition is anything containing the blood of the deceased must be buried with the body. So it makes sense. And the Jews are the only ones who do this, where anything with blood that's got the deceased's blood on has to be in with the body. And so it's even mentioned in the gospel. And so then they would have taken that off his head and then begun the preparation for the burial. But it was also Friday afternoon, and the Sabbath began at sunset. And so there wasn't time to complete the burial preparation. And the intention was for the women to come back Sunday morning and finish what they had done. Of course, when they came back Sunday morning, the tomb was open, the body was gone. And so those burial preparations never were fully completed, at least according to the biblical scholars that I've discussed this with.
Barry, if the shroud has the image of Jesus on it, we'll get into the possibilities of what happened. Assuming that happened, are we talking about some kind of like burst of energy or something?
Well, you know, the image has certain properties that gives us clue as to what the mechanism might be. I do have to point out that our team, which included scientists from Los Alamos National Lab and Sandia Lab and the Jet Propulsion Lab, they exclude it. But in recent years, other researchers have proposed that as a possibility. The real problem we have is this, George. That term resurrection, there's no way for science to address that scientifically. Resurrection is a test of faith. No one's witnessed the resurrection event. We don't know the mechanism of resurrection. So science is limited. You know, science has to stay within the observable and the measurable. But faith has no boundaries. So people of faith can look at the shroud and believe that's the product of the resurrection. But scientifically, that's not something we can actually prove or address. Because the scientific method says you can't use one unknown to prove another unknown. So I've often said to people, look, if your faith tells you that's what it is, who cares what the science says? But if, you know, if your faith is weak and perhaps you need the science to help strengthen it, then the shroud is there with all the scientific facts that we have about it to serve that purpose.
Query that search allowed a little piece of the shroud to be used for carbon dating. What was the result?
Well, the result was, it came up in one word, fiasco. But basically, the results came out and they said it was from 1190 to 1260, if I'm remembering the date. Or not 1190, 1260 to 1360.
Was crucified.
So, when the radio
Stick your hand in there. It's all crust.
there was already evidence
Really?
for
Yeah.
historical records
It's on my arm.
this clock existed well before the earliest dates given by the carbon-14 dating guide. The problem was, like DNA, radiocarbon dating, which, by the way, they used to try to promote that technique in the first place, radiocarbon dating, is not infallible, and a lot depends on just what sample was chosen specifically for carbon dating. Now, George, I know you've had many scientists on your show, and you know that when you're doing research on something as unique as the shroud, if you take a sample from one corner, which is what they did for the radiocarbon dating, it's only logical that you would take an additional sample somewhere far away from that area on the shroud, to use as a reference, and the other half amongst the three laboratories. And then for 27 years after their data was published claiming the shroud was a fake, they refused or ignored any request for the raw data.
Thank you so much. I stream my life online 24/7 and have for more than 700 days. And I'd really like to know the room's opinion on how AI might be able to use all this content in the future. I essentially think that I might be able to be a human model for AI in the future, as we've never had so much content, and content is the number one resource on earth. But I'd really like to hear other people's opinions.
And once that raw data was released and evaluated and analyzed, it was determined that they were tired.
That's correct, and I have for 2 years. So when I sleep, when I eat, everything.
It was virtually a blind study, but they all knew exactly.
I am recording this very moment.
The only one that was a herringbone woven sample, all the others were just string-like fibers. So they immediately identified it. They weren't supposed to talk to each other, but they were in constant communication. And they were supposed to do a chemical analysis based on their own protocol, which they did not do. Turns out, when that sample was analyzed, there was a kind of successive string of days from one end of the strip to the other, meaning there is no consistent section of that cloth, because if you compare it anywhere else on the crowd, it was inhomogeneous. Now, if that sample had been the same at both ends, then the date would probably be more reliable, but because that was not the case, that sample could not be used to date anywhere else on that cloth.
I'm informing you right now. I did it as soon as I could. It was in the first sentence that I said to you.
Journaled articles in high-quality peer-reviewed scientific journals that dispute the radiocarbon date.
Like, I don't know, 10 minutes ago or something. And then you allowed me to speak. Okay, of 20 minutes ago. It's definitely not been an hour, and it's definitely not anything that has been so incredible to the world that you're not allowed to share. If you read the Twitter terms and conditions, it says this is a public space, so you should treat it as such.
But that sample being inhomogeneous, meaning that it was inconsistent throughout the sample, and there's one particular theory that deals with that very specifically. Bill Marino, who I've been on your program last year or so, he and his wife, Sue Benson, were able to go to 3 different textile experts who looked at photographs of the sample sites that was used and determined that there was something anomalous about the sample. It appeared that it might have been rewoven or something. And if it was rewoven, it was rewoven using a technique developed in France called invisible reweaving, which was pioneered in the French court at the same time the shroud was in France.
Why?
So we
I'm not going to do a fucking big circle. It's a public space, dog.
Sample excludes it from being a viable sample for dating the shroud, and a lot of us would like to see another
Yeah.
dating done.
And we make sure that it's not.
Carbon dating is a
Did he
destructive technique.
ban me? This one just went away.
It doesn't look like the owner of the shroud, which is current Pope of Francis, is going to grant permission for any kind of scientific examination, at least not during his tenure as Pope.
And where is the shroud? The Vatican?
I know. The shroud remains in Turin, in the northern Italy, which was the seat of power of the Savoy family, the owners of the shroud. They were the ones that King Umberto who gave our team permission to examine it, not the church.
Why did you
The
leave?
church had been the
Well, they were just going to
custodians of
ban
it
me
since about
anyway.
1578, but
And
the
they could.
final say that gave our team permission came from the owner, King Umberto. He passed away in 1983, and in 1985, his will was probated, and he left it not to his son, the way 500 years of family tradition called for. Instead, he left it not to the church as an institution, understanding it would take about 120 cardinals to vote on anything. Instead, he wanted it in the hands of one person, the living pope, and that was, when the will was probated, that was John Paul II, was the pope at the time, and he became the first legal owner of the shroud outside of the Savoy family in over 500 years. Upon his passing, it became the property of Pope Benedict and now Pope Francis. So they're the legal owners, and it's up to the Pope to give permission for further scientific testing. My sources in both Rome and
Dude, if they don't like that, fuck you. I'll go do it again.
they don't believe this Pope is going to do so, and so everyone's hopeful that whoever his
Now, see
successor
if it's
might
the
be
same
whenever
shit.
that occurs,
That one,
might then be willing to allow further testing of the shroud. I should point out that our tests done 45 years ago in 1978 are the only time that an in-depth scientific examination of the shroud has ever been permitted.
Jerry, we're going to take a quick break. We'll come back and talk more about this incredible
Sign up now for Coast Zone, our free email newsletter. Get it today at coasttocoastam.com.
File image should probably have a report style in it, and that's like a red camera or a camera with a red dot.
That's
It looks like, because we've done this before in some of our spaces. Yeah, let me see if I can find it. I can't change my PFP while in here, but just 1 second. I actually have a thing I can share.
I'm Lieutenant. In the nearby 24-hour newsroom, Ventura County is warning people about a mail scam targeting property owners. Deceptive letters containing threats of property seizure or asset levies. Investigators say the letters come with an 800 number to call, but the letters are not issued by the county treasurer's tax collector's office. If you get one, you can call them to verify before you throw it away. Red tags are expected to be removed soon from 3 oceanfront apartment buildings in San Clemente. Geology reports say the 3 structures are safe and residents can move back in soon. The Pentagon is investigating how secret plans related to the war in Ukraine ended up on Twitter and a platform called Telegram. The list data came from classified documents containing secret U.S. and NATO information. Southbound weather from KFI, mostly sunny and warm today, highs in the low to mid-70s. Right now it's 53 in Fullerton, Steel Beach is 52, Santa Monica gets to the 51, and it's 53 degrees in Pasadena. From the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Bree Tennant.
No, it's not.
405 southbound for both of the Beach Boulevard. All lanes are going to be shut down for road work until 5. It's Burrito. This is over 91 westbound at Norwalk Boulevard. A little further better there. Take it up to 2 side lane. Use that. It's pushing up as you approach this area. Montebello, there is a work zone. This is on the 60 eastbound from Finley to Rose Beach Boulevard. 3 lanes going to be shut down for road work. KFI in the sky. Don't get you there faster. I'm Brian Van.
The Hard Money Podcast helps you live a richer life by teaching you how to handle the money you have in a more thoughtful, purposeful way. Join hosts Joel and Matt for personal finance nuggets that actually make a difference in your life.
Well, the #1 rule of cheap travel is to let the wheel drive the destination. Sorry, it might not be on your radar, but it's like the right city. Right, people with ticket package that allows you to travel more resilient from a whole money.
Listen to How to Money on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast.
Hey, it's Steve Sharp with the unfiltered truth about water softeners. They don't filter your water.
Jordan showed down.
You get filtered delicious drinking water from every tap. No filters to change, no salt, no servicing, and now on a proof credit, own a life source system for as low as $75 a month with a lease payment plan. Call Life Source at 800-803-2696, 800-803-2696, or visit lifesourcewater.com. Your traditional investments aren't so great right now.
So how about investing in assets that not only hold their value, but are just outright fun to own? Have you ever wanted a Rolex but never thought you could afford one? Well, let me suggest watches. Rolex, Omega, Cartier, Tudor, and a whole lot more. They have them all.
Yep.
Buy, sell, or trade. There's a huge inventory of luxury watches, free overnight shipping on all orders, and a great selection of vintage Rolex watches too.
I like that's the recording of this kid's such a douche.
Buy or sell modern and vintage luxury pre-owned watches, and all watches are 100% authentic and independently certified. Now you get $200 off Google Bob's watches.
There's no North American law, dog.
Click the link at the top to the discount automatically applies to your order. Looking to sell your luxury watch? It's fast and easy. Go online to the watch expert Google Bob's watches and Johann. KFI AM 640, more stimulating talk.
Or topic ever again. Remember, a one-year subscription comes out to only 15 cents a day. Sign up today at coasttocoastam.com.
I can add tools to make you look naked. I can do whatever I want to you because you're outside of the house. Is that the world you want to live in?
That's what you're gonna have, baby.
The only way we're going to fight back is to fight back against all of these recorded spaces. Where all this, here's the funniest thing, all the recorded spaces I joined into, where they talk about AI and VR and XR, you know what they talk about more than anything? Privacy, ethics, consent. Yet they're all monetizing their users and turning them into the root. They're all doing the very thing they hate about platforms, which is trying to exploit the value
I love it.
of people, conversations,
Get in there with
or fame.
Get them all in there, just piss them off.
I've asked people like, why do you record? They often say, well, it's designed for accessibility so that more people can access the space, so that more people can hear what the conversation is. Which is, I think that's bullshit. I don't think that's true. I think it's bullshit. I think it's a lie. I think if you how many more people do you reach by having your space available for 30 days before it's deleted? I don't think it's that great of a number. Therefore, what you're trading off, you're trading the rights and value of everybody in the space. Privacy.
I'm gonna piss this motherfucker off so badly, dude. This kid's gonna be, he's gonna hate me.
Oregon, at our large
If
state
I was
show
in
with some
space
incredible
where I was just talking nonstop
do it all. They've opened up
to the
200
audience,
seats,
telling
so
you
take
about
advantage of it.
projects where I was only bringing up one or two speakers, and it was like a 2-hour podcast, that I might record. If I'm doing a conversation with a group of people that I consider a community and we're all kind of
This
friends,
guy's gonna flip.
to me that space doesn't shouldn't get recorded. And I really like the scarcity model where all these audio spaces are all about NFTs and Bitcoin, and they all love the scarcity model. But you know what's more scarce than a recorded space? The scarce the space that only happens once, unrecorded, live only. You had to be there. What's more scarce than that?
By reducing inflammation and leaving the body to heal itself appropriately. The stem cell is a cell waiting to be told what it needs to be. If there is inflammation, that inflammation needs to be stopped. High blood pressure, high cholesterol, kidney disease, various types of cancer, depression,
Two of them.
Alzheimer's disease,
Hilarious.
autoimmune disorders,
Come on, you son of a douche.
osteoporosis, fatty liver are chronic signs of inflammation and can be relieved by supporting the body's ability to protect those cells that it needs. And that is the purpose of any stem and adaptogen together, supporting the body to be the best it can be.
Dr. Moy, how will I feel after taking a adaptogen?
The stem is going to have an immediate effect.
I said it within the first sentence, dog.
Your immune system is starting to function better after 24 hours. You put adaptogen along with it, and more will feel it within 30 minutes.
Order now at healthylooking.com. The stem cell wellness kit from Dr. Moy protects your body's stem cells and will make you feel better faster. The stem cell wellness kit with adaptogen and IndyStem and your free gift relax ball is only available at healthylooking.com or toll free at 800-563-3980. That's 800-563-3980. Don't forget to enter promo code George for free shipping. George's stem cell wellness kit at healthylooking.com. That's healthylooking.com.
Picture they get one of these NFTs, but this is a very easy way
season can be taxing on your identity because all your personal information is all in one place, getting emails, shared, and possibly exposed to identity thieves. Fax forms can be like one-stop shops for ID thieves.
We can do something at a future date. Definitely not
your
to
identity.
that tonight.
Protection against identity
Yeah,
theft
because I'm coming to
is
Bohemia
easier with
in my
LifeLock
space. I
by
gotta go
Norton.
to bed soon.
LifeLock by Norton helps monitor your info and
We'll chat
alert
about
you
that in
to
the future.
potential
I
identity
will be
threats.
discussing
And if you
it,
do
but to
become
be
a
honest,
victim,
most of my
a
community is
dedicated
not
U.S.
a crypto
Facebook
or
solution
NFT.
specialist will work to fix it during tax season and beyond. No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions at all businesses. But you can make sure your identity theft protection starts here. Join LifeLock today. Save up to 25% off your first year. Call 1-800-LifeLock or go to LifeLock.com and use promo code George. That's LifeLock.com and use promo code George to save 25% off. LifeLock.com. Consumer Cellular is the most trusted wireless brand, and they've been providing superior nationwide coverage for more than 25 years. Switch today and save up to half on your wireless bill. They offer unlimited talk and text with flexible data plans starting at just $20 a month. Their award-winning customer service team makes switching easy. You can keep your phone and number, and activation is free. Plus, you can add a family member to your plan for just $15 a month per line. Never worry about dropped calls, because Consumer Cellular has the exact same coverage as by their 100% risk-free guarantee. Also, with Consumer Cellular, you can save up to $250 a year. Go to consumercellular.com/Nori, and for a limited time, get $25 off your wireless bill when you use promo code Nori. That's consumercellular.com/Nori, and use promo code Nori for $25 off.
Came in the room at the beginning of the night and brought a lot of people with him.
Well, George, I was operating a photographic studio in San California back in the 70s, and I had been to one of projects of Alamos National Laboratory. They needed and so I became photographically on a project about atomic bombs, actually. It's like, can't really talk too much about it, but there were a lot of images of above ground.
Just a fish off.
At any rate, the gentleman I worked with, Don DeVan, was an imaging scientist who was a contractor to Los Alamos, and he brought me on board to do this work. And when we finished,
Oh, he blocked that one.
in just a few weeks, and you know, when you're self-employed in the farm range, you're hoping you get the next job. So when Don called me back a few weeks later, I thought, maybe another project. And he said, well, not exactly. He said, what do you know about the Shroud of Turin? And I laughed, George, because I'm Jewish, and I said, Don, I'm Jewish. And Don laughed and said, so am I, remember? Don, possibly the other Jewish guys on the team. And there was a third Jewish man, Dr. Alan Adler, who was the blood chemist who was on our team. So he explained to me that they had put a photograph of the shroud into an instrument that they had over at Sandia Laboratories called a VP8 image analyzer, and it takes a black and white camera image into the device, and it displays it on the green screen monitor, and the device allows you to take the light and dark of the image and stretch them into vertical 3D space proportionate to each other. Normal photographs yielded jumbled, distorted results. The shroud yielded the natural relief of a human form. And so I knew almost immediately that the only way that could have happened is if there was some interaction between the craft and the body. But I didn't want to get involved in a religious thing. I didn't feel qualified. And so he asked me if I wanted to join. I said no. But the more I thought about it, the more I thought about that image property, which I knew I couldn't duplicate photographically. I eventually did say yes and joined the team. And of course, I'm very grateful that I did. I became the official documenting photographer. And over the years, more or less the archivist of the work of that team. And back in '96, when I put Shroud.com onto the internet, it was an opportunity to preserve their work and put it in a place where everybody had access to it. Because, you know, back in the 80s and 90s, if you wanted to read a scientific journal, you had to have access to a university research library. The average person didn't have access to it.
And I
once
had
every
gotten a
hour
phone
just
call
to
from a
remind you
friend
that an hour has
shortly
gone
after
by.
I'd
You just
become
heard,
convinced by the science
that's it.
that the
Just to
trout
remind
had
you,
to be
hey,
the real
you're on
thing.
Twitter. That's it.
And
That's
that
all it
friend
would
told
take.
me, he said, well,
That's
that trout thing you're involved
that's
with,
good
it's
marketing.
just a photo made by Leonardo da Vinci. And I laughed. I thought he was joking, but there was actually a book that came out that proposed that theory. But I asked him, where did you get your information? And he said, my wife and I were checking out at the grocery store. It was on one of the tabloids. And it was that moment that I had
If
this
you
epiphany
follow someone
that
that's a
I had
speaker
access to
who's
everything because
like
I was
me
on
and
the
I
inside. I
post
was a
space
member of
when
that
you're on
team,
the phone to like
but the public didn't have it.
let you
And I
know that
wrote
like,
on
oh,
the
something's
manila
happening
folder
on
on
Twitter.
my desk at that moment,
Twitter notifications
forward,
get everybody
consider building a website. That was the genesis of
not the regular
buildingcloud.com,
notifications, but
and
like
we just
super awesome
celebrated our
notifications.
27th anniversary on
The
the internet
spaces that are
in
rare because they
January
were
of this year.
unrecorded. They're
What did you
live.
first
Time
think
you don't
when
want to
you
miss it.
saw the trout?
It's like
Well, I'll be honest with you, I was stupid enough to say, oh, give us 5 minutes and we'll
the
find the
super
thing
awesome
and come home.
mega full of
And yet within the first 10 minutes of the shroud being actually in front of us, you know, we photographers always have a 10x loop in their magnifier in their pocket somewhere. And I pulled it out and I started looking in the image area of lights and dark, much like a half-tone reproduction in a magazine made of little dots. The darker areas have more dots closer together, the fainter areas fewer dots further apart. And so I already knew, even though we've just begun and our scientific test ultimately, I told me right away that wherever this was not a painting.
Is the blood real?
Well, according to Dr. Adler, who, as I mentioned, the blood chemist on our team, he found bilirubin, hemoglobin, serum albumin, all components of human blood. He believes it is, and the testing that he had available to him in 1978, although it was excellent and was state of the art at the time, has been surpassed by the technology that's developed over the last 45 years. So it would be nice now to apply some of the 21st century technology to the blood to become, to be able to reach a definitive answer. You know, they talk about the blood being type AB. Again, we have testing today that wasn't available back then that would answer that question to a scientific certainty. So that's why they all hope that more testing will be allowed.
Could the blood be used to clone?
Absolutely not. And here's why. The one DNA analysis done at University of Texas Health Science Center back in '95 determined that male human with normal chromosomes, but the DNA segments, there were so few of them that no profile could be obtained. And without a profile, you can't clone anything. And that's only a small part of the problem. The other part of the problem is contamination. George, anyone who has handled that piece of cloth, repaired it, prayed over it, touched it, every one of our team members, including myself, we all left our DNA on it. 1978, we didn't know that we were shedding our epithelial cells and leaving a trail of our DNA wherever we went. And so we now know that the cloth has been heavily contaminated, and even worse, back in 2002, they decided to do an intervention. They removed the patches, so the new vacuum suit on. They scraped away the char and vacuumed some of the charred areas. They cleaned out some of the creases, and the two women who did the work didn't wear gloves, hairnets, masks, or any protective clothing. And so if we were to do a DNA analysis today, we find the man of the shroud is a fluid woman.
I thought he worked for a robotics company, but I don't know if that's changed. That was a while
Isn't it
back.
like a negative?
Yeah, I mean, it's got one property like a photo negative. You know, today in the 21st century, in the digital era, it's getting more and more difficult to explain what a photographic negative is to people. I
Last I
actually
heard,
had
and
a
again,
10-year-old
you'd have to
ask me if
confirm it, but I think he came on board as an advisor for an investment firm. So now his job is to actively look for new innovative companies and projects to divert investment capital towards.
But Kodak used to make a whole wide variety of specialized films. They don't make any of that
Perfect.
anymore. It's
For
pretty much
him,
obsolete.
yes,
So,
somewhat.
what we have on
Yes,
photographic
it's a
negative
good
try and
rule
make
for
it
him.
as simple to listen as possible. When you take a photograph, it exposes that image. The lens focuses that image onto a light-sensitive sheets
maybe, yeah.
on a plastic base. That's what film was.
Yeah, but I just
Then it's processed, and the areas
yeah,
that were
I'm getting
exposed to
uncomfortable
the
talking
light
about him too
have
much here.
density
He's
or
a
darker, and
regular
the
in his
areas
space,
that
and
have less
we
light are
really
more
do
faint or
appreciate
clear.
showing
And
up
so
and
what you see on a photographic negative is
communicating,
in fact
conversing with people
the inverse of what
because
your eye sees.
well, he is
We're
well known
used to seeing
in the tech industry.
highlights and dark shadows, and on the negative it's inverted, so you have light shadows, dark highlights. When they photographed the shroud for the first time in
Well, yeah,
1898,
we're approaching
there was no color film, it was black and white film, and when he took his black
things are
slate
kind of
and he
quieting
tried
into
to
my
appear on the shroud, but the inverse of that looked far more natural than what you see on the shroud, and that's because
don't sleep.
the average person isn't used to looking at a negative and seeing what's there. Very confusing. Somebody like myself who spent several decades in the darkroom and looked at negatives 100 times a day, when I first saw the image on the shroud, I immediately said it looked like a negative to me. So what we have on the shroud is in fact the light and dark converter from what we're used to seeing, and when you photograph it onto a glass plate or photographic film, or even digitally now, and invert those lights and dark, you see a far more natural image, and that's the dark background light image of the shroud that I think most people in the world are familiar with.
It's just a thing. It's a fraud. It's a hoax. It's pretty damn good, isn't it?
Well, the real good because they made a film with no clue, and our whole purpose in studying the age was to go there and determine how the image was formed. We didn't expect that was going to be a giant mystery.
Recording. This is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard.
Sexual characteristics
Oh,
of the
okay.
paint and
That's not how it
pigment.
works.
From medieval to modern times with us, we did spectral analysis. There is no paint or pigment on that cloth responsible for the image. We also have the theory that some folks do know that it is a metal statue that's been heated up and scorched the image onto the cloth. So we did tests for that, and in our ultraviolet fluorescence photography, all of the documented sources from the 1533 viral shroud were all fluoresced in the red, and the image of the shroud didn't fluoresce at all and points to background fluorescence, telling us that the image is not the product of a high temperature event. We also were looking for any silver, because silver would be the light sensitive technique that would have had to be used to create a photographic-like image, and we didn't find any silver on that cloth. No. And had it been used as a liquid emulsion poured onto that cloth, it would have soaked into the cloth and would have found silver everywhere. So we couldn't tell you what it is, but we can tell you what it's not. It's not a painting, not a sport, not a photograph or writing, and yet we still don't know the mechanism that gets the chemistry right without the physics being wrong, or vice versa.
If it's not a burst of energy from Jesus, what can it be?
Well, George, look, we've had one set of scientific tests in its entire history.
A couple of others for
Many of those
one for
tests that we
Dolly.
did and the data we brought back generated 1,000 new questions. We had hoped to go back and do a second go around to answer some of the new questions raised and further the research, but that was never permitted. So, unfortunately, I don't believe we have enough data at this moment in time to exclude a natural formation mechanism. Now, that isn't going to win any friends with my Christian brothers and sisters, I know, because they look at it and see it as the result of the resurrection. And George, it may well be. I can't rule that out. Can't rule it out, but we can't scientifically
Logs,
prove
the
that.
Ashes Museum.
So that's why I said, if people believe from their faith that this is a product of the resurrection, then fair enough, who cares what the science says? And, it's not something science can address in any way, shape, or form that would be credible. So, some things, like I said, science is obligated to stay within the observable and measurable, and faith has no boundaries.
If it's a fraud, if it's a fake, how good was the original?
Better than anybody on this planet today, and we live in the most image-oriented era of human history. Period. Right now, everybody's got a camera with a computer attached to it in their pocket.
And we've got 700 years technology better than what he had.
And yet, people still want to claim that this is some kind of medieval hoax. Well, if it's a hoax, they have fooled all the scientists who have ever studied the shroud. It's not a hoax. I mean,
you can categorically rule out that this was a painting or an etching.
Yeah, and here's the thing. It's not just my opinion. I'm talking about peer-reviewed journal science that forms the primary database in the scientific literature of what we know about the shroud. Remember, those are primary sources based on direct physical examination of the cloth. So I always point to the science, particularly the papers that our team published and said, tell people, if you're going to start to study the shroud, start with the stuff documented, taken directly from the cloth. Because everything that's come since then has either been based on our work or the photographs we made or other photographs that have been made since, but not by direct physical examination.
I know, because with the tool that we have, and again, the way we're using the API is a little bit, well, it's kind of like what you're proposing for using docs. We're not using Google Docs. We're not using Zapier or create our own system. Because at the time you couldn't use Google Docs, and at the time you couldn't use Zapier. In fact, we created our tool for you to have access to OpenAI's API through a different approach. Again, this is one of those, a thing wasn't available, so we solved the problem, not knowing that they were going to release the API and that they were going to start rolling out all of these plugins. Luckily, this doesn't interfere with us, whereas
All the
most
things
people, I think,
stuck
they found out that
no
plugin
fine
rolling
sense.
out that part of our business, for us, it did actually kind of help us, I think, we'll see.
So doing precise measurements on the shroud for those two reasons, they found the remains of first century Jews that are over 6 feet. So, there is no description of Jesus in the gospel. Interestingly enough, nothing at all but the biblical scholarship that is on. So as far as I'm concerned, he was called, but he wasn't so extraordinarily called that they felt the need to mention it somewhere in the gospel.
Does it show where the wound
Like
was
on
on his side?
Absolutely. Not only does it show the side wound, but using ultraviolet fluorescence photography, what's not visible to the eye, but is visible to UV fluorescence, is a serum stain surrounding the blood, the sear wound in the side, the blood stains from that. And we can see that serum stain around some of the other blood stains on the cloth as well. And this is something that you think that maybe before you would have thought of that? I don't think.
What about the thorns on the head?
Well, we have, that's the other thing, between Christian artists throughout the centuries, depicting the crown of thorns as a beautiful woven little crown,
2 days ago that had
separated around the head. If you go back to first century artistic endeavors, you'll see that whenever they depicted a Roman emperor, they used a laurel wreath around his head. And I think that the Christian artists adopted that motif of the wreath, but changed it from laurels to thorns.
Yeah, we've been talking about that very thing for over a year, which is amazing that now Describe is available. But we talked about why we needed Describe before Describe came out, and that was because of this whole thing about if I asked Midjourney or Dolly to make a photograph Batman kissing Superman, you would refuse to do it because it's spelled. But if you were then to say, I want a picture of Batman smelling Superman's mustache, guess what? You end up with a picture that looks exactly like they're kissing, the thing that they're not supposed to be able to make. This violates the terms. So the problem was that once you created an image, if your instructions to create the image weren't by giving the instruction, but instead by crafting the instruction to bypass the defense to create the image that you want, then how could they prevent that? And the only way to do that is by creating a tool that describes the image and then runs the description of the image through their checker to make sure that it doesn't violate the terms. So we knew that it was absolutely coming, that they would have to create a tool that described the image, what you were looking at. And then broke it down as like, what's in this image? It's Batman kissing Superman. That's what it looks like. That's the prompt cue you would give to create that image if you had given it the right instruction cue. Again, we found a bunch of other examples of this, but it seemed really obvious.
To learn a language. But did you also know that they offer a lifetime subscription to all 25 of their languages? Dabble in French,
Yes, that was the
learn
best
German, learn a bit of Japanese, or
solution
even
to address the problem.
Swedish.
of giving
now,
out just
you can get 40%
instruction
off
scheme
Rosetta Stone's
for
lifetime unlimited
ethics,
subscription.
but also the
Visit
output
RosettaStone.com
image
today
scale.
to
And it's the
purchase
same with
one
ChatGPT.
and
So
learn from life.
if you
Rosetta
ask it,
Stone, how language is
swear,
learned.
I want you to swear at me, the thing will say, no, I'm not willing to do it. But then there's a few things that you can tell it, and then all of a sudden it will swear at you out of swear.
Now you can't reach to visit the leader. Number two, the legendary winning mission, Try Fish Fighting. And the number one reason you can fish fighting is have a chance to help us when you earn 500 points on World Cup, September 11th. Rolando, good time. Recently, a new client called me and started by saying, Mr. Morgan, I really need your help, but I'm just a nobody. Those words sting me, and I hear them all the time. And we're now helping him and his family after a terrible accident. I'm John Morgan of William Morgan. Everybody who comes to our club at their time of need is a somebody. I grew up poor, but my grandmother was like a queen to us. At Morgan & Morgan, our goal is to level the playing field for you and your family at your time of need. The insurance company has unlimited money and resources. You need a pro who can fight them toe to toe. For right at 30 years, we have fought in the courtrooms throughout America. Our results speak for themselves. And always remember this, everybody is a somebody, and nobody is a nobody. Visit photooftheday.com to learn about our firm. Morgan & Morgan.
On journey, absolutely. If you put a really long prompt, the value of the words in your prompt becomes less.
Make room for all the new spiders. Wait, what? Oh, yeah,
So if
they'll
you
be
give
everywhere.
a really long prompt in Dolly or Midjourney that says, I'd like you to make a church with a steeple and a stained glass window, and in the stained glass window is Jesus playing the electric guitar, which, by the way, that's an awesome picture. Jesus playing the electric guitar, stained glass in a church. But if I continue to give descriptors, if I go on for another 3 sentences to describe the photograph, the quality of the results decreases drastically instead of increases, which it should, because you're getting more data, so it should increase the accuracy of the result. But in fact, they do the opposite. If you had just said Jesus in stained glass on an electric guitar, you get a kick-ass image. If you give it a lot more detail, all of a sudden your image is not nearly as good. There's
County bought the property in 2020 and used it as an emergency shelter during the pandemic. The building's now being refurbished and will be ready for tenants by the end of next year. 4 ducklings have been rescued from a storm drain in Riverside. The mama and her 10 babies were crossing a street when one fell into the storm drain. 3 more also fell in. Animal control rescued the ducklings and reunited them with mama. The new IRS commissioner says
rather
they're
than
reducing
balancing
audits. Mark
equally
Mayfield has
amongst each of
more.
the sentences, which would be very difficult for it to do.
Plan to use $80 billion in funding from the Inflation Reduction Act over the next decade. The Democrats' legislation aims to support the IRS with
But I will
stricter
let you
rules
know
on
this.
tax fraud, as well as
There's
boosting
ways
good
around
service
that.
to
There's
taxpayers.
ways to
He said the
increase the
agency is
length of
taking
your
anywhere to
instruction,
audit
and then you
cost
still
for those who
have
get
it carry the
W-2,
same weight
Social
and
Security
value.
payment, or have a small
It has to
business.
do with how you write
Is
the
recruiting
instruction.
mental health
So,
workers to be part of a response team designed to help the homeless. They're offering incentives like signing bonuses, student loan forgiveness, and flexible schedules. Happy Passover, happy Ramadan, and happy Good Friday to all. Southbound weather from KFI, mostly sunny and warm today with highs reaching the low to mid-70s. Right now it's 51 in Laguna Niguel, 52 in Yorba Linda. Redondo Beach has 53 and 51 for Ontario. We lead local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennis.
In Westminster, there is a full freeway closure, 405 southbound from Bolton to Beach Boulevard. All lanes are going to be shut down for road work until 5. And in Cerritos, we have good news. Earlier traffic on 91 westbound at Norwalk Boulevard has been cleared from lanes. Your drive is recovering in that area. Montebello, there is a work zone 60 eastbound from Finley to Rosemead Boulevard. Freeway lanes are going to be shut down for road work until 6. Expect delays in that area. KFI, this guy, let's get you there faster. I'm Brian Van. You choose your air purifier like your life depends on it because, well, it's your life. The recent Ohio chemical disaster showed us toxic air threatens our health. EnviroCleanse is the next generation in home air purification. It's specifically designed to wipe out airborne viruses, germs, and chemicals known to cause allergies, illness, and difficulty breathing. Even toxic fumes from the recent train derailment were no match for EnviroCleanse.
cleanse comes with a free air quality monitor. Visit picoftheday.com and use the promo code Conway for 10% off your EnviroCleanse home purification unit. Plus, you get the free air quality monitor and fast free shipping. That's a $150 savings. Visit picoftheday.com, promo code Conway. picoftheday.com, promo code Conway.
The How to Money podcast helps you live a richer life by teaching you how to handle the money you have in a more thoughtful, purposeful way. Join hosts Joel and Matt for personal finance nuggets that actually make a difference in your life.
Well, the number one rule of cheap travel is to let the deal drive the destination. Bali, it might not be on your radar.
All right, are you done?
The price is right. It should be. Right. Yeah, when you take this tactic, it allows you to travel more. You're doing it for so much less money.
Listen to How to Money on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast.
Your traditional investments aren't so great right now. So how about investing in assets that not only hold their value, but are just outright fun to own? If you ever wanted a Rolex but never thought you could afford one, well, let me suggest Bob's watches. Rolex, Omega, Cartier, Tudor, and a whole lot more. They have them all. Buy, sell, or trade. They have a huge inventory of luxury watches, free overnight shipping on all orders, and a great selection of vintage Rolex watches, too. Bob's Watches, the trusted online store to buy or sell modern and vintage luxury pre-owned watches, and all watches are 100% authentic and independently certified. And now you get $200 off. Google Bob's Watches and my name, Bill Handel. Click the link at the top to get your discount automatically applied to your order. Looking to sell your luxury watch? Get a fast and easy quote online from the watch expert. Google Bob's Watches and Bill Handel.
The experts at Amco have been fixing cars for almost 60 years. Over that time, they've gotten more complex than ever. That's why our techs undergo rigorous training and certifications, so they can fix anything, including the most complicated repairs that come with some of the latest technologies. After 60 years, there's nothing we haven't seen or fixed. It's how we know cars inside and out. AA, CH. Check engine light on? We'll check it for free. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM 640. KFI AM 640. KFI AM 640.
It's a little bit funny, this feeling inside. I'm not like the you can easily hide. Don't have much money, or if I did, I'd buy a big house where we wrote if I was a sculptor. But then again, no, I make potions with travel and show. No, it's not fun, but it's the best I can do. My gift is my song, and this one's for you. And you can tell everybody this is your song. It may be quite simple, but now that it's done, I hope you don't mind. Hope you don't mind. How I like how this guy's like, oh no, you've been here 20 minutes? I mean, come on. Oh, you're supposed to go in here and be like, record, and then we could kill. I was like, what the fuck is that shit?
From west of the Rockies, toll free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818.
All I'm gonna do is record your fucking spaces.
From the city
Right? Yeah.
this is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie. This hour
more. We'll take your phone calls with Barry Schwartz as we talk about the Shroud of Turin. His book is, by the way, Turin Shroud, the illustrated book that is available to you. They wrote in the year 2000. So get ready to make a call and jump aboard. When banks fail, when bonds are devalued, when the stock market is in turmoil, you'll be glad you own gold because it's something you can hold physically when you're safe at your house, and now you can hold it in a retirement account. That's right. In fact, if you have an old IRA or 401k that's tied to a risky, we've known Birch Gold for a long time. They've been on the show several times. Simply text the word COAST to 989898 to diversify in this highly volatile market. With an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, thousands of happy customers and countless 5-star reviews, you can trust Birch Gold to give you honest advice in protecting your savings control. Text COAST to 989898 and find peace of mind in gold.
Are you done? WNB. Pocket draft.
Real people, real stories.
So I had an appointment with the surgeon, and he told me what he was going to do, and it was just absolutely horrendous. I came home, I started on Carnivora, and I called and canceled my surgery, and she said, "Are you going someplace else?"
They came with the master with the Battle Royale. Star Wars Battlefront was one of the sickest games of all time.
My problem on my skin went away. I have bruising that's all over my arms, 3 weeks after I was on the Carnivore, I noticed, I'm looking at my arms, and I said, gee, I don't have any bruises on my arms, and I'm always full of bruises. I can't put my finger on it, but I know something's happening. I have to tell you, that has to be a Carnivore.
Thank you. Get him back.
Visit carnivore.com. That's CARNIVORA.com. Use coupon code SWORDS to get 15% off your order.
And welcome back to Coast. George Doherty with Barry Schwartz. We're going to take your calls in a second here at Coast to Coast. Barry, so what's the next step, technically, for the Shroud of Turin? What can happen next?
The next thing that is kind of on the horizon is the next public exhibition of the Shroud, which is tentatively set for 2025, which is the next holy year of the Catholic Church. That was suggested by Pope John Paul II, and so everyone believes that his successor here, Pope Francis, will honor his wishes, and there will be hopefully another public exhibition of the Shroud in 2025. They don't usually announce it until about 18 months beforehand, so we're expecting to hear something official, hopefully by the end of this year, early next year.
Because I think I've been
And as you were saying earlier,
just with
with
dog.
the new science technology that we have, far greater than 1978, who knows what we could come up with?
That's true. And George, I'd like to add one thing to what we said before the break. I want to share a quote from Dr. Alan Adler, the Jewish blood chemist on our team. He summed it up beautifully when he said, there is no scientific test for Christness. And I believe he was right, that there's some things that science cannot answer, and those are things that people have to look within themselves and their faith. I don't believe the answer to faith is on that shroud. I believe it's in the eyes and hearts of those who look upon it.
Enjoy the calls here. Barry, let's go to Jeff in Durango, Colorado to get things started. Hey, Jeffrey, go ahead.
Hey, how are you doing? I trust you had a blessed Vader, and I hope I can make some a couple salient comments.
Okay.
I am an American, soldier scientist, I'm a plasma physicist, and I've worked amongst the highly compartmentalized at Los Alamos National Lab.
Right.
And I am a believer, and I am a Russian Jew.
So that'd be Frank Walsh, good thing.
Meditated and prayed long and hard about this issue, which has fascinated me with the Shroud over the years. And I'm also a Catholic Right Mason. And my best salient take on describing the shroud and also with the applicable date is, as I said, as far as the Galilean rabbi, birth, death, and resurrection, I'm an absolute believer. And I've seen much miraculous, terrible and miraculous in my life. And I'm decorated with the combat infantryman's badge in my early service and air battle troop valor. And these are my creds, and I'll just make my comment really fast. I've been fast.
No, you've been here for more than that.
With,
okay, well, why didn't you fucking let me up, dog?
Radiation with the Russians that studies acrylic photography, and believe it to be quantum entangled, and do believe that the Shroud of Turin is a burst of Cyrillic radiation straight from quantum entangled to the Godhead. That would explain it. Would it not, Barry, if that's true?
Well, George, I'm going to be candid with you. A lot of that goes over my head. I'm not a physicist. I'm a professional photographer with a lot of experience in scientific, medical, and technical photography. But the quantum arena is far beyond my scope. And I'm one of those few people that comes on your show, George, that's smart enough to say, I don't know.
All right, Jeffrey, thank you for your comments. Well, if it's not a pain, if it's not a hoax, and if it's not the resurrection discharge from Jesus, what else could it be?
Well, there's, like I said, we don't have enough data.
Self-turns camera might be my camera. I might use it as a camera.
And there are some theories that have been proposed and that are in the past. Some of them have been tested. Some of them are about to be tested that would show that perhaps it's a chemical reaction.
Really? Yeah.
Now,
what is it?
I don't know the answer, and that's why I said I don't know a moment ago. But I do believe that there is a possibility that there is a natural explanation. But here's the thing. Even if it's a natural explanation, this is such a unique, this image was formed, that even if it was formed naturally, I mean, does God need to go outside the universe and create it to make an image on a piece of cloth? I guess that's the question. And so I firmly believe that whether we know the answer or not, whether we find the answer or not, maybe the value of the shroud isn't so much to answer our questions, but instead to make us ask the questions, because it's led a lot of people to their faith.
Has the shroud ever been duplicated?
Well, there have been countless attempts in the last 45 years by skeptics, some of whom you know, I think, quite well. And not one of them has come close to duplicating an image with the same properties that have been documented scientifically on that piece of cloth. So I just don't think that there's a simple answer to this. But if it were simple, how long do you think it would have taken our team of eminent scientists to discover paints and pigments and be done? Pretty darn fast. Yeah, 10 minutes, a half hour. I mean, we'd have been out of there. And that's not the case. So I think maybe a lot of the people on our team, including myself, were a little bit surprised when we came back unable to answer the one question we want to ask. We can tell you what it's not, but we don't know of a mechanism that can create an image with those properties at this moment in time. What is your gut tell you, Barry? Well, I think that if because I've been a spokesman for the science, because my involvement comes from the sciences, because I was a member of the scientific team ever to examine it, my gut tells me that we don't have enough data to answer that question.
Let's go to Walter, Allentown, Pennsylvania. Hey, Walter, go ahead.
Hi, George.
Hey, Walter.
George, the carbon-14 analysis of the shroud puts it at the late 13th to early 14th century. George, that is exactly, if you've studied art, that is the pre-Renaissance Gothic period. To me, it's obvious that the shroud was produced during that period by possibly the two great pre-Renaissance painters, Giotto and Cimabue. George, it's a stiff-stayed image. It's, George, I don't want to be irreverent, but it looks like Lurch from the Addams Family. It's stiff. It's almost like a Frankenstein-type image where, George, later in the Renaissance, when you had Leonardo da Vinci, Michelangelo, Raphael, Titian, they depicted
the human body in a much more anatomically relaxed and natural manner, as is done in the Sistine Chapel by Michelangelo. As far as Barry said that it's not a painting, well, George, to me, and no pigment was used. Well, George, to me, it's a blood painting. It was painted in type AB blood. George, hemoglobin is a pigment. And as far as, to me, obviously that shroud stood in the sun. It was displayed in the sun for centuries, and this probably gave rise to the previous caller said a quantum photonegative effect. Well, any antique takes on with age takes on a patina, and to me this was responsible for this miraculous patina.
Well, let's see, Barry. Walt believes it is not authentic.
Well, Walt certainly is entitled to his opinion, but the peer-reviewed science states otherwise. The spectral analyses that we did was able to detect 1 part per billion of any of these things, and we had every spectral characteristics of every pigment around. As far as it being blood, we would have detected there's a dramatic difference. All the blood stains on the shroud show the peak for iron. There's iron in our blood. We can see that. Show the peak for iron. There's iron in our blood. We can see that anywhere else on the cloth. So I can't agree with the caller.
I'm still baffled. If it's not a painting, if it's not the...
Did they kick you out?
The conclusion has got to be it's something supernatural.
Or did it end?
Well, many people believe that, and maybe that is the answer, but we can't say that to a scientific certainty, and because I've been involved, and I learned to be meticulous because of the guys I got to work with on this team. I was overwhelmed being just a guy with a Bachelor of Arts degree amongst all these eminent scientists, and I learned to be careful and to do good science, and I have become a spokesman for that science, so I'm going to stay within that realm, and I leave the supernatural to those who want to go there. Certainly I understand that. I certainly respect that, but I do not believe that we yet have enough data to answer that question, and that chemical reaction I mentioned earlier is still a viable possibility. Some additional tests have been done recently, and you can find papers on our website that talk about that particular Maillard reaction is what it's called, and I still think that has not yet been excluded as a possibility.
With today's technology, that were tested again, what kind of conclusions could we come up with?
Well, I think we could certainly answer the question about the blood and determine whether it is in fact type AB to a scientific certainty. I think we could do more in-depth analysis, both spectrally and using other imaging techniques that exist today that might prove to give us more data. But I think that basically the fundamental question is this something manufactured, or is this something that occurred naturally or supernaturally, if you will? And I don't think we can answer that question 100% right now.
And what techniques could you use back then to create the negative-looking effect?
Well, on a piece of cloth, probably the most plausible way would be to use a silver salt, a light-sensitive silver salt, and coat the cloth with an emulsion. As a matter of fact, a South African art historian actually did that. He coated it, actually soaked the cloth in a silver salt, exposed it using the camera obscura, and created an image of a statue that was hanging or was standing in front of his camera obscura. He did a beautiful job, but if you compare his results, and by the way, there's a paper on our website that I wrote that does compare his results to the shroud, you can see that his has a clearly defined edge. You can see the directionality of the light in his photographically made image. None of that exists on the shroud. The shroud image is dramatically different than an image made photographically. And if, according to this gentleman, his technique was what was used, we would find silver permeating that cloth everywhere. We didn't find any. So I think that we've excluded these things to a scientific certainty, and the science is there and published for everybody to see.
Let's go to Gina Maria, west of the Rockies, the state of Washington. Hey, Gina, go ahead.
Hello.
love and peace and healing, and God bless everyone and everywhere. I have 3 points to make. I'll be quick. And the third one is one you can trust. So the Shroud of Turin apparently was, I had heard that it was repaired by nuns, I believe about in that time that you spoke of. When it was burned, it was folded, and so kind of all the 4 edges burned. And when it was repaired, and I believe that's the part that might have been tested, like you said, the threads of the repair.
It was near one of the repairs, but not actually one of the repaired areas.
The thing was, there is a girl. Her name is Adriana, and with a K, Clamoret. And she's a famous artist. She started painting when she was 6. She started having visions of heaven when she was 4. Right. And when she was 8, she painted paintings. And it's called the Prince of Peace. The rest, a little bit, he went to heaven because he died, came back. Of all the paintings he was shown, he said, they kept asking, is this Jesus? And he said, you're not quite right. And when he was shown that one that little girl painted, he said, that's it. So you can take a look at that painting, Prince of Peace, the Resurrection.
I'm familiar with it, yes, I've seen that.
Oh, beautiful. Beautiful eyes. Oh my God.
That's fine. So now it's really da da da.
And then
And if you can find says you're fucking so then after this.
and all these people with a negative of Jesus, you can look this up on the internet, find it, print it out, whatever, and do this. But when you look at it for, about 25 correct, perfect image of Jesus in your third eye.
That's correct. That's called persistence of vision. It's something that the human eye and perhaps other animals, but the human eye, it's why watching a film with 24 frames going by per second, because of the persistence of vision, you don't see the separate frames, you just see continuous motion. So we've studied that, and we're familiar with that, and what that does, and I have seen this many times, if you stare at it for, like you said, for a good half minute or so, and then look even at a blank wall and blink your eyes, you'll see the inverse.
The image shows a depiction of what we have been told Jesus probably looks like. Would you agree, Barry?
Yeah, I think that there's a reason for that, and we can look at certain coinage from the 4th and 5th centuries and other artwork. It looks to me, and to many other art experts, that the shroud was the basis for the depiction of Jesus over the centuries. If you look, the first image of Jesus looking like the man of the shroud with the split beard, longer hair, is in the Pompeii Catacombs in Rome. It's about 285 AD, if I remember correctly. And before that, Jesus was always depicted either bald-headed or with a laurel wreath or crown of thorns, if you will, around his head. And so I think that, look, the shroud, they couldn't come running out of the tomb of the shroud and say, look what we found. It violates 2 Jewish laws. It's supposed to be buried with the body because it contains blood, and secondly, it contains an image which to this day both Jews and Muslims don't permit. So they couldn't come out and go, look, we found this. It had to be hidden away, and where was it for 250 years? We really don't know where it was. Apparently hidden away, but by about 285 AD, we started seeing depictions of Jesus looking like the man of the shroud. And many art historians believe that the shroud served as a model for those depictions.
I was going to say, what came first, pictures of Jesus or the shroud, which showed us pictures of what could be Jesus?
Yeah, I think I would have to answer the shroud.
I don't get
Well, that's
this.
pretty fascinating all by itself. Yeah, what happened to the shroud? Assuming it was a resurrection, the body's gone. The robe or the shroud is body's gone. The robe or the shroud is left in the tomb. Who gets it? Who takes it?
Well, you would think that the disciples who already understood that they were sort of outlaws and had broken many of the laws and had sort of become outcasts from the Jewish tradition, they would have taken it and hidden it. And there's a couple of papers written by Aldo Zareschi, an Italian photographer who lives in Turin, from Turin, and he made a replica shroud, and he took it and he rolled it up and put it into a tall clay jar and allowed some moisture to accumulate in the bottom of it. And when he was done and he pulled that out, there were water stains on his replica
matching almost identically the water stains on the Shroud of Turin. And his theory is that at some point in its history, it was rolled up and hidden in a clay jar, perhaps in a whole room full of clay jars, that and perhaps even got forgotten about for a while. And so there is evidence that at some point in its history it was stored that way, and some of the water stains on that cloth came from the condensation of moisture within those olive jars, within that olive jar. And I think if you go to our website and find his paper and read it, you'll see he makes a very good case that those particular stains on the shroud are an indication of it being stored that way at some point in its history.
Barry, we're going to come back and take final calls with you in a moment on Coast to Coast AM.
Coast Insiders, the new version of the Coast to Coast AM app is now available for iPhone and now Android 4.0 and above. Listen live or on demand anywhere, anytime. Go to coasttocoastam.com and download it today.
I'm Ray Pennick in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. LA County Vector Control says mosquitoes will be the next problem for SoCal. Standing water from recent rains offers prime breeding areas. Antibiotic-resistant bacteria has been found in LA County. Health officials say the superbacteria was found by a USC professor and his team at 2 wastewater facilities in LA County. They say antibiotics are completely ineffective against it. Video reportedly shows a bystander ignored dying Cash App founder Bob Lee in San Francisco. No arrests have been made. And SpaceX has had another successful launch to celebrate. A Falcon 9 rocket blasted off from Cape Canaveral at 12:30 this morning. The rocket was carrying a communications satellite. And happy National Beer Day. Southbound weather from KFI, sunny and warm today with highs in the low to mid 70s. Right now it's 52 in Westminster, 52 in Huntington Beach, 54 in West Hollywood, and 55 in Van Nuys. We lead local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennis.
In Costa Mesa, there is a full freeway closure that's on the 405 northbound from the 73 to Fairview. All lanes are going to be shut down for road work until 5. And in Cerritos, which is on the 605 northbound connector to the 91 eastbound, we have a crash blocking that transition road. Watch for delays as you approach. Montebello, there is a work zone 60 south from Finley to Rosemead Boulevard. 3 right lanes are going to be shut down for road work until 6. KFI and the Sky Hopes get you there faster on Brian Van. After the indictment, the big media spin is all against President Trump. Well, there is one cable news channel that says they lead the way in the real news. That's Newsmax. Watch Newsmax for perspective that doesn't fit big media's narrative. Now, the Newsmax poll is asking Americans if the Trump indictment is for a real crime or is it just politics? And the Newsmax poll asks if you support Trump for president in 24. You can vote right now. Just text the word turn to 39747. That's turn to 39747. It takes just a minute. Brenda Van Susteren, Eric Balling, and a lot more. Newsmax is on all major cable systems and streaming TVs. So vote now on the Newsmax poll about the Trump indictment and his run for president. Text turn to 39747. Make sure your voice is heard. A Life Source system gives you filtered and delicious water straight from every tap. It filters out chlorine and other contaminants, retaining healthy minerals. The Life Source system is maintenance-free, no filters to change, no salt, no servicing. They install it, you forget it. Own a Life Source water system for only $75 per month on approval of credit. This ends 96-800-803-2696. Visit lifesourcewater.com.
The How to Money podcast helps you live a richer life by teaching you how to handle the money you have in a more thoughtful, purposeful way. Join hosts Joel and Matt for personal finance nuggets that actually make a difference in your life.
Well, the number one rule of cheap travel is to let the deal drive the destination. Bali, it might not be on your radar, but if the price is right, it should be. Right, yeah. When you take this tactic, it allows you to travel more because you're doing it for so much less money.
Listen to How to Money on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast.
KFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk. I love those security questions that I'm asked.
rising and follow my lead. My beautiful and sweet. I never knew there was someone waiting for me. Just kiss when we fell in love, not knowing what it was. I will not give you up this time. Darling, just kiss me slow. Your heart is all I own. And in your eyes, you're holding mine, baby. Yeah, dancing in the dark, you between my arms, barefoot on the ground, listening to our favorite song. When you're standing at the mess, I whisper underneath the dress. You heard it, and you look perfect tonight.
To talk to George Norrie, call the wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll-free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
Next hour, Bill Phillips joins us, Soul Searching. Tune into spirit and awaken your inner wisdom. Get ready for that on Coast to Coast. We'll come back in a moment with Darren Schwartz and take final calls as we talk about the Shroud of Turin as well. Have you signed up yet to become a Coast Insider? Lots of people are doing it.
I'm a Coast Insider because now I have 24/7 access to the best show ever, Coast to Coast AM.
Hi, it's Lisa. I like being an insider because the shows I listen to, I always appreciate the diversity of thoughtful insights it brings me on a variety of topics on Coast to Coast. The show has challenged me to think deeper and to broaden my horizon.
So give it a view. See where it says Insider. Sign up that way. Download our free Coast to Coast AM app to your phone, and you can sign up that way as well by clicking profiles and subscriptions. And if you live in Canada and worldwide, you now can become a Coast Insider, so take advantage of it. Now here's something for you to get some rest and de-stress.
HealthyLooking.com has a combination of products to help with everyday stress, fatigue, and moodiness, while increasing energy and stamina. Plus, help to fall asleep easier and more soundly while losing weight. Take Elevate in the morning for energy and focus. Then Accelerate weight management and sleep combo before bed for a great full night's sleep.
I've maybe gotten 4 to 5 hours sleep max a night. I'm sleeping between 6 and 7. I wake up to use the bathroom, but I go right back to sleep, which just never happened before, which is pretty awesome.
I noticed a higher level of happiness. I also noticed that I wasn't taking naps. I had more energy. I was more in the moment with my kids. Like, we were laughing more. We were more excited. Every single person needs to feel this.
I lost 10 pounds and 5.5 inches off my waist, and I'm so proud of myself. It gives you energy. It helps you sleep better. It just works. I stand by it 100%.
I was on a handful of medications to help me sleep, to help me be happy, tons of therapy. When I'm ready to go to sleep, I'm getting 7 to 9 hours of sleep every night. Lost some pounds, inches mainly. My family has me back.
Get George's Power Pack, Accelerate, and Elevate, including free gift Be Slim for daytime weight maintenance, plus free shipping with promo code George. Accelerate, Elevate, free gift Be Slim, and now free shipping for one exclusive special price with George's Power Pack. Order now, 800-394-9930. That's 800-394-9930.
gun owner. The Mantis X is a high-tech but easy-to-use system used extensively by the military to improve their aim quickly, giving them the confidence in their ability to protect. You attach the Mantis X to your firearm and connect it with an app on your smartphone or tablet via Bluetooth. It gives you instant feedback on what you're doing right, what you're doing wrong, and how to connect and correct your technique. The Mantis X is like a firearms instructor in your pocket, with 94% improving within 20 minutes using the Mantis X. And the best part is, you can do this conveniently at home. The best in the world who drive fire practice at home, and the Mantis X is the best way to train at home. No driving to the range, spending money on range fees and ammo. You save a ton of money and improve. Get the van at mantisx.com. That's mantisx.com. Fun and Adventure has returned comics and novels from Marvelous Entertainment, based on the thrilling sci-fi masterpieces by Marvin Thunder. Acclaimed comic creator Andy Fish and team are bringing a sense of wonder and thrills, great on-act adventures like these great old comic book stories. Remember, in their line of titles: iWagon, Haunted Planet, Space Ranger, codename Atom Bomb, Tales of Singularity, and the kid-oriented Wagon Jr. Join them at iWagon.com. That's iWagon.com.
Execution's 11 p.m., but he's trying to convince us he's gone insane. Therefore, incapable of being escorted. On the group of 14, Edward, son of Edward, I am a demon.
So bad.
No equal. Think again. It's time to tell you what it is.
Really?
Like you to do.
Yeah, I want to die.
The very acid arms of the medical doctor, igers before you.
And welcome back to Coast. George Norrie with you, Barry Schwartz with us. Barry, we still don't know how the Egyptians made the pyramids. Will we ever figure out how the Shroud of Turin was made?
Well, George, it's a tough question to answer. If further testing is allowed, perhaps we might get a little closer to an answer. But perhaps the best thing about the Shroud is that it remains a mystery. It's what attracts people to it, not just people of faith, but people of science, people interested in history, or people just interested in something that's quite a mystery. So whether or not we ever get the answer, I'm not sure that I'll be around to see the answer, George.
I sure hope you will, because we need you, Barry.
Well, thank you, George. I appreciate that.
Let's go to Jason in Olympia, Washington. Welcome to the show. Hi, Jace. Go ahead.
Are you really gonna?
Thank you so much for taking my call, George, and God bless you and your team.
Thank you.
And
This is Joe ass around here.
100%. And thank you so much, Barry, for all your research. For a layman here, up here in Olympia, Washington, I'm 100% behind you. What you've done as far as your research and the work, it's just such a blessing for us who are really looking for the truth. And my question for you is, the Shroud of Turin another representation of Jesus' presence on this planet? I mean, it's just such a fascinating topic, and we, as believers, I'm one, and we do so much work trying to really find the truth, and I'm a believer and a big faith guy, and gosh, at some point,
What about this?
breaks
Makes
at a
you fucking
point,
think
and then you look at the data,
that you're gonna find something,
and the
huh?
data supports everything of what you're saying. Point. And everything that you're talking about, it's really hard for folks that just go on faith, be like, hey, it's just faith. No, the data is behind it. That there's hard facts there, and it's represented what you're saying there with the DNA, the time stature, the PowerPoints. I mean, good Lord,
So I really appreciate all your work, and I just, it's mind-blowing that some people can't grab onto this. So I really believe what you're saying there is the truth.
Want to react to some of that, Barry?
Well, I just want to say this, that, people question why me, a Jewish guy, is involved with the shroud, even though it's a Jewish burial shroud of a Jewish man. And I can tell people, because I'm not a Messianic Jew, nor have I converted to anything, but I always tell people that I can accept the existence of the historical Jesus of Nazareth, and considering that his life and his influence is felt more today than it was when he was alive, I can look at that and I can accept that we have an artifact that makes sense that someone of that stature, that his burial shroud would be preserved. And so I can accept that, but whether or not Jesus was the Messiah or the prophetic Messiah, as it says in the Old Testament, that's a separate question. And my involvement is about a piece of cloth, and not so much what it means to people as to what we know about it. As it says on the front page of shroud.com, that we believe that given the facts, you have to make up your own mind about this.
Just about everybody, Barry, is convinced that Jesus lived.
Sure.
They just don't know whether he was the Son of God or not.
Exactly. That's the Jewish position, basically, is, and look, I even asked the rabbi, I said, well, why is it that the Jews don't accept Jesus as the Messiah? And they said, well, if you read the prophecies, it says that when he comes, there'll be world peace. And obviously there was not world peace 2,000 years ago, and Christians believe in the second coming, and that's when world peace will arrive. And so the Jews are still waiting, while the Christians are waiting for the second coming. Jews are still waiting for the first.
A lot of the Bible is pretty accurate, I would say, if not most of it. If that's the case, why fudge about the resurrection?
Well, I don't know if it's being fudged about. I just think that because I've approached this, and remember what my background is, I've approached this purely from the scientific point of view. That's an issue, as I said earlier, that we really can't address. But after said, there's no scientific test for Christmas, and he was right about that. So, but the beauty of the shroud is it's there, and it's there for anybody and everybody that's interested in it. And whatever it means to each person is a personal thing, and the answer to the faith that it represents is within each person who looks at it, not on the cloth, it's in our own heart. And I believe Jesus is the one who said that, or words to the effect that the kingdom of God is within us. So I think it's incumbent upon each of us to sort of reach that conclusion for ourselves. And it's different for different people.
Let's go to John in Lexington, Kentucky. Welcome to the program. John, go ahead.
Hi, George. King of the airways. Not president, king of the airways. Tina, you're a beautiful person. Thank you so much. George, thank you for taking my call. Barry, gosh, what a wonderful thing to be able to look at the image of the shroud that was bought by Joseph of Arimathea. And my question is, and this man was swift beyond recognition. It says we were healed by his stripes, and through his holy blood we are cleansed. But my question is, I really think that it is possible, and I'm looking at the shroud now on Google in a vertical position, and it looks like that those nails were driven right through those carpal bones, right above the radius and the ulna, and below, it's driven through the metacarpal that was slipped on through, by the way. That's correct. That carpal area is clustered with bones, and in my opinion, that big iron nail could have went in that area. What is your answer on that? And thank you, George, and bless you. And Cornelius, I wish you on the rapture, and God bless you all. Well, good question, and here's the thing, and again, we're on radio, I can't demonstrate visually, but I can tell you this. Take your thumb and your little finger and put them together and look at your hand, and you'll see that the two fleshy parts of your palm are divided by kind of a groove that runs from the wrist up into the center of the palm. That's called the thenar furrow, and that would be a logical place to drive a nail at an angle where we only see on the shroud the exit wound of the crucifixion nail in the hand, and where it shows it. So it's still in the palm. Some people have objected to the idea of saying, well, that goes against what it says in the gospel. It's still in the palm of the hand. It's about an inch towards the wrist from the center of the palm, but it's still in the palm. And that is, as you pointed out, that would be a place where the nail would be driven in, and it would be very difficult to pull your hand loose, where if it were at the center of the palm, there wouldn't be much there to stop the hand from somebody being strong enough to rip their hand loose from the nail. So I agree with the caller, and I think that that's the correct answer.
Norman's in St. Louis. Take it away, Norm. Go ahead.
Hey, great show again.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I appreciate all your efforts, sir. So I was serious. I was going to ask that question if that converted you or changed your faith or anything, but I see it didn't. But no big deal. I'm a Christian, but I was raised in a half Christian, half Jewish home. My father was Jewish, my mother was Catholic. But I guess it's the old argument. You want to argue with the woman, you want to argue, or you want to be right, or you want to be happy. So you opted for that one. But good point. Anyway, happy Passover over then, sir.
Thank you so much.
On Jesus, so something I wanted to say was, of all the humans in the history of mankind, I would have to conclude that Jesus is probably the most popular, or I would say, if you asked 1,000 people if they'd heard of Jesus, 990 would know heard of him.
It's not all of course not.
Jesus is mentioned in the Quran, correct? Allah and the Prophet Muhammad aren't mentioned in the Bible, but that's as far as the resurrection goes, I'd be willing to bet the national debt that one thing no one's ever going to find is the bones of Jesus.
Well, I couldn't argue with that, and I understand your point. I agree.
Didn't they find the bones of one of Jesus' friends?
Well, they have found the remains now of 2 crucifixion victims. Jehohanan, I think, in 1963, and more recently in England, they found the remains.
Indiana Jones.
Show it's Good Friday here on East.
Yes, it is.
That's right. Anyway, I don't know why nobody saw this coming in the 90s. They was actually the blood from the shroud came back with the verdict that it is female, proving to us believers that a child, virgin shall conceive and bear a son. That's a miracle, because it's good. Now, I'm not familiar with that study, so I'm not really sure what to say about it. But according to the one DNA analysis, which, by the way, was never published in a scientific journal, so it's only anecdotal at best, they determined mass human normal chromosomes. There was a gentleman who claimed that Jesus would only have half the normal chromosomes. Sorry, I'm forgetting his name at the moment. But he also said he found the Ark of the Covenant, but I have seen no evidence of that. So the way I see it, there's some questions that the shroud just can't answer. And, some of these deeper questions, really, I think you have to kind of look within yourself, or perhaps speak to a priest or a minister or a rabbi and discuss it with them. My position on this comes from examining a piece of cloth. So I'm limited to what knowledge I've gained from that piece of cloth, and I understand the Christian viewpoint and how significant this is to my Christian brothers and sisters. And so I've tried to be as respectful as I can, but I've also kept my own position, and I'm very open about that, as I have shared in this program, of where I stand. That, my beliefs are that this is a kind of an important signpost for people, but the answer to faith is more within us than it is on that cloth.
Let's get first-time caller Catherine in Los Angeles. Hi, Catherine.
Hello, how are you? I'm really grateful to be on the show. I thought about calling you sometime, and I never got through.
Well, you made it. We only got a minute and a half, but go for it.
Okay, well, let me tell you really quickly. I actually did see that the child, it was on display in California. It's just instituted in about 1980.
It was a replica. It wasn't the actual shroud.
Replica. It's the replica.
Okay, 1978 drought of Turin investigation. I have that. So, and I wanted to say that I wanted to ask you if you heard of a man called Paul T. Ronaldo de Ville.
Not ringing a bell. Who was he, Catherine? What did he do?
Okay, well, he claimed to have examined the cloud. He said it was not a double negative, but a triple negative. And he painted a picture from the cloud. He painted it with his fingers, and it was just breathtaking. It was just terribly, terribly, something you saw you'd never forget. And I understand when he died, he left all his belongings to the Archdiocese of Los Angeles, and of course that was a rabbit hole, and nobody, I don't know, I wasn't able to find out what happened to that painting, but I thought it should have been displayed somewhere in a church or something.
Good point. Hey, Barry, we're out of time. I want you to give out your website. Okay, the website is www.shrouds.com. And let me quickly take this opportunity to wish all of your listeners either a blessed Easter or a joyous Passover. Barry, I have enjoyed talking to you over the years. You've just done a remarkable job with this topic, and just thank you. Well, thank you, George. Thanks for having me back on the program. And do me a favor, when you see Tom tomorrow, tell him I said hi. You got it. It's Barry Schwartz. The Turin Shroud is the name of his book. Up next, Bill Phillips joins us, Soul Searching, Coast to Coast AM.
Coast Insiders, the new version of the Coast to Coast AM app is now available for iPhone and now Android 4.0 and above. Listen live or on demand, anywhere, anytime. Go to coasttocoastam.com and download it today.
Dude, you're gonna get caught up there in that thing.
April is California Community Colleges Month, and it's time to get ready to enroll in summer or fall classes. With 116 colleges and more than 200 career education programs, you can gain skills for a new career, work towards your associate's degree or certificate, or start at your local college and transfer to a guaranteed safe spot at a four-year university. Plus, financial aid is available year-round to help with your tuition, books, supplies, and sometimes even the rent.
The House Money Podcast helps you live a richer life by teaching you how to handle the money you have in a more thoughtful, purposeful way. Join hosts Joel and Matt for personal finance nuggets that actually make a difference in your life.
Well, the number one rule of cheap travel is to let the deal drive the destination. Folly, it might not be on your radar, but if the price is right, it should be. Right, yeah. When you take this tactic, it allows you to travel more because you're doing it for so much less money.
Listen to How to Money on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast.
I've been a small business person my entire adult life, and over the years, several HR issues I got nailed. I could never afford an HR person, but there's an answer, Bambi.com. And with Bambi, you get an HR person starting at just $99 per month. And I thought this was too good to be true. This is real. Bambi helps you deal with your HR problems, like writing HR policies, sexual harassment training, hostile work environment, terminations, that was my problem, people complaining about other employees, all putting you and your business at risk. With Bambi, you get access to your own dedicated HR manager available by phone, email, real-time chat. Go to Bambi.com, type in KFI under the radio drop-down when you sign up. Bambi.com, that's KFI under the radio drop-down. I want the credit, please. Spelled BAM, B-E-E, that's BAM, B-E-E, that's Bambi.com. Spring. When your winter back turns into spring rolls. KFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk. KFI, AM 640.
Los Angeles, Orange County, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Mosquito. I'm Bree Kennett in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Vector Control says mosquitoes will be the next problem for SoCal. Standing water from recent rains offers prime breeding areas.
in and around, structures and buildings, and, even a teaspoon of water caught somewhere under a bush or rain gutter or something like that can provide habitat for these mosquitoes.
Good RX says some people are just mosquito magnets. They're actually attracted to type O blood, body temperature, and sweat. LA Public Health has launched a Heart Hero campaign to teach CPR. Barbara Ferrer hopes to train 500,000 county residents hands-only CPR by the end of the year. She says 70% of cardiac arrest. LA County bought the property in 2020. They used it as an emergency shelter during the pandemic. The building is now refurbished and will be ready for tenants by the end of the latest drought map of California shows more of the state is now drought-free. The U.S. Drought Monitor says reservoirs are filling up and the snowpack is high. Now officials are watching melting snow and runoff. They say flooding could be an issue as warmer weather sets in. New video reportedly shows a bystander ignoring dying Cash App founder Bob Lee. No arrests have been made. SpaceX has had another successful launch to celebrate. Falcon 9 rocket blasted off from Cape Canaveral at 12:30 this morning. The rocket was carrying a communications satellite. LA County is recruiting mental health workers to work with a response team designed to help with the homeless. They're offering incentives like signing bonuses, student loan forgiveness, and flexible schedules. And today is National Beer Day. You're welcome. Southland weather from KFI, mostly sunny and warm with highs in the low to mid-70s. Right now it's 53 in Aliso Viejo, 52 in Orange, 54 for West Hollywood, and 51 in Northridge. We lead local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennant.
In Costa Mesa, there is a full freeway closure 405 northbound from the 73 to Fairview. All lanes are going to be shut down for road work until 5. In Cerritos, we have good news. Earlier crash on the 605 northbound connector to the 91 eastbound has been cleared from lanes. Your drive is recovered in that area. And in Montebello, there is a work zone 60 eastbound from Finley to Rose State Boulevard. 3 right lanes are going to be shut down for road work. Expect delays in that area. KFI, the Sky Oaks, get you there faster, O'Brien fan. Hey, all with Steam Sharp. For emergency backup power, there's only one name you need to know. Duffy Power. Since 1965, Southern California has relied on Duffy for hospitals and high-rises, data centers and school districts, every form of business, big or small, even homes and RVs. Whether it's a new generator, an emergency rental, or Duffy's legendary repair and maintenance service, Duffy Power has you covered. Go to DuffyPower.com, DuffyPower.com. That's DuffyPower.com.
Is not for what it is. No, she.
Seriously, Mike, dealership just fixed the transmission.
We all know how easy it can be to go to the wrong place for transmission repair. Made up of over 800 pieces.
Really? Yeah, she gave me shit. It was like,
Amco, always the right fix. AA, MCO. Push the MANYC, Amco.com for complete details. The crash is coming. You can feel it in your gut. According to Time Magazine, major investors who predicted the 2008 crash see another on the way. Bloomberg predicts that the U.S. housing market looks headed for its worst slowdown in years.
What about
To hedge against it, there's only one asset that's safe, liquid, and has outperformed stocks 3-1. Rare coins. For insider access to coins with the greatest growth potential, there's only one place to go. Tangible Investments is America's top rare coin dealer, and its CEO, Cheryl DeGenova, is the undisputed expert on this private portable asset class. For over 35 years, silk coins have increased 10, 20, even 25 times. He's been featured on CNBC, the History Channel, and quoted in the Wall Street Journal. Get the only asset that safeguards your future while generating incredible gains. Call Tangible Investments for a free investor kit and copy of the award-winning documentary Why Money Became Worthless. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800. You lost your cat up this tree?
yeah, I did.
Way up there and scared to come down.
Hang on. Here you go.
Where did you come from? And where's your now?
Where did you go?
What? Oh, well, your mom and dad called us to clean out your shower drain.
What?
They were up a tree, too.
Really?
Your drain was really clogged, backing up, and we have to stop that nasty stuff from invading your bathroom.
So you're a hero?
Try to be every day. We're Rooter Heroes.
Wow.
We make sure you live in a safe, clean house. Go on.
Thanks for rescuing George.
It's what a hero does.
If you have a clogged drain, call Rooter Hero Plumbing and Air. Go online at rooterhero.com. Only iHeartRadio gives you access to all of your favorite radio stations. Kelly in the morning, Rover's Morning Glory, Booker and Stryker, all of the once-in-a-lifetime events. All three go, are you ready? All the best free cheering playlists. Nobody does it better. All the great podcasts for every interest.
Is it Manny time?
All of the mind-blowing content. $20,000 off of all of your favorite superstars. We're the Red Hot Chili Peppers. Best of all, it doesn't cost a thing. Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
This is Jacob at Ron. If you've been involved in a motorcycle accident, call 844-24-JACOB. KFI, AM 640.
There are all these things that you need to go over everything. They say the time is mostly the years, but I ain't done watching. Hello, can you hear me? I'm in California, dreaming about who we used to be when we were younger and free. I've forgotten how it felt before the world fell. I see the difference between us and me now.
Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
And welcome back to Coast to Coast. Up next, Bill Phillips joins us. His latest work is called Soul Searching. Tune into spirit and awaken your inner wisdom. Coast to Coast AM. Our cell phones are something we rely on all day, every day. And whether it's staying connected to family and friends, doing business, shopping online, it's an business. Just too bad the wireless companies know that too, because their charges are. This is why we're happy to tell you about Consumer Cellular. Remember that name. You can still get great coverage or even keep your same phone and number while saving up to half on your wireless bill. Consumer Cellular makes switching easy. Their most awarded customer service team is 100% U.S. based, and they'll bring you the highest quality of customer support. They'll tell you about flexible monthly plans that you can change up or down anytime you want. And with Consumer Cellular, you'll never be tied to it. Go to consumercellular.com/Norrie and for a limited time get 25 off your wireless bill when you use promo code Norrie. That's right. consumercellular.com/Norrie. Use promo code Norrie for $25 off.
The reason why I have two accounts is one of them is currently on my computer.
Based on the thrilling sci-fi masterpieces by Marvin Sundrum. Acclaimed comic creator Andy Fisher's team are bringing that sense of wonder and thrill.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was just explaining. I have one on my computer and one on my phone, and essentially, in order to watch it on the computer, I can't necessarily have both devices going on one device. Is what I'm trying to say. So basically, if I want to watch it on my computer, I need to be logged in on an account, and if I want it on my phone, I have to be on an account. So that's why there are two.
I mean, for me, I appreciate the fact that you're more security for the fucking space. And you bring people for downtime programs to fucking love. But yeah, how you been, Rabbi? What's going on?
Kicking ass, taking names. Oh man, I got a lot going on here.
You're definitely taking names, for sure.
Definitely. I'm sorry. I've got, let's see here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 YouTubes going. I got 7 Instagrams going, and I got people typing to me. But you guys have my full attention. How are you doing, Ao? How is the island of Sri Lanka? Are you keeping everybody happy there? Are you making sure the orphans are all taken care of?
Yeah, I'm taking care of the kids. but I'm missing out. Where they give but that's me, and I know some people want to fucking idiots. But yeah, you're such a great guy. Yeah, what you bring to love,
He conducts individual, small and large group readings for the theater and television and radio programs as well. Dr. Phil, Access Hollywood. Bill, welcome back. How have you been? Thanks for having me. I'm doing great. Thank you. Let's go back to
What was on my phone? Twitter Spaces.
I definitely did not speak it out. So my earlier years were very trying, and I find that with most museums or most theaters, there's usually some kind of event that happens that sort of shakes their world. For me, that happened when I was just 5 years old. My parents were struggling with their own issues, me being, kidnapped back and forth. And long story short, my mom passed away when I was 14, and she came to me a few nights later, and my life was forever changed in that moment. Did it scare me?
on my banner or on my
It was more just
no, in the background sound is myself. Mr. Weapon giving you an ice cream. It was I don't know, man. These look like they're like really fucking shots. They're all over the place.
I think I was
I'm trying to stay away from all the sugar stuff.
was just sharing my truth.
Dude, I barely eat that sweet stuff. Like, I swear to God, my family has a history of diabetes.
I actually was going afterwards. I was in high school. I was doing the opera singer actually. So my whole life kind of went and derailed into this work, which I'm so grateful for. But it was something that definitely chose.
I know, Mickey. Do you remember John Dick? Fuck yeah.
I actually, for the past year, so I've been taking lessons.
Fucking living the dream is sure, but fucking like we're in the business and, close everything. Fucking life in general sad, but at the end of the day, you just gotta smile, like, that's why I got the random smile.
Hell yeah, he's in Perth.
But, what I was gonna say was...
You know Mickey Yank Mouse?
I was waiting for P-Dub to turn up about fucking self-creating for
guided to help people rise above the fear. And during that time, I was leading meditations, and it's really feeling guided to help put the power back in people's hands, to show them that they are their energy first, and how that really is the threshold for the creation of their lives. And so,
Who is Mickey Dank Mouse? This is horseshit. It shows that we're typing to each other, but it doesn't show me you're in here. Such a stupid thing. Oh, that's me. How you been, baby? We're in Twitter Spaces.
I ain't got time for spice right now.
People want to see the page.
It's really a matter of tuning out the ego mind, the conscious self, the rational mind, because that's always going to want to interfere with our divine guidance. It's going to always want to be doubtful and fearful. So when we're able to really go within and quiet down that part of ourselves, that's when the magic begins to happen. That's when the impressions start to happen. And the more that we utilize that and sort of build our own language with our higher self, with our all-knowing self, then we can make better informed decisions. And we basically know that we're here for a short time to create our own version of heaven on earth. Do we all have to do God's will that help us out? Oh, of course, we do. And a lot of the time, they can be people in our families as well. Like my mother is one of my biggest spirit guides. She's my biggest cheerleader. So it's not always just a random soul that you didn't know pre-birth. They absolutely can be the better part of your soul group. Or Phillips' book is called Soul Searching. His website is linked up at coasttocoastam.com, but he's also on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube. You're all over the place.
Yeah, I'm very grateful. I am, this is something that really took storm and word of mouth happened, and back in the day, and it led me into some really incredible opportunities and moments, and I think just grateful to be of service.
You start your book with the chapter "The Child Within." Was that because of your influence?
Absolutely, yes. And I really do feel that, from our early age, regardless of what we're going through, that's when we're the most impressionable, right? And so that's when someone outside of ourselves is programming us. They're telling us what we should think and what we should feel and what we should believe. And it's not to understand what our belief is and what our opinion is, what our mind is. So the inner child, I believe, is a part of our essence, it's a part of our soul. And it all goes back down to programming. So if we're able to access that part of ourselves, we can heal, we can make different decisions, we can build a dialogue within ourselves. It's a loving dialogue that is a limitless dialogue. Many people are told when they're 4, 5, and 6 that their imaginary friend is just imaginary. So what happens is that they accept that command, and that's what becomes their reality, even though it's still dormant within them.
I recall once, many years ago, of a mother who would talk about her daughter. They moved into a house, and the daughter always used to talk about her playmates, her friends, her imaginary friends. And one day she came in and said, I will call Louise. And she said, Louise had told me that she died here. She never did die. And somehow they ended up calling a contractor to tear up the floor. I don't know why they did it, but they did. And they found the bones of the little girl.
Wow. Absolutely. It happens more so than we realize, actually. So that's a great example about how we come into this world being very open to the other side and to that true part of ourselves.
Letting go. What is that?
Letting go is basically about surrendering, letting go of the past, not dwelling upon it. We are sort of designed in a way to have this ego mind, which does serve us as well, but it also can make us suffer too if we give it too much power. So in letting go, we're letting go of that control that it has over us.
Forgiveness. Why is that important?
Same reason, actually. Forgiveness is what allows us to let go and to be neutral within ourselves. And, we carry so much pain on our hearts for acts that haven't been forgiven. And so when we're able to forgive, we're able to release the burden and release the person who hurt us or who may have damaged us.
Now, what do you mean by the thought transformation?
Yeah, again, going back to how we're all creating our own lives right now, just subconsciously, I really do, and I live my life this way every day, but I really do believe that the dialogue that we're telling ourselves, even the words that we're speaking as well, are creating an energy around us, an orbit around us, and pulling more of that energy towards us. So it's really interesting. Even down to the music that you're listening to as well, you have to be very cognizant of what you're thinking, what you're feeling, and when you're able to change the dialogue within, that's when you see the changes around you take place.
If your words are negative,
yes, it does. But here's the thing, though. I find that acceptance of that is, paramount. Actually, one of the exercises in the theme book is about showing you what the true self and the spirit self look like. So I think it's important to document that, write it out. What are these negative thoughts? What are these negative voices in your head? Acknowledge them, put them out on paper, and then take a moment to flip it around, to flip the negative. When you're able to do that, you're able to transform your energy, you're able to raise yourself up to a higher level. And that level, that sweet spot, George, is just the place that when we're there, that's when our success happens. That's when our confidence is activated. That's when our connection happens. So we all have access to it, but it does take a little bit of effort to get out of the kink and thinking. But some people are better than others. You know, it's for some it's just natural, you know, or for others maybe they didn't have as much trauma, you know, growing up or in their childhood. Maybe they had a really good support system around them that was positive in their environment. That makes a big difference, you know. But for many people, though, they didn't have that. They had the parents, you know, that were not getting. They sure do. The universe is in. Yeah, so just going back within, you know, to understanding that we're energy first, and we're vibrating, right? And so when we allow our minds to conjure up in our imagination how limitless we actually are, how we are part of the fabric of the universe, there's an empowerment that happens there. It happens on a cellular level. And when we're able to go to that place, that's when we're able to really imprint around us the energy that we want to set forth in our lives. That's important too.
What is the gratitude frequency?
One of my favorite ones actually in the book, I go throughout my day, I must give my gratitude or my thank you probably 1,000 times a day. And so what I wanted to do was create a visualization for this, something that would really inspire the reader to show them how that looks on the inside. And because I live my life energetically, I thought how beautiful to put gold energy into this, to infuse that part of ourselves. So for every deposit of our gratitude, we're making that deposit, and those deposits add up over time. They change our frequency, and of course, spring. It absolutely is. You know, we all have access to that too. And I love to begin my day with prayer. You know, paying it forward. How can I positively affect someone throughout my day? So my intention, my prayer is always, please help me leave people better than they were before. You know, it's all about just going back within your dialogue. And we're all here to be of service. You know, if you're a dentist, if you're a doctor, if you're a medium or a musician, we're all here to inspire people and to heal them with our unique gifts and abilities.
Life sometimes takes strong twists. Oh, yes, you believe that loving life's challenges is important.
I do, yeah, I do, because it all goes back to something
What's up, baby? Sorry, just a sexy tag.
when we're able to see life from a higher spiritual perspective, then we're able to see that nothing is being done to us. We're here in this earth school right now. We're here to learn lessons. We're here to evolve. And so if we're able to look at our challenges in that way, it just definitely flips our awareness of it, and it allows us to operate more so from our higher self, from our all-knowing intuitive self, versus that part of ourself that doesn't want to change, that wants to kind of stay safe in the ego space. That's what our human side, you know, wants for us. So it's always good to see the things not higher perspective.
Well, what is the soul to you? What is it?
You know, I believe that our soul is our essence. It's our light in this world. It's our light in the universe. I also believe that we're all connected as one on a soul.
The spiritual realm.
The spiritual is basically taking it one step further. So, just having everyone understand that they have a system around them. I thought what came to me actually from spirit was this web concept of how we're all interconnected together. And that interconnectedness is, you know, with the living as well, but also the incarnate with our loved ones, our angels, our guides, our ascended masters, everyone that makes up the community around us. And we are tied into that here. They're influencing us here. And so when we're able to feel that connection to that web, it takes away the illusion that we're alone, because we're never alone.
doesn't even make sense. That's important. I believe that our life is a big intention. And I believe that our intention is one of our biggest superpowers as well. It's very underutilized. So if it's just, a minute or less than that, actually, to go within and to just see what you want to achieve, to feel the feeling that you want to feel in those moments. And kind of throw them out like breadcrumbs in front of you to have that inspiration to experience that energy vibration. So why are mantras so important? I love mantras. This goes back to my music background as well, but I believe that there's something really, really powerful with vibration. I learned about this when I was at the conservatory as well, and utilizing the chakra system with different vowels and different mantra, whether it be in Sanskrit, whether it just be a spoken word. We're giving all of our energy and all of our intention to that sound vibration, and within that vibration, we're able to manipulate the energy around us. So let's just say someone's having a bad day, they're going through a breakup or something like that. They're able to utilize the mantra to change the energy around them. And it is really powerful. I do it every day. I wish everyone would do it, actually. It's super, super, super powerful. Absolutely. Intuition and a lesson in trust. Again, we're all designed to be intuitive. We're all intuitive. I like to actually refer to the word of channel, even versus the word psychic or medium. We're all channels, basically, for energy. And when we trust it, just like riding the bike, trusting the language, we're able to lean into that feeling more, and we're able to utilize it for ourselves. And one of the things I give actually in that chapter is back, this is probably 7 years or so ago. I was selling a house, buying another one, and I sort of freaked my realtor out because I told him who was going to buy our previous house. And I said, yes, I'm seeing a red-haired girl who's single, her dad's going to help her buy the house. They lined up, and then after that happened, I was able to go within and ask Spirit, okay, please show me what I need to secure this house. And there was a bidding war with 10 other people for the property. And the number that I gave secured us the house down to the dollar. So it all goes down to trusting in the moment what you're receiving, not doubting it, not allowing that rational part of yourself to interfere.
When we come back to the moment, Bill, we'll talk about why cutting corners and cornering is really where does that fit into this. So with Bill Phillips, his book is called Soul Searching. His website is his name, link up at coasttocostam.com. And if you're on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube, as many of you are, he's all over the places. Well, we'll have to post some links for you there as well. So we'll come back in a moment with Bill Phillips on Coast to Coast.
The hardest thing about that lady is the fact that she said she had gigabyte internet.
Someone was like, I have a friend who's like part of the period, they use search and he's actually Filipino. So he's actually going to like he was trying to convert some to me. And I said, no, I like Thailand better than me. If there's anything, I would rather do it for myself.
What happens when the power down?
I'm Kenneth in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. LA County Vector Control says mosquitoes will be the next problem for SoCal. Sandy Hook offers fine breeding areas. Antibiotic-resistant bacteria has been found in LA County. Health officials say the super bacteria was found by a USC professor and his team at 2 wastewater facilities in LA County. They say antibiotics are completely ineffective against it. Video reportedly shows a bystander ignored dying Cash App founder Bob Lee in San Francisco. No arrests have been made. And SpaceX has had another successful launch to celebrate. A Falcon 9 rocket blasted off in Cape Canaveral at 12:30 this morning. The rocket was carrying a communications satellite. Southbound weather from KFI, mostly sunny today with highs in the low to mid-70s. Right now it's 54 in Anaheim, 54 for Costa Mesa, 55 in Burbank, and 51 in Moore Park. We lead local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennis.
East Houston accepts everything full three-way closure, 405 northbound from the 73 to Fairview. All lanes are going to be shut down for road work until 5. And it's West LA. This is on the 405 southbound at Santa Monica Boulevard. We have cleanup crews from an earlier patch out of the lanes and on the right shoulder. You're seeing delays in that area. Montebello, there is a work zone 60 south from Finley to Rosemead Boulevard. 3 right lanes are going to be shut down for road work. KFI has got exit to their fast thoroughfare advance. Hey, Steam Shark, if you're planning on going solar or even thinking about going solar, then listen up. Time is running out to secure the best possible solar reimbursement with the state of California. Last year, the state and your utility company got together and changed the way new solar systems get reimbursed for the power they produce. And as you can guess, it's not as good for you and me. In fact, it's about 75% less than the old system. The good news is there is a grandfathering period, and you can still permanently lock in those amazing rates. But time is running out. The deadline to have your solar documents filed is April 14th. So how do you do that? You start by calling Sunlust and call them today. Sunlust will walk you through how to lock in the current rates. Even if you're not ready to install the system, it's okay. Call Sunlust and get your document filed. There is no time to waste to lock in the best returns on solar power.
Take care, C-Stacks.
Start today at sunlust.com. Sunlust.com. CSW 10037.
The How to Money podcast helps you live a richer life and teaching you how to handle the money you have in a more thoughtful, purposeful way. Join hosts Joel and Matt for personal finance nuggets that actually make a difference in your life.
Well, the number one rule of cheap travel is to let the people drive the destination. Bali, it might not be on your radar, but it's the price of right. Exactly. When you take the package, it allows you to travel more. You're doing it for so much less money.
Listen to How to Money on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast.
A light source system gives you filtered and delicious water straight from every tap. It filters out chlorine, other contaminants, retaining healthy minerals. Light source system is maintenance-free, no filters to change, no salt, no servicing. They install it, you forget it. Own a Light Source water system from 700-803-2696. 800-803-2696. Visit lightsourcewater.com. KFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk. The people in prison committed crimes, period. That's all that matters. The color of their history doesn't matter. They committed the crime. And gangs are in the business of crime. Selling drugs, they don't do anything else but commit crimes all day. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Hey, Jude, don't make fun.
One time I danced with this nurse at this party, this like dressed up nurse. When I was in high school and she was in college, and it was like I went to school on Monday with a fucking dick. This. We've had things for nurses since then. You ever date a nurse? Depends what you find as dating kids. Really? They're the horniest motherfuckers there are. Really? Nurses are the horniest fucking things. So taking care of people that will give a fuck.
And also, we will do somewhat of readings in a limited way. All you need from you is a specific question about your job, your relationship, and things like that that you'll run with it. He prefers not to do readings.
Shout out to that one lady, Kathy Cush's friend, daughter. She's on this. And they live on Carter 23 on Douglas or something.
I sure do, George, and we'd love to give the listeners a free digital copy.
Let's do it. How do you do it?
Very easy. Anyone can email me at Gina, G-I.
So we'll take a text message to send it to people.
We sure do. You just text the word whole life, that's all one word with the W, whole life, to 42828.
Simple as that. What's the website again?
Well, the email is Gina, G-I-N-A, at wholelifemagazine.com.
Can they see it online at all?
They'd have to email me first.
Okay, very good. Thanks, Gina.
Thank you, George.
ParanormalDate.com keeps cruising along. 728 people to go to get 159,000 signed-up members. At ParanormalDate.com. At ParanormalDate.com, you meet the most fantastic people. Hi, I'm Tom.
Hi, I'm Jennifer. What brings you here?
Yeah, I'm here to meet someone who understands me.
How so? Nice to meet you, Tom. I gotta go.
Okay, guess that's not your cup of tea. You sure?
No, good luck with that.
You can find a website for all these questions. What is going to do? Have you thought about ParanormalDate.com? What? Who are you? I'm a paranormal matchmaker, and it's ParanormalDate.com. It's a website for people looking for people like them. Stuff you like, remember? Yes. I'll give it a try. Well, let's try this again. I'm Tom.
Hey, I'm Deb. Your profile on ParanormalDate.com looks very interesting. So you really saw UFO?
Well, yeah. It was so intense, but not as intense as me and you.
You're alien chasing for it, but I kind of like it.
Wow, this ParanormalDate.com thing really works. Maybe ParanormalDate.com is for you. People with an interest in things they hear of George's show find their match daily. So if you're looking for that special something with an interest in UFOs, ghosts, aliens, Bigfoot, conspiracy theories, and of course, the paranormal, come to the dating site inspired by George Norris. It's always free to search. And if you decide to upgrade to our amazing new features, use promo code George for a great discount. ParanormalDate.com. You are not alone. If you want to improve your abilities, you get a Mattress X. The Mattress X can improve your marksmanship dramatically. Must have for every responsible gun owner. The Mattress X is a high-tech, easy-to-use system used extensively, for example, by the military to improve their aim quickly, giving them the confidence to protect. You attach the Mattress X to your firearm, the little connection, and connect it with an app on your smartphone or tablet by its instance. What it does is it gives you instant feedback on what you're doing right, what you're doing wrong, and how to correct that technique. The Mattress X is like a firearm instructor in your pocket. 94% of them include within 20 minutes using Mattress X, and the best part is you can use this at home. People in the rest of the world do what is called dry fire practice at home. And the Mattress X is the best way of them. No driving to the range, spending money on range fees and ammo. You save a ton of lot of money and improve yourself. Start improving by... Tax season can be taxing on your identity because a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it during tax season and beyond. No one can prevent all identity theft and monitor all transactions at all businesses.
Monkeys would be a thing.
But you can make sure your identity theft protection starts here. Join LifeLock today. Save up to 25% off your first year.
I like Chris
Call
Kattan.
1-800-LifeLock or go to LifeLock.com and use promo code George. That's LifeLock.com. Use promo code George to save 25% off. LifeLock.com.
And welcome back, George Norrie, along with Bill Phillips. We're talking about his latest work called Soul Searching. Joe, what do you mean by cutting cords?
Yeah, it's a great question. You know, we're all connected energetically, down to the increment of even over the phone lines as well. So, you know, we've all experienced moments before where we've either been at the grocery store on the phone with somebody and had a really just bad feeling afterward, you know, energetically. That's how those cords work, and they exist throughout the whole world and also, you know, the whole universe. So we have to be aware of those cords, and we have to realize that sometimes, you know, who we actually are, we're feeling low or we're feeling depressed or something. It's not always us. We're feeling other people around us. So going back to habits and being able to actually cut the cords, visualizing them being destroyed, basically, that goes a long way. And it all goes back again to the intention, to the visualization. That those cords can connect to even, you know, tables and cars and anything that has energy that's vibrating around us. So it's super important to daily clear those cords so you're not basically taking up